Nothing here is given.
Spiker, all that is left!
Every loss meant something more.
Oh my goodness! There's the swing back! They have stunned this crowd!
It reminded us that victory is never granted. The world tested us. Now they know who we are. Champions are made in North America. Everything here is earned, not given.
Week 3 in the North America League is done. We had some surprising results with teams clinching playoff spots and one team in particular being eliminated from playoff contention. M80 and Shopify Rebellion collided in one of the most entertaining matches we've seen in quite some time, and it was M80 coming out ahead. DZ and Space Station also had a thriller with the defending major champs conquering SSG, who are desperate to climb up the standings out of the current basement. As we look towards Playday number 7, for some of these teams, it was familiar territory, with Shopify Rebellion losing their game up against Dark Zero and Five Fears losing to M80. Both of these teams are unfortunately in rough spots. 100 Thieves had a great run of it, defeating both Five Fears as well as For Fun in relatively impressive fashion, and now sit in 4th place. As for overall performance, Outlast unfortunately becomes the very first team to be eliminated mathematically from the playoffs, and the top of the NA League is starting to get a little solidified. M80 clinching a playoff spot and a top 4 spot in the playoffs, while Dark Zero and Wildcard guaranteed their spots in the playoffs, but could still fall outside of the top 4. There's a log jam in points, so expect that jam to be broken next week. Who'll qualify for the playoffs? We'll find out in our final regular season week of the NAL.
It is indeed the final week of NAL groups, and this is where we determine which teams will snatch those final playoff spots. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, taking over for Jonah, and joining me in the studio we have Mint and Alexing. We're starting off strong, guys. I missed the memo on the jackets.
I don't think you missed the memo in terms of the NAL. You got the red, white, and blue going on. You're more patriotic than we are.
Welcome to the greatest region in Siege.
Cool, I will take that. I mean, you have to brag it right with how the recent majors have been going. So I can only agree with that at this point. But yeah, feeling very patriotic, ready for July 4th, but also ready for some banger games in what is currently the greatest region in Siege. So how is that region doing? We'll check in on our standings and see where we find ourselves with our 10 teams. And as Intero, happy birthday by the way to Intero, already alluded to, we do have teams not only locking in playoffs, but also top 4 in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the upper bracket, it's looking very strong. This is kind of what I was thinking. This was kind of the picture that was being painted in my head. I would say, obviously, the big outlier of this entire situation is the middle of the pack. I mean, that's the one that we are going to be highlighting throughout these next 2 play days.
Yeah, I mean, and the big one is Wildcard being in the top 3, because normally they are in that bottom pack that Lax is just talking about right there, battling for that one of those last couple playoff spots. But to see them locked in going into this week is it's a sight to see.
It is very good for them, of course. And then we'll look at our matches for today, because we have some absolute bangers. It's my first day in the NAL, and I already get to see the top 2 teams go up against each other in that second matchup today. That's going to be chaos, right?
Yeah, you came in at the best time. I mean, M80 versus Dark Zero, that's got to be the most anticipated game of the stage. Unfortunately, DZ versus SR, that was anticipated as well, but unfortunately, that did not meet the expectation. But M80 versus Dark Zero, you got M80 currently undefeated, and Dark Zero, the reigning champs of SLC. I mean, these are going to be 2 heavy hitters going at it.
And then I think the best part is the fact that we have those teams on the bubble actually playing against each other today, right? We have the Rebellion versus SSG, and we also have C9 versus For Fun Esports. So we get to see some of those teams hopefully pull away from the pack and maybe maybe look closer to getting in the playoffs.
Definitely.
Yeah, you mentioned the bubble. There's still a lot of teams that are in contention for these playoff spots, and some will have it a little bit easier than the other teams. We put all of our teams that still have a shot in the easier path or in the more difficult path, depending on the opponents that they still play this week.
Yeah, I mean, both 100 Thieves and SR clearly have the easier path. They both play SSG and Outlast to finish out their stage, but then it's that on that right side. Now, for 5 Fears, it's a little dicey for them, but for SSG, For Fun Esports, and Cloud9, they still have a big obstacle in front of them.
I don't know about you, but I would definitely want to go down that left road.
Oh, easily.
There wasn't even a bridge on the right side. How we cross into that castle?
Jumping. We're leaping for it.
Boah, that's going to be a big leap with these final 2 play days. But as you mentioned, a team that is in that more difficult route is 5 Fears. It's kind of strange to find them here having to fight for their life in a matchup against Wildcard because this team was the kickoff champion. So, like, they now find themselves in 9th position. Something is severely going wrong on the side there.
Yeah, the NAL champions, 1 game away from even making the main stage of SLC, and now they find themselves, I mean, still a chance to go on the hard road here.
You're saying
still
that
a chance,
chance is
but
slim.
they also know that chance has slipped, right? We have JJ actually tweeting out that this week is going to be about building for stage 2. And what does that actually mean? Well, we've seen them get on Caveira for 1 round, and they were having a little bit of fun. They were having fun, but I think they're going to throw that aside at this point. At this point, you got to build a foundation. And what is actually going wrong for them, right? Well, we could take a look here. A lot of people, they actually like to think, well, it's got to be the attacks, right? People are going to be able to ban double shields on us. We even heard JJ in an interview kind of mention that, like, they're going to prepare to not play the double shields. But it's not even their attacks. 5th in the NAL, 51% attacking win rate. We've seen them put up really good attacks against Dark Zero. It was a 4-2 half for Chalet, and what happened? They can only win 1 defense. They came away with 0 points. Then there was that game versus SSG. 3-3 attacks on Fortress. What happened, but they couldn't get any defense rounds, and they ended up losing that game as well. So they are the worst defensive win rate team, 26%, the trade percentage, dead last, defensive entry percentage, dead last. They're literally playing 4v5s.
Yeah, I mean, well, you say 4v5s, but when we look at JJ and Forrest, I mean, they're both ranked 49th and 50th lowest rated player in the event. Realistically, they're starting out at 5v3. That trickles down to a 5v2. But I do want to focus on the attacking side of things. I know we were talking about that. Even when we see teams at majors, if you can at least hit above that 50% margin on your attacks, you're looking good. But it's the defenses that clearly are the biggest issue. And I know we're talking about, we're looking at stage 2. We're seeing what they're going to be able to replicate or try to create some sort of success and foundation. But that worries me because defense is the easier side. That should statistically be the easiest thing for them to be able to get a grip on, get control over. And the fact that you're not being able to find that success, and that's really what's holding you back, doesn't really paint a good picture for me.
Yeah, and especially if you have that defense, like, you can make the time work for you as well, right? If you have people alive. But that seems to...
That is the big issue for them. Again, like, here we go, Forrest on that Caveira, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. Then Snake's going to find himself also getting kind of solo picked. It's a lot of those hero plays that they're finding themselves in, trying to go for these hero round moments, relying on the fragging ability. And let's be honest, when you're matching up against some of these other great NAL teams, the M80, the DZ, your fragging capability isn't quite there. And you also mentioned JJ and Forrest are kind of lacking in that department as well. So here's another great round and another good example. Rival almost actually dies because there was no rotate in that low fall, which is another mistake in their defensive plans. And then Forrest here going for a complete middle of the site. Maybe he had information going for a C4. They lose 2 bodies. Now it's a 5v3. They gave up filter control. You look at their operator lineup. There's no smoke. There's no late round win conditions. How are they expecting to win any of these rounds against any team?
And that's what worries me when we're looking at stage 2, when this just comes down to basic fundamentals of just being playing together as a team. And again, on a defense, structurally, you should be able to understand where each and every single individual is to just be able to play off of. But we see time and time again them just running off on an island, having to try to make a hero play. But defense just should structurally be able to make you work together in tandem to be able to bring these rounds back. And it's just not happening for them. And they're in a rough spot.
I just want to see them, like, my advice to them would just be get back to, like, just playing bunkers and just having a little bit of layers. Like, on that defense, a majority of teams will play a smoke on the filter stairs and a zombie on the filter stairs. What did they do? They just shot a Goyle fire and they ran away from it.
And no hole in the wall.
Play those spots. Play positions where your team can trade.
It's funny because on the other side here. It seems to be rainbows and sunshine for the side of Wildcard. They came in the interview to talk about how good the momentum is for them, and that led to an early qualification to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time for Wildcard that they've ever had momentum in a stage, and to be able to clinch playoffs this early clearly is what I wanted to see when we first were talking about getting into this stage, because typically they're constantly having to fight tooth and nail. Now, I do want to say that does kind of set them up really good for playoffs because they had that chip on their shoulder. They've gone through the trenches. This time, this is the first time where they actually look good and they qualify. But something that has really been pushing them over the edge to make them qualify so early is the big question is, who is peaking Wildcard? Because we have to stop peaking them. I mean, these guys are absolutely nailing it in terms of the opening engagements. 61% of the time they are winning those engagements. And not only that, 83% of the time, they were converting that opening kill into a round one. And when you just look at the stats across the board from each individual on the side of Wildcard, everyone is a net positive in that entry department, with Adrian being the best. And this is something that we've also highlighted. This is now the first time where Adrian really can actually play with the team. There is no visa constraints. There isn't any constraint that's keeping him away to grow with this team. And I think that's really been a big driving factor as well, is that they're actually able to play with their core and make things work. And clearly, it's paying off for them to be able to qualify for playoffs very early.
Yeah, and they're qualifying for playoffs really early. That's what worries me. Like, I'm not going to lie. We're not used to seeing this from Wildcard. They're normally the team that squeaks in, and then they perform internationally. They're one of our best international teams. What is this Wildcard going to look like? Did they figure out their domestic struggles and now they're going to be costing us on the international level? I'm a little bit worried what we might be seeing from them.
I don't want to think that way because they've been our hopes.
They have been our hopes.
So we'll see what happens.
Seems like a very favorable matchup for them as well. If their main strength really is that entry, that seems to be the well in regards of how can you get the entries, what parts will really be contested. So bring it on the map, Vito, seeing where this series will be taken to. Anything maybe that we hope to see for a map here?
As far as hoping to see, I mean, I'm hoping to see a map that Five Fears is just actually comfortable on, to be honest.
Which is what map?
But exactly, I had a look. I was doing a deep dive.
Should I spoil it?
Of Five Fears. Yeah, let's spoil it.
We're going to bank.
Okay, well, that's quite the opposite of what I was just talking about right there, Lax, because this is actually one of the maps that they have been perma-banning. They haven't showed it since they've been a team, since going back towards kickoff. So that's kind of the opposite of what I was expecting. But if they're going to lay a foundation, none of those other maps were working for them, Lax. So maybe this is the time to kind of explore. But it's also like these points do matter so much. We're talking about this is one of the teams that could be relegated this come stage 2. They need as many points as possible right now.
And if there's going to be any time to pull out something, pull the card out from your sleeve, it should be today. That you need, again, we need these points drastically for 5 years and a couple other situations to be able to play on their favor. But again, going against a map, going against a team like Wildcard on a map like Bank where they are comfortable, and it's not the best map for Wildcard by any means, but when we talk about, two players trying to make hero plays with JJ Blast and Force, this is a very big map for them to be able to move around and possibly be caught off guard. Now, if we can't even make smaller maps work with each other and the team play be there, how are we going to expect Bank to force that sort of same chemistry and make them actually work together when there's a lot more room to move around?
Well, this is the the best attacking win rate map technically in the map, the attacker sided map. So look, now their defenses, even if they lose, it doesn't matter, right? We could just say, hey, it's going to be an attacker sided map, but hopefully we see them actually win some attacks.
Guess we'll find out.
We will, because we will be bringing in our casters for this matchup. We're joined by Lynx and Extra Troika for today. Now, for you two, a question. It's my first day in NAL. Are these matches always so lopsided as these guys here are talking about?
It really just depends on the day.
Be honest.
There is a bit of a gap between the top and the bottom in NAL. Like, I know, like, we like to sit here and say that we've got the best league and we do have the best team right now, but I do feel like the gulf between the top 4 teams and the bottom 3 teams is pretty substantial.
And kind of similar to that point, I would say, like, definitely in NA right now, there's a hyper competitive top 5 and 6. And then there's kind of a 4 that kind of are struggling to make their way in. But then again, I say that we've got a 3-4 way tie between SR, SSG, and C9 right now. You can decide if that's a positive or negative thing, but I think it's kind of cool at least. So yes, maybe, but I'm kind of down with it. It's better than SAL where you can't predict literally anything from day to day. So.
I think we'll get to the closer matchups later today. But this first match of the day is ready. It's all yours.
Well, thank you very much, Anne. And unfortunately, Ollie, to Anne's point starting out the day, it's not, not necessarily that this is a lopsided match, but this is a match that pretty much a lot of the final results are decided. Not only given Wildcard's very excellent stage, but unfortunately 5 Years' pretty marked drop-off in performance coming in from kickoff into stage 1. Team currently in 9th place, basically impossible, if not impossible, for them to make it further. It's just one of those late group stage games where you're happy to be there, but it's a bit sad, you know? We hate sending teams by with still a couple, or sending teams down below without a few, or I can't speak right now.
I know what you're trying to say. You don't want to, you don't want to write them off like too early into a stage.
Exactly.
For me, the writing has been on the wall for 5 Fears for quite some time now. We've seen them attempting pretty much the same things and getting the same results. That tends to be what happens. You have to mix stuff up and you have to improve. And they've done anything but. They've in fact regressed, in my opinion, since kickoff and since SLC. So for 5 Fears, they are quite literally led in the bed that they have made for themselves. On the wildcard side of things, I know there's like a little bit of sort of, not negativity over this matchup, but it's all very like, well, 5 Fears aren't qualled, they can't qual, you know, whatever. There are still some implications. Now, we don't have relegation stage to stage, but relegation does happen at the end of stage 2, and both stages are taken into account for that. So 5 Fears need to be very cognizant of that. They should have been all stage long, really, and it's maybe a little bit too late now, but a good performance here wouldn't be for absolutely nothing. It would put a little bit more space between them and, I'm going to guess, Outlast as to who is going to be that relegated team come the end of stage 2. For the side of Wildcard, this is a massive fixture because they still have a chance to end the stage in 1st place. And they're going up against 5 Fears. They are going to have been licking their lips at the prospect of this matchup, given 5 Fears' performance so far over the last 4 or 5 weeks. So Wildcard, this could be the start of a massive week for them. They've got a game tomorrow, of course, that they will have to contend and likely have to win if they want to try and take that 1st place spot, but it is all going to start here. And Lynx, it starts on a map that we've never seen 5 Fears play.
Well, and similarly, not a map that we see either of these teams play, you know, super often, as kind of the Dusk was talking about. And often that's what we end up seeing around the Playday 8, Playday 9 spot is, you know, maps that teams have permabanned quite a lot. They bring it out either A, because they don't really want to show anything on maps they're good at, or, and this is probably the more likely option, I would say generally for teams, if this matchup doesn't have a lot of stakes, you should try and get some game day reps on a map that you haven't really had the opportunity to do so at this point in a much more lower stakes setting. Of course, stakes can always be high in a best of ones. They certainly are for 5 Years right out the gate. JJ hitting the hot drop about 30 seconds into the round. Unfortunately, both the IQ and the Hibana going down quite early. Kansan in a bit of a pinch, though Bay providing some support in from Gold. Both Forest and Snake make that just Forest alive inside of this elevator drop. Snake gets a kill on his way out. Forest seems like he'll be rapping on the door momentarily. Smoke grenade going in. Baby Shark around the corner. C4 will land, but only tag up Forest just a little bit. Spiker with a nice little retake up top, and a 3-man stack up. Make that a 4-man push into elevator. Spiker confirms it with the hap drop, and Wildcard lock in there first.
JJ saying that his Hibana X Kairos got bugged. I don't think that's the reason that they lost that round.
I don't think it's because the X Kairos got bugged. I think JJ's big toe got caught on the lip of the hatch and fell down.
I'ma keep it real. That is not the reason that did not work. We had players inside of tellers and nobody knew about it. Like, if you're gonna go for a lobby drop, it's a great idea, by the way. I'm not against a lobby drop. I think it can be a brilliant injection of pace.
Yeah, let's have some fun.
Whether you do it at the start of the round, whether you do it or start of the game, excuse me, whether you do it a couple of rounds in, at whatever point, it can be a really good way of just surprising your opponent. But you need a little bit of control to do it. It isn't one of those things that you can just go in blind at. If you've got players inside of tellers, then you're always going to struggle. There was a bit of a hole in the barricade. Bam, first kill comes in straight through there, and then everyone knows what's happening. You've got 2 or 3 bodies all inside of ATMs or main, and you don't need to wonder too hard. You don't need to sit there and pontificate as to where the push is going to be coming from. You know it's going to be a hatch drop. You know it's going to be on that backside, vault, elevators, and everyone can just turn their attention appropriately. Unsure if, well, I would guess that this tech pause is to address
for
that.
For the X-Kairos.
But, I mean, realistically, like, what we're going to do, replay the round?
Just to be clear. I mean, just to be clear, I don't know what it's for. I don't think it's for the X-Kairos. Though you and I afflicted with another post round 1 tech pause.
It's happened more times than I care for at this stage. It seems to have happened quite a lot. We're averaging like 3 of these per NAL. I don't exactly know what it is. Hopefully we can get all the players. It looks like all the players are in the lobby. We've got the operators there on the screen. We can see that everyone on the side of 5 Fears at least is loaded in. Thank you to JJ for the position of his camera and monitor. So could be a wildcard player that we're waiting for. Could be a little PC reset. Who knows? If we find out, we will, of course, let you know. But not loads to discuss really there. I think, you know, 5 Fears going quick. I hope that that isn't the game style that they want to bring, where they're just going to blindly run at wildcard. I'd like to see a little bit more out of the matchup than that.
I will say, I do want to take a little bit of the converse of your point. I do want to give Spiker some credit. I think that was a particularly smart play he did. Because I think, you know, oftentimes when we're looking at a setup like that and we see like a ton of areas barricaded off, I think not only us, but the players often think to themselves like, oh, there might be a gap here. They barricaded it off. What if instead of like clearing through it, making all that noise, we kind of take this as a bit of a given and open up the hatch, sneak through, lurk through an area, that sort of thing, right? And Spiker, I think, taking advantage of that, making a hole in a barricade, and that plus the mute jammer is kind of denying some information to 5 Fears. I think it also was a very smart play by Spiker. And so wanted to shout him out as well. Basement won by the defense pretty early on. Likely going to see CEO as the site next up for the defense. Probably won't see the kind of roam we saw. CEO just isn't that kind of site. Oh, no, it's actually open area. So, Ollie, we will likely see a bit of a roam. My apologies.
Yeah, we should do. A little bit of vertical control in open never hurt anyone, and is usually a bit of a requirement for keeping control of this map. Kind of glossed over the bans. It's not that they don't really matter on Bank, but hard breach, whilst it's important, isn't usually the be-all and end-all. It has been banned, as in the hard breach denial, the electrification in the Cade and the Bandit. That's both been removed, and the shields have been targeted here by Wildcard. They know that 5 Fears are a fairly heavy shield team, I think it's fair to say at this point. They will have a good use of the information ops because of that, though. And we do see Snake often sort of find himself on any of them, really, whether it's Dokubi Deimos or Snake. This time, going to be on that Dokubi. A little bit of early exchange there for Forest, as I think it was Adrian just having a bit of a bold challenge there onto the window. Nice prep work being done here by JJ on this garage side of things. Nice long angles can be opened there to Kanto wall and, of course, the bottom of Tellers. So they'll be able to get themselves in there quite nicely. We'll just cut off any of the defenders from being able to roam out there. This is all looking a lot better, really, from 5 Fears, considering they just sort of threw themselves at round 1. They're certainly taking their time to set up and really dot the I's and cross the T's right now.
I think you kind of have to, right, for CEO. Like, a rush is theoretically possible, but, you know, we've seen so many permutations of the smoke repel setup, which is basically that, or, like, blitz rushing into janitor is one of, like, the main things, but especially when it's an open area defense and you have multiple layers like this, like, you kind of have to give it some level of respect, though. Right to see that C4 in, that's a classic. Rival getting caught out by an oldie. C4 beneath one of the CEO repels. Forest down as well. It's not completely uncontested by 5 Fears, as Fens is just inside of the site looking for another. Get himself a 3v3 here. Good spot. Has to land the shots through the wall. Fens taking complete control of the site away from the defense. JJ now swooping in through square. Wildcard suddenly losing control of this round. As Fens with some key bits of utility looks to find more. It's a big play by the Snake. Now Bay, locked outside of Beepers, has to take a 1v1 on Marble. 4K from Fens as 5 Fears tie things up early.
Fens finding loads of space inside of the bomb site there. Wasn't looking great as well. 5 Fears going down, 2 bodies right off the rip. A C4 that, whilst it's kind of predictable and you kind of know it's going to happen, like, there's not really loads that you can do about it. You could argue that you could throw your Rambugi drone from the rappel and at least get the value out of it, at least start to open up some of that floor and stop people from playing in archives and tellers. But realistically, players are always going to fall to C4s like that and suffer some unfortunate timing. So a couple of nice opening picks from Wildcard, but the space that Fens was able to find, I think he just hopped in through copy, right? What's the first kill there? I mean, his position here is like, he's either hopped copy or he's dropped the hatch. I mean, if he's dropped the hatch, it's criminal. If he's hopped copy, it's more forgivable, you know?
I'm pretty sure he dropped copy because the first player he took down was beneath the hatch. So assuming he didn't drop the hatch and lava stomp somebody, he probably got the kill from single window, then hopped in to try and take advantage of the pace. Catch him off guard, you know? We'll sneak attack. It's what the operator's for, quite literally. Across multiple franchises.
And we see it time again, don't we? Because how much information that scanner can provide and just how quickly you can be in it. He's in the bomb site there, by the way, and he still has time to find space, to find a little bit of time to get that Soliton scanner out and just have a really quick scan. And his teammates, of course, JJ winning a really important fight because the vulnerability there is that if you're in the site and you haven't got the diffuser, your team still has to fight through defenders to get to you. It can still be a bit of a dicey position to be in, but fortunately JJ won a really important fight there, and Snake was ready and waiting on those marble stairs for a bit of a cut-off. So great round for 5 Fears in response. Wildcard. Adrian tempted for a little bit of repel action. Mute Jammer there doing a lot of the heavy lifting. No secondary MPs to deal with it either. This is going to be a nade right now, and Adrian can still play on this elevator's position. There's no one really that's going to be able to displace him there. You could ying him out, but you've still got to walk up Spiral if you want to do something about him.
He's going to be here for a bit. Nade might catch him at his feet, though, especially if he's on cameras. That's the big worry right now. Nade lands, but again, nature of the Kanto walls. Adrian can fall back. The Mute Jammer destroyed. So elevator hall cleared. Adrian will have to play at a farther angle now, or literally hide in elevator the whole time. Either way, long part of the hall. Now we actively watched by 5 Fears. Wildcard defenders can't really use it as an avenue of rotation like they could before. Spending a lot more time on the roof, getting a good look at all of these gadgets, positions currently being held by the defense. Some flashbangs and smokes and candelas going in. Just to shield those Selma charges, allow them to get angle into Jander. Looks like 5 Fears really taking their time with this one.
It took them half the round to clear out the cancel wall. Like, what are they expecting? You know, they need to be a little bit quicker. It's a big map bank, and you have to have a high work rate on it, because otherwise you're going to get forced in late round situations. Snake, he's going to fall as the opening pick here just at around the minute mark. We've still got some good presence on the windows. There are still some smoke canisters. The diffuser is in the hands of JJ, though, and that's what worries me right now. He's miles away from anybody. He's all the way on the garage rappel. He's nowhere near CEO. They're not just going to be able to hop in and try and get a plant down here. They're going to probably have to flood for kills. And when you've still got players like Kansan dug into Janitor, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, the worry here especially is that with these 3 C4s left alive, if 5 Fears don't have time to account for some kind of vertical play, but also how somebody tosses C4 over top, tossing below, Fens hopping in the smoke, trying to facilitate this entry with the glass. Common position, a common play. Fens tagged up just a little bit. JJ shot with the diffuser. Not entirely sure from where. 5 Fears starting to gather some kills, but a lot of work to do with extremely little time. About 3 seconds away from the red zone. Force giving away some sound cues by meleeing the barbed wire. Still so many people outside the building. Still Fens looking to recreate some of that round 2 success. The only one for 5 Fears making any kind of progress as he finds another. It'll be a close one, but no cigar for 5 Fears. Fens gets all 4 kills again, yet the last one eludes him, and the round does as well.
Imagine if they'd have had a little bit more time. Fens is able to move through, pick up 5 kills with the Glaz. I mean, 3 of those kills, it's not that you don't get them unless you play in Glaz, but it is a lot easier because you're getting a leg, you're getting an arm, you're getting a shoulder, just peeking out of behind a wardrobe, underneath a drone or whatever it might be. Some really nice shots from Fens to close it out in the end, but it just wasn't going to be enough. All Wildcard had to do there was simply stay alive, and they were able to do just exactly that. 5 Fears falling foul on time. That's kind of what we expected on Bank. It's a big map. And knowing that they haven't got any game day reps on this map, yeah, sure, they'll have played it in scrims a ton of times. I've no doubt about that. But not having the game day reps really does start to hurt. And Wildcard I think they're recognizing that. If you're looking at the lineups that they're bringing, you're looking at the tools that they're using, it's in an attempt to try and slow these things down and make things a lot more difficult. Diffuser placement, of course, could have been a bit better on 5 Fears. JJ, not in a bad position on the Garage Repel if he hasn't got the diffuser. Can still hold there for a flank or for a cutoff and try and assist that plant to go down, especially on Cabana. Like, your job's done, right? It's not like you're playing an important operator in that situation like the Glaz. So the diffuser would have been somewhere else. We might have seen 5 Fears with a bit of a better chance getting the plant down there, but they were just pushed out by the time.
And if not for Fenz's really smart individual play in round 2. What are you 3-0 for wildcard right now? Defenses have looked quite good so far, moving back down to basement. This is one where basically went awry pretty quickly. 5 Fears attempting a very quick hatch drop, and wildcard ready for it. I imagine we'll see a much more slower take, similar to what we saw in round 2 and 3 compared to what we saw in round 1. Other things can't move quickly, of course. See a shield on the roof, and if there's any wildcard defenders playing on the top or the middle floor, Blackbeard could run into them quite quickly, especially with the aid of those Candelas. So a lot of time before we see them get there, as the defense for wildcard doesn't seem to be so far spread that there's any major second floor presence.
No, they're really not, are they? And let's be honest, they don't really need to be. You can roam on this site. You roam all 3 floors if you like. They've got a little bit of setup going on this first floor. We've got Baby Shark and Adrian both in position. Spiker taking a good few points of damage early on as well. He's going to be a little bit concerned here. The lobby rush happened last round, so it's going to be in the back of his mind as a possibility again. He needs to really get something out of playing here. He's still got his C4. Doesn't want to go down with that still in pocket. Might just try and get into a position to drop this hatch as well. Adrian can give him a little bit of cover here. Pulse scanner, gathering that little bit of information. It's going to be Baby Shark with the first.
But now caught in a very difficult situation. Blackbeard spotted him, bottom hatch, and I was about to say, somebody might be hopping in through the single window. Could catch somebody from Marble. Spiker on the way out, takes down the Blackbeard with the C4. So you might lose the Pulse and the Warden. That's some good primary and secondary utility. But they get the Blackbeard and the Ying in turn. It's rare we see a trade that might be equal with so many powerful operators taken off the board. Wildcard might just win out with some of the tools they have remaining, but that is a costly exchange for both sides.
Yeah, like you say, I don't know who it favors. You've still got Capitao, and full utility on Capitao is always going to be massive. The Yokai drone that Kansan holds, that could be the win condition right now. He's kind of giving the game away. He's already shocked someone. We've heard that there. You can see Fenz just letting that effect dissipate before he moves further forward. So they're going to know about it. One Toxic Babe in the hands of Bay. He's playing quite aggressive here, and he's droned on blue stairs.
And even if he's droned, though, these shotguns can always prove so difficult. Oh, swinging ahead of the flash. Rival completely caught off guard by that. Bay going deeper. I don't know if we needed to do all that. Bay maybe anticipating some harsher resistance than he otherwise expected. Well, Fenz running the bottom blue stairs. Didn't exactly have a lot of great options. Force now recovering the diffuser. Yokai still in play. Others rotating to the right position. Forest looking to plant in the off spot, but as the Yokais moved, they will be ready for it. Instead, pushing deeper, taking a deep line down gold, but Kansan also all the way back. The opposite side of the site, everybody in gold, in vault, tucked away, ready for some kind of play from 5 Fears. And while the attack made an admirable effort to catch Wildcard off guard, somehow they were one step ahead.
I think 5 Fears probably made the right decision there. They knew about the Yokai drone. They knew that they would have to try and push for kill. If you're not confident, you've not seen it, you can't really waste your time trying to find it. You have to try and do something about it. You have to try and go for the kill, because that's the only way that you can then guarantee the round, is by getting everybody dead, or at least killing the Echo and then backing up and getting the plan down. But maybe if they'd had a little bit more time, again, it starts coming down to this time factor for 5 Fears on the attack of Bank. They would have been able to bait out that exchange for a little bit longer. I feel like that's probably why Bay played as aggressively as he did. I wouldn't be too surprised if Kansan's call in that moment was, I've got the round, I've still got my Yokais, like, you can play a little bit looser. Because whilst Bay did get caught out upside in square, and there's an argument to say he didn't need to push that far, he kind of bought a little bit of time for his team, right? He wasted some crucial seconds there that 5 Fears would have really liked to have had if he'd have played a little bit further back or just immediately gotten traded out. So I think a decent play from both sides there. 5 Fears certainly in with a shot, but again, it seems to be the clock that is doing the damage for them at the moment. They will take their tactical time out ahead of any further play, and they've had 45 seconds to a minute to discuss everything they need moving forward there. I do just wonder if it's going to be enough or not.
And just given the position 5 years are in, not only in this matchup, but also just in the general league so far, even their best efforts might not be enough. It's a difficulty of being, you know, in 9th so far below where just to even tie on points. A lot of the rest of the league, they'd have to get all 3 points today, all 3 points tomorrow. It's just a tricky spot in general, and of course in this game. But Wildcard just seem to be sticking with a really good game plan on Bank. They might be holding positions beyond this side, but they're really not looking to take that many off-site engagements early with 5 years. They're trying to run down the clock, their win conditions being met. We've seen them run this against other teams before. It's difficult when you're facing one of the top 3 teams, and
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
they just have a really good protocol and know all the ins and outs of it and are ready for it. It's difficult for any team to overcome. 5 years will try to do so after the tactical timeout, though, as now they've gone through the obligatory rerun of lockers. Will now go to open area again as the second site for Wildcard to see if they can bounce back from the 1 round they've lost so far.
All right, what's the adaptation here then? Ooh, Snake gonna be playing Nook. Nook could be a really great operator on Bank. A lot of different spaces that you can try and walk in. They are gonna try and have him walk in and make a little bit of space here. If we think back to the way that this round played out previously, C4s were a bit of a problem. And it looks like that's what the focus is going to be here. Fens far more focused on what's going on downstairs, cautious that there could be anything. Pulse, Valkyrie, you name it, could be down there. And then you've got Snake. If he passes in through main lobby and is able to get in through behind Teller's desk and into Teller's and archives, he will be able to do quite a lot about stopping players from just throwing C4s blindly up. It also looks like Rival has used his boogie drones from the window this time. So there's a lot of mistakes, a lot of small mistakes that have actually been fixed here ahead of round 5, and they are now moving with a good deal of pace as we start to see an opening pick come in. Rival bursting there into Tellers.
Yeah, this is the change we needed to see from 5 years. Just some decisiveness in their movements. And look at this. Even if Fens doesn't get that kill, you have Snake on the opposite side ready to go in for the pinch. This is a really well-constructed, quick push into Archives and Tellers by 5 years. It's now forced Adrian into a tricky spot, sitting right in front of the single window. I mean, I was about to say, surely Forrest, once that drone catches him, swings in front of that, picks up the kill. This might be 5 years winning open area a second time in a row, but this is much, much different than round 2. It's not Fens hopping in, making a big individual play. Really well-coordinated team effort in round 5. Should get the diffuser down as well as Bay. Just looking for a 1-tap on the way out. Can't really find it at the moment, as all 5 years begin to swarm his position. Rival felled. He moves in through Tellers. Diffuser's a bit far away for this to really be a conceivable effort, but him, Bay that is, racking up a bunch of kills. It's conceivable, but conceivable does not mean possible. Round 5 goes the way of 5 years. Open area. Both times it's played, it goes the way of the attack.
And like you say, 2 very different approaches to that site. One, hero play, Fens just going absolutely massive, and then another where it just looks far more coordinated and they've got a much better idea. That is exactly how I imagine they would have wanted round 1 to have gone, or round 2 to have gone, should I say, round the first attempt of open area and Tellers, but open area and cafeteria. But realistically, it was never going to work that way because they lost 2 bodies straight away, so it required that individual performance. But that's a really nice take, and I think that having seen the refinements and the adjustments that they've already made just off the back of a couple of rounds of tactical timeout, it's very enthusing. We know this 5 Fears team to be a fantastic team on the attack. They tend to sport a better attacking win percentage than a defensive one. Only because we've got no data to go off here on Bank that we're sort of in unknown territory with regards to both of those things. You think to some of the mistakes they've rectified there between those 2 open area sites, and you think if they're able to correct the same amount of mistake there between this top floor site, previous attempt, and now, we might see them in contention here for an equal split because they were able to get some things done. If JJ's got secondary MPs, which I think he does, this could... Oh no, they haven't actually brought the Cabana. I was getting a little bit ahead of myself there. I was kind of hoping that they weren't going to rely on the nade to deal with the mute jammer and that they were going to be able to sort of secondary EMP that out and very quickly get that wall open. But without that, it is going to make things a bit more difficult. This will be a different take than what we saw previously.
I was going to say, if we want to see them replicate something like what we saw in the last round, I mean, just kind of a set play with the blitz running in through square double door and putting immediate pressure on the player's janitor or something like that could be good. You also see Fens maybe looking to creep up down below, pinch these roamers around square, maybe joined by Forrest hopping into the single window. But if they want to replicate what we saw last round, it doesn't have to be quick from the start, but it would be some kind of set clear where they spot a target, one or two, set clear parameters, clear people who are going to go take it, and then them actually follow through on that plan. We're seeing the beginnings of that alongside some general utility clear, opening up angles into CEO, taking advantage of some of these soft walls. Beepers activate, so defense will know that somebody's moving around square if their ears are perceptive, but beyond that, oh, nice little find, but Spiker, after taking a couple M14 shots, lands the header on defense, and that's Wildcard's 5th opening pick of the half.
It's a shame that Fens is 10-3, and that was a crucial engagement to win. Spiker, yeah, he's been put to 1 HP, but you've still got a DMR working at range now. All the way inside a front desk. Adrian can afford to be a little bit more aggressive now with these yokai cameras. Send them upstairs, find out just exactly how many people are outside of stock. Where is the Blackbeard playing? Forrest just going to be opening a couple of the windows. Give himself a little bit of an option later on. Now we see Snake out on the rappel as well. The rappel, not really somewhere that you think of the Nook and think of that utility being of most use right now. They've got a lot of the walls open, but it's so one-sided right now. Everything's coming through this square side. And Nade, even Bay doesn't need to like aggressively reposition there. Brilliant find. Oh, and he gets the second. Mr. 94, I fancy him for a third right now as there's a player soon to be hopping into stock. Another yokai drone sent in. It seems like Adrian has an endless supply right now. In and out on the Bay. Kansan finds JJ. It's all down to Snake. Bay is just going to be waiting for him around the corner.
I mean, it's a simple protocol at this point. Bay handling himself so well on the stock position, as you pointed out. Once that shield was gone, seeing the Blackbeard in his way, he can pull a little bit behind the vending machine, but doesn't really have to push all that far. And then, of course, just taking those 1v1s. If anybody can do it, it is Bay. Now a couple years inside of the league, a really great career, and also just really great for Wildcard. It's only a 4-2 half, and 5 years with a couple good rounds toward the end, but Wildcard, clearly the victors and the better team in the half one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're seeing a attacker favorite map, as you already said. So 2 rounds for 5 years doesn't really seem to be enough, but it starts already in round 1 with the game plan there.
Yeah, the game plan, I mean, it's pretty obvious from the bans. You're taking out Cade and you're taking out Bandit. So once those are taken off the board, it should be clear they're going to run Habana and they're going to run Ace just about every single round. But we haven't really been seeing that. I mean, they tried to go for a rush this very first round. Didn't work out, and why is that? It's because Wildcard's running a lot of information. They never droned out the Pulse in tellers, so Pulse is kind of feeding all the information. Hey, yes, we are roaming very heavy, but they are going to try to hit the site, and they're going to be right there waiting for them. But in rounds 2, 3, when they're attacking open area, they're attacking CEO. Again, you're expecting the Habana and the Ace. Yeah. You should be opening up the Kanto wall, but you should also be opening up stock or janitor wall, right? You should be putting a lot of pressure on the Wildcard, and we're not seeing any of that. In fact, there was a CEO round where they're just stuck a mute jammer on the Kanto wall, and you would like the Ace to be there so you don't have to rotate everybody, but they just took so much time clearing the Kanto wall. So I would do want to highlight, though, for the Wildcard side, their game plan. They're running a ton of information. Yeah. We saw mute 6 out of 6 times, paired with an echo 6 out of 6 times. We have that echo sitting on the mute jammer, so he can't be Dokubi called. I think that was a great game plan out of them because they banned the double shields, and they're utilizing that information game, and it's making 5 Fears very readable. Yeah, I mean, even Adrian ended that half 2-5. I mean, he wasn't having a great start, but he was using that echo so well, feeding that information. And even in round 2, I mean, this was really the highlighted round for 5 Fears where it just came off heroics, and this is what we were talking about. Someone has to be able to pop off, and Fens, if he wasn't able to get into printer window, they don't win this round. Fens opens up that entire round, but then immediately Wildcard has a pivot. They understand what they're going to go for, and they immediately shut down the previous rounds. And Wildcard, yeah, I mean, this is the constant game plan that we see from them. They get those opening picks. They were 5 for 1 on the half. It's just something that you can't allow Wildcard to walk away with, and the only time that 5 Fears got around from getting the opening pick was their decisiveness to be able to go for the tellers, to be able to push towards Kitchen. We need to see that. Obviously, now they're going to be on their defensive side. That's where we see them struggle the most. So again, I want to see them actually playing together, similar to how Wildcard was playing, using the info if they can, because again, Bank is a very big map. If you can utilize information and move your pieces around
together and be able to play for those trades, be able to play for that control, fall back into layers, you can have a good defense. But again, this is where Five Fears constantly struggles. And again, it's a big question. Is JJ Blast going to be the one to die first? Or is Forrest going to be the one to die first? I don't know.
Yeah, and we have Echo up here. So what you're saying is you want to see Five Fears playing together.
And using
not solo plays, using information, making it hard to be traded. Well, we are on bank, and again, this is an attacker side of the map, and now that they are on defense, this is going to be tough. But please, JJ and co, show me something.
It's always a conversation about bans as well. They're going for the half heart breach ban, the half brim ban kind of information there on that side as well. But for Five Fears now, the pressure is on for them on defense. As you said, their weaker side. What can they do?
Well, hopefully they can show Min something. A very big request at this point. Though I say that, Ollie, I don't want to be overly negative. I think the most recent round we saw from Five Fears, in which they won, was quite a good one. Them playing together, very clear methodology and plan in round 5. Of course, defense a whole different ball game, but at least all things considered, it's a 2-4. We've seen some recent good rounds after the attack. I wouldn't say it's all doom and gloom.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's doom and gloom, but it's, you know, we've got to be real, haven't we? I'm not expecting Five Fears to come out and sort of flawless this defense, right? Wildcard are an extremely capable team, and they've obviously had a very clear game plan going into this one as to exactly how they want to approach it. Talking about showing Mint something, I mean, I don't think it's possible. I think that's the whole reason that we got them on the desk, right? Because we needed a space filled, and we needed someone that just knew everything about the game. So that's why we picked up Mint. So I think for any of these teams to show Mint something would be an incredible achievement. And maybe if they do, he could shout it out. But moving forward into the second half of Bank now, Wildcard, of course, up 4 rounds to 2 on what should really be an attacker-sided map, but today for Five Fears has trended in the opposite direction. Our Wildcard about to bring that around and give us a little bit of hope for ourselves. The Barnet being removed does make this site a little bit more tricky, but nothing that a couple of secondary hard breach gadgets can't sort out. 6 of which, to be exact, given that Adrian is also bringing 2 on the striker. I know, thank you. It's just, you need to learn your 2 times table and your 3 times table, and you're good.
I'll find you.
And then you can just work everything out.
Tracker active.
Everything else is, you know, it's improv in the moment. You're just figuring out as you go along.
Setting hard
Player. Hello, sitting right below the hatch. And Snake. Just hanging out at the moment. I was about to say, yeah, I was going to say, going to take the prone position on the hatch, likely fall. I was actually going to say fall back in maybe 10 seconds, but he gets drone, falls back at the minute. Perfectly valid time. Five Fears hitting the normal steps and the normal pace for a passive roam on the middle floor when defending lockers and CCTV. Especially when you have this setup, they're rocking the Vulcan packs, smoke canisters, mirror window. There's really no need to stay any longer than you absolutely have to. Vulcan pack and a Rooney gate on the hatch? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's just awkward, isn't it? It's just 15 seconds that you now sat there and Spiker's like, well, what do I do with myself? I'll get into a drone. Why not? Let's maintain this uptime. Let's maintain this work rate. We don't want to be sat here saying there's nothing to do. You can wait for the Vulcan pack to dissipate. Obviously, the laser gate has already been dealt with there as well, so Spiker should just be able to get that hatch open fairly easily now. But there's still a lot for Five Fears to lean back on here. It's around the minute mark, so pacing-wise, still pretty good at the moment from Wildcard. But I look at what they've got to go up against now. There's a mirror window on the server walls. That's just going to be a nightmare to breach. Then you've also got a mirror window looking deep, and JJ's still got 3 toxic babes, and we've still got a C4 in the hands of Forrest. So the long angle can be opened up, and it should make this mirror a bit of a moot point. There we go. The C4 goes long, and Forrest forced out of position.
Adrian Baby Shark gets 2, just pushing in deep, taking advantage of the positioning, reading behind the mirror window, saying, I think we can catch Forrest off guard. That wasn't strictly speaking true, as Forrest has persevered the play. Wildcard getting all the defenders around him, keeping him stuck inside a goal. No diffuser control for the attack at the moment, but a 2-man swing as Forrest flicks onto 1, but Bay good with the trade. Forrest hits the prone, and that's always an awkward engagement. Wildcard with the first at the swap.
it came down to a lot more gunfights being won there than I really thought it ever needed to or it ever was going to. I thought the utility exchange was going to be quite severe there. We had plenty of C4s, plenty of Toxic Babe canisters, full wealth of utility in a Capitao. I'm thinking, yeah, we'll probably get like 10, 15, maybe 20 seconds of utility exchange and everyone sort of hurling that at one another. Nope, it just happened with the drop. We saw immediate site presence there from Wildcard. They got themselves a couple of quick kills. Forrest did a really good job of trying to hold on there on his mirror window in red corridor, but it's always going to be a really difficult task, especially if gunfights have been lost further back toward that elevator's position or main stairs. You're never really going to be able to retake there with too much success. Kansan there failing on the drop, but it just didn't matter. Baby Shark and Adrian. Baby Shark finding 2, Adrian finding 1. And it all does just come down to Forrest here. Did get Adrian down. Bay confident enough with the swing. A very narrow margin for round 1, but still a win and not a narrow game. 5-2 now, Wildcard go. Feels like they're getting within striking distance now. They only need 2 rounds. We might not even get to see a full sweep of defensive sites here from 5 Fears.
One, especially if basement lockers is going awry to start, it becomes a bit worrying for some of these other sites. CO is going to be a bit closer together, sure, but so was in many ways 5 years basement defense that we just saw. The roam was really more of a formality, destroying some drones, burning some information, focusing a lot more on just denying with the more annoying strategies like the Arena Gate and Bolt Impact that we saw on Hatch. So in a way, there is some similarity between this defense and the way that 5 years played that last basement defense. It's just that they're going to face a lot more pressure early. They can't stall as much time immediately as they can. That's why you see them bringing things like the castle, like the Azami, to try and actively reinforce the site. As the beginning of the round goes on, Baby Shark, a classic from this guy, just creeping up the staircase, SMG-12 in hand. Wonder when he's going to go.
I feel like he's gotten a lot better at his timing with this, because it used to be something that happened every round and it was very predictable. And now it's like, oh yeah, this is something Baby Shark used to do. Walk up main stairs and find himself 1 but 2 freebies. There he goes. Fens and Forrest both down for the count.
And again, you talk about timing like that. Right as the utility goes out, EE1D flashbangs to try to draw attention in stock. He comes in from Marble, and the defense just isn't ready for it. As they fall back out, he catches them walking across. Before, Baby Shark literally would get made fun of in text chat a year or 2 ago for always being below, always being, 1 or 2 floors below the site as Nook, as Dokeby. You don't see anybody typing in chat now because the plays he's making are not only much more in line with the rest of the team, but also he just has a much better individual sense for when they should work. Talk about a player who's really glowed up and become such an important piece of not only North America, but an important piece of this wildcard offense, this wildcard team.
Still with players out here on the rappel, 2 bodies down. They do have a mirror window and a C4 to play off, but it's going to be difficult. Capitao Spiker now starting to fire a little bit of that utility in, conscious of a walk-in stock. There are just too many angles here for 5 Fears to really take control of anything. They need a hero play. They need someone to get out there into lobby and get a few picks on the rappel, but they've just not got the space to do it right now. 40 seconds. There is so much time right now for Wildcard to just further tighten their grip on this round. Snake versus Adrian's going to be a big one on Spiral Stairs, but it's Rival to kick things off.
Ooh, and Snake wins that fight. So main lobby control not established by Wildcard. Snake with the next up as well, catching the 2 offsite players. And suddenly the round shifts hands as both remaining attackers, one stuck outside the window, the other just trying to find a way in through Janitor. I was going to say, surely JJ wins that off angle, but with no other attacker winning their fights, it's a 3v5 for 5 Fears. The only good thing in that round ends up being the Baby Shark play to start it off.
And it's a massive shame because if Wildcard had not have overcomplicated it so much, they would have just been able to take 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1 engagements and break it all down. Instead, they just gave everybody 1s. And Snake somehow managing to just isolate 2 1 versus 1 engagements. Not sure if there was an attempt at a trade there with the way the kill came in. I imagine there must have been. I can imagine that he got the kill onto one of the players on rappel, maybe, if he's challenging there at the top of that Spiral Stairs. But Wildcard, I think they just need to do a little bit less there. Just buddy up and try and force the plant to go down. They knew that they had the space. Baby Shark's catching Forrest and Fens practically holding hands at the top of Marble Staircase to start off the round. Like, what are they doing there? It's mental for the round then to come down to a 2 versus 1 in 5 Fears' favor. Big slip up there from Wildcard.
But still, 2-round lead over 5 Fears at the moment, able to win the primary site. And as 5 Fears
remaining.
in the next one, we got the decision. Do we go back to basement, try that out? Do we keep the rotation going? Which is the normal decision. They will go with that. Open area defense next up. Another opportunity for Wildcard to move to map points, especially now as we have hit the office of offsites in the team's rotation. Kind of a weird matchup in terms of the defensive operator lineup of both their Lockers defense and their CEO defense. Got the Goyo making a reappearance, keeping the Azami on board, introducing some new elements as well. It'll certainly make a lot of these operators to be problematic for Wildcard on this clear. Very quickly, though, opening up the stock window. Looking to get a line over these Kiba barriers as rivals, and fans as well, spotted by the Stalaton scanner. A little more work will need to be done to fully push these defenders out of position to make them uncomfortable. Azami will make them more problematic, but as I say that, Rival, put to low HP, seems like all his utility might be falling back quicker than he expected.
Does have Fens, who since getting onto this defense and kind of since the first half of the attack has quietened off quite significantly. Baby Shark at the moment just holding that Janitor position. He's going to know that Fens is playing inside of Janitors right now. JJ's got tons of information that he can feed across to the team. The fairly significant extension here as well onto this top floor. Adrian just thinking twice about opening up that Kanto wall.
Looks like they're coming out to play.
Info there, knows exactly where Fens is. Can try and stun him out, but he's only going to buy the space with that stun. Won't be able to actually follow it up with a kill. Baby Shark also has been chunked down a little bit. They will be fairly confident now that top floor is clear, or clear-ish. They've got, obviously, Soliton scanner that they can confirm all of that with. But my worry right now will be from a C4. There's one. Unsuccessful onto Kanzan. There is going to be a second in the hands of JJ. Sorry, not a C4. It would have been an impact. Excuse me. There is only one C4 in play. So JJ still with his C4 and trying to work vertically onto someone.
Oh, Adrian, not swung by the player in elevator. Instead, Rival winning that fight. Swing out from the single door. Down to 1 HP as the Dokubi call removes a substantial chunk of his remaining health. But a big fight. Adrian now 0-2 on main lobby duels in the past couple rounds. Still information on this Ram up top. They do not know until now about this Valkyrie, but they certainly don't know about the cameras. Rival finished off by Baby Shark, though at the cost of a Firebolt. Spiker can't get that one back. Might be Wildcard this time, recovering from a pretty stark deficit. With only 40 seconds remaining, Kanzan been spotted for quite a long time on this vert. Hasn't been able to find any angles. Snake looking to retake. He's moved up marble stairs, but the Dokkan call goes out. Sees one at the other end of square, but now an attacker has moved into the bottom staircase looking to cut him off. Decides to spend some important seconds, especially with that nade, to turn off his phone, but as the rest of the attack is moving into the site. 5 Fears doing a great job at keeping them at bay. Snake now finally joining as Fens gets a big double, and 5 Fears another time coming off the back foot.
It feels like Fens is the pulse of this roster right now. If he has a good round, if he's able to get a few kills, 5 Fears are doing all right. For Wildcard, I wouldn't be surprised to see the tactical timeout. There's quite a lot at the moment that's desynced from one another. We'll see what happens with the bans at the end of round 9 at the start of round 10, but it will be a very common position here anyway for a tactical timeout to be used, and Wildcard need to maintain this lead. Reminder, if they win this, they do have a chance of going first, pending of course tomorrow's games and games later on today. So we will see that timeout. We can see it on the screen there. It is going to be called and in effect. I just feel like they're overcomplicating things. They're very often finding themselves with that opening pick links, and instead of and they attempted to do it there in that round. Granted, I'm more talking about the CEO round where then everyone tried to find a 1 versus 1 engagement and win it. They did buddy up a little bit more for that last round into open, but it's still not good. Their end of round is still far worse than their start of round. They're great at getting in, great at getting that entry, but their information for the end of the round, it's just costing them continually here. I don't even think they had a clue about those Valkyrie cameras, given how much they lost to them.
No, I don't think they did. And to be fair, I mean, part of the reason that might be is that you don't see any C4s go off just because the one player at the C4 is the one playing over in cafeteria. So they see them get impacted through the floor, and they're like, oh, well, they're trying to impact the boogie drones. Clearly, that is what they're trying to do. Little did they know that it was partially that, but also partially to maybe even get some damage onto the attacker. And either way, it's just not the kind of play you expect to be enabled by a black eye camera. Also right here, as you can see, just some unfortunate timing going against Wildcard at the moment, even with that advantage they had acquired, at least throughout the mid portion of that round. As you mentioned, Fens becoming one of the most standout players for 5 years in this series. Of course, had that 4K earlier on and has only got 4 kills since then, but an important double in that last round, that some of his most impactful kills in the whole map.
Yeah, Fens is doing a hell of a lot of work there. Rival 4 and 8, not the best day for him. Snake 7 and 7. So yeah, I mean, without Fens, I mean, to be fair, shout out Forest. Got to shout it out when it's going well. 8 and 6. I mean, between him and JJ, they've got 10 kills.
All right.
You meant to chuckle a little bit, you know?
You didn't need to.
Like a tiny little chuckle would be good.
You didn't.
Right, well, is the blitz called for? Because after the timeout, that's what Spike has moved to. Wildcard have been using so many info ops and still looking like they've not got a full picture as to what's going on. Now they're going for a shield. And we're attacking downstairs, and we've only got Ace. We do have 2 can openers on Adrian, so 2 hatches at least can be open. Now, 5 Fears might play with some open. That is always a possibility, but you can't always rely on that. So I don't know. I worry about this lineup a little bit. I also worry for JJ. Ooh, doesn't fancy the engagement, though. He knows better than that. He knows his 3 Toxic Babe canisters are more valuable than an ego challenge into Electric.
Ooh. Bay looking like he's going to open up the hatch. Spiker immediately drops down. 2Rao just barely gets back in time. Kind of a quick turnaround to go from boots on the ground to hitting the ADS for Spiker. I think that was always going to be a difficult engagement unless Rival committed to the fight a little bit. Fens even looking to go for a C4, and it seems like Baby Shark might have been ready for that as well. Doesn't quite catch it, but C4 doesn't catch anything either, so there's a nice little play by Wildcard. Doesn't really get much for their troubles. Now they begin to turn their attention over towards blue, as JJ still playing there, albeit a bit further back than he was before.
Kind of needs to make a decision. Doesn't want to find himself in no man's land. Ooh, big Valkyrie camera here. Snake. Got some nice placements on these. Forest is allowed to gather quite a lot for free, and maybe even a bit of a flank up those main stairs as well. Snake will just be able to challenge on through that hatch ever so slightly. Imagine JJ's got himself clear. No, did overcommit. Got caught in the no man's land. Fancied himself for a little bit of a challenge. Did get the down onto Spiker, but went down with 1, maybe 2 Toxic Babes. C4 over the top. Oh, Spiker, there it is. JJ, you have been vindicated here. That down proving crucial. The damage Spiker had already taken. Enough for the C4 to finish him off. His job might be done now, though, because the blitz, it's not really thought of when you think of this site. It's all going to come down to the gunfights now.
Especially if the time gets lower, you'll need to see Bay in particular be good on this cover if Wildcard have even any hope of a plant in their minds. This glass has got to go big and hold these angles. Close on the door, the push in through gold. Rival, look at this cheeky angle through the door. Just catches a glimpse of somebody. Kansan rotating through the smoke. Almost worried Rival might take some shots, but again with the glass covering, he can hardly see a thing and nobody even swings. Rival might have that long angle, but with no vision to speak of, only so much you can do. Fens on this retake. What can't he do? 2 big doubles in a row. It's a 2-man retake, but a 1-man effort from Fens at the moment, putting Bay and Baby Shark in a difficult position. Gotta watch above and below. Pre-fire around the corner, basically. What can this man get accomplished? 1v1 against the glass. Maybe he just baits the rune. He gets the 1v1, but no, down goes Fens, and Forest is good for it. The 2 players we bigged up on 5 Fears tie the game against Wildcard.
Here we go. Everyone was coming into this thinking it was going to be a real one-sided affair, and 5 Fears have leveled it up. 5-5 right now. Fens, 15 kills to his name at the moment. Seriously can do no wrong right now. Regardless of operator, regardless of side, putting in a performance and picking up those kills. I will say, big shout out to that player on your screen, Snake. The Valkyrie cameras were impeccable. And again, it's something that Wildcard have struggled with. Couple of rounds in a row now, we've seen the Valkyrie cameras provide crucial information that has given 5 Fears the space to play in the way they will. You can see server room being watched right now. But prior to that, Fens has already made his way up main stairs. There was a great cam at the top of main stairs, and that's cleared the way for him to get into open. Good little double swing at the end. Forrest. Again, another player whose impact has been massive this game. The only second player to be positive at the moment on the 5 Fears roster at 9 and 6. He's been criticized a little bit for his performance. His stats definitely haven't been the best, but in this game, he's putting up a hell of a contribution. All square now, and Wildcard have used their tactical timeout. Starting to get into that panic station a little bit, Lynx.
Well, especially as they've now lost 3 sites in a row, dropped the site they won at the start of this half. Even when things were, technically speaking, moving quicker, they were able to get an opening pick a whole 30 seconds faster. Plans, of course, coming so late in the game, yet having an advantage. I mean, so much of this, again, we talked about Forrest, you talked about Snake, but you also have to acknowledge Fens. These have been some really impactful kills on the defense. That retake in particular completely changed 5 Fears' fortunes. Not just the kills, but the initiative to take it, the call from the team to make that play. So now as we look towards CEO, remember, this was the start of a very quick play, a wild card to get Baby Shark into Marble. A nice little 3-2-1, the utility and the positioning. Baby Shark gets 2. Then lose the round. Failed to convert that 5v3. Rival trying to take maybe some lessons from Baby Shark, take a swing out of the window, get the advantage early. JJ out, there's 1. Can he get the second? Not at that range with the shotgun. But immune against an Ash, 1 for 1. I don't know exactly who that favors, but at this point for 5 Fears, keeping the momentum is a win.
I mean, JJ pulling the strings on the cams and stuff, probably maybe not a bad thing, but you're always only ever going to go 1 for 1 at best, hopping out the window. You know that's going to be your fate regardless. And the fact that he was able to get 1 and put a bit of damage in onto Spiker, I mean, good on you, you've got your 1, but might be a decision that comes back to haunt them. The Ash, like you say, not the biggest value there in terms of operators that you could have removed. Apart from that, though, everyone on the side of 5 Fears fairly dug in at the minute. Wildcard really starting to rally around this square position. Ooh, we spoke about good information for the defenders. This is some good information for the attackers. Spiker's got a great drone there. Drival just trying to give himself a little bit of surety through the floor. Keep a barricade at his feet. Phone call as well. Just need to find that mute jammer and cleanse himself. Ooh, I don't think he stayed in it for long enough maybe there, as flames are still going to affect him and his phone will blow.
And just tanking some of the damage. Kansan trying to do his best Fens impression right now. Find some kills on the glass from this angle. Adrian looking to take this line, but oh, Forrest! Off angle between the flag. That's one you never check. And that's one even if you're ready for it. I don't know how you thread that shot effectively. It's another moment where 5 Fears. Okay, I was going to say briefly bring back the man cow, but Bay catches Forrest next up. Trying to take a quick little 1-tap against Snake. DMR is always going to win that engagement. Wildcard just slowly bleeding out in round 11. Kansan now rotated off the rappel inside the building. Him and Spiker trying to set up this 2v3. How are they going to do it? 3 defenders holding their positions passively. Only Kansan on Overwatch if Spiker wants to put this diffuser down. Pushing deeper into the side. Kansan's ready with the clothesline. They don't even win enough time. 5 Fears too eager for that map point as they've taken 4 in a row.
I mean, what are we doing, Wildcard? There's 2 really bad challenges there that are happening. Adrian onto Forrest and then Bay onto Snake. Like, Bay was going for style points there, going for the 1-tap. You're going up against a DMR. We still had 2 phone calls on Spiker as well. There's quite a lot being left on the table at the moment from Wildcard. They've now let the lead slip. This game's momentum has shifted entirely the other way. And 5 Fears are currently sat here thinking, yep, you know what? Why not just take the full 3? Why don't we just have all 3 points here? Thank you very much. We'll dash Wildcard's hope of a first place, and we'll give ourselves a better chance of not getting relegated come stage 2. Run out eventually paying off there as advantage kind of fell to the side of 5 Fears in the end. And that was the challenge from Bay. I mean, we've seen him put up some great kills today. He's 12 and 8. I understand he's probably feeling himself right there, but there's better ways of dealing with Snake long range than just really rolling the dice there on a bit of everything, really, you know. Ping, hit reg, DMRs, like, you don't really want to be taking those challenges. You want to be giving yourself the best chance. So, bit of a shame to see it come down to that for Wildcard. They're really clutching at straws there to try and get something done. 5 Fears now with a chance at a full 3 points. And where do they have to defend, Lynx? They can go downstairs.
Can you go to open area? Baby Shark not looking to let this slip in regulation. trying to do what he does best. Soliton scanner in hand, or more accurately, F2 in hand right now. Taking an early line on blue, but obviously barricaded off. So we're gonna break that down. We'll make some noise when we reveal Baby Shark's position. Good we spot these Valkyrie cameras early. Seems like a lot of these rounds on defense, they have gone unspotted and gained quite a lot of useful information 4 or 5 years on the defense. First smoke's out. First player spotted by the Soliton. Another black eye camera in blue, or watching blue specifically. Baby Shark trying to find something as Adrian. Another time moving through main lobby. Bay gets the first pick though, looking a lot like this 5 years attack. A quick play into archives and tellers to cut off some of the horizontal angles inside of the site. And more work has to be done as Baby Shark still on blue, but Wildcard doing a good job to get the initiative in the first minute.
I like the addition of the IQ here. Bay needs to be busy in those scanners. We still know that there's at least one Valkyrie camera in square. Forrest currently watching that. He's going to be able to feed all that information over toward JJ. Doesn't do him much good though. Baby Shark is there to collect. Trading one lot of information for another. Snake will find Spiker. That's the diffuser cold on the ground, but the nade trades him back out from the grave. Big drop from Adrian as Bay's going to find the last. Wildcard will eventually find some success here on the attack. Where has that been all half long?
Round 7 to round 12, only 2 victories on the attack for Wildcard. In between there is a really solid 4-round streak from 5 years. That's just basic math. So really not a whole lot more to read beyond that, except for a couple key things. Of course, Fenz's big performance, we saw that half, going to be a big factor going into this next one, but also a bigger question for Wildcard. How much strength will they have going into overtime? It seems like they figured things out. I mean, we see that quick play into archives and tellers. We see some early control in blue. It's seemingly just winning some gunfights after that, which is obviously important. Never going to fault them for that. But if we take a look here, JJ swinging out. It's a good flank watch by Baby Shark. And just on a lot of these off angles, winning their 1v1s. And that's important. That's quite good. But there was a whole lot of strategic failings in between round 7 and 12 that we're looking for Wildcard to bounce back from. And it might only be one round they need to win. But if that one isn't good enough, this will take all 15, and 5 years have been quite good in these clutch moments.
Somewhere they've not been good is the attack.
That is true.
And that can be said for either team today. That's not a dig. That's just a fact. We're working with the numbers we've got right now. And so far now, the team has been great on the attack, given that this is bank and should be a somewhat attacker-favored map. We go to the basement then. Wildcard, they get the defense in overtime. And that could be fairly defining. This has been a nut that has been a very tough one for 5 Fears to crack. Round 1. It was a rush. It's unfair to judge them on the way that round 1 went, but spoiler alert, it wasn't even close. Second time around, again, it was an opening pick from Baby Shark that just sort of cascaded into a big old problem for 5 Fears. So, do need to be careful. We need to see a slightly different approach here, and they've got it. I like Forrest, and I like his position. He's going to be on the Nook, and it looks like he's going to go for a bit of a garage walk. He's got some great information right now. He knows that there is going to be a player, Kansan, just on the black car inside a garage. It's a really horrible angle to challenge, especially given that Kansan's got the TCSG. Forrest himself will have the DMR, I assume, and he's got the heads up because he has the info. There is only a couple of places you can come from when challenging this garage, and it's left side of the police car or the right side. You haven't really got the options, but he is going to try and sneak in.
Just spots him through the car window, but barely any damage exchanged either way, even barely any shots. Snake moving in through the middle floor. There's one player over inside of elevator, but beyond that, Wildcard not looking to press things too aggressively. Even on these blue stairs. Bay sending forth a couple toxic canisters, but look at this quick rotation. Spiker up with the C4, and that's the shield out of the round. Can't really blame JJ all that much. You're expecting only the smoke on the opposite side. Which is a good call from Wildcard. Catches the attack completely off guard, and now Adrian creeping his way through the middle floor. Might go down. If he does, it's only a 4v4, but still, surely 5 years aren't ready for this.
Yeah, the flank potential right now from Adrian's massive. Forrest will find one from Garage, but that should be the only one he finds. He shouldn't be given another. Adrian picked one. Can he grab the second here? His team are a little bit light. He needs to see success right now. He's cut off from the rest of them, and 5 Fears are going to try and clear him.
They will do so. Fens just barely getting the shot off before Adrian tucks back around the corner. 17-6 right now for Fens. Never kill he gets. Just a little bit more of a chance that 5 Fears could close this out in OT. Now moving in with the diffuser, maybe trying to bait out some utility with 25 to go. Snake with a big pick to bring the advantage their way. Forrest holding this long angle for minutes at this point. Kansan another vertical retake that Snake is ready for. He's got the right angle. Spiker, he has been tapping away behind the ambulance for years at this point. He's found nothing for his troubles. He domes Snake around the corner. But Forrest has had this man shut and locked down for almost the whole round at this point. And the Spiker on such low HP. A DMR in his way alongside 2 nades that can be banked around the corner. The likelihood that he gets it is so infinitesimal. 5 Fears on the attack of all sides. Take map point.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Forrest has played a blinder there, getting himself into garage, really self-sufficient on the drone work, and so patient, not giving Spiker any real opportunity. You're a DMR versus an SMG-11. If you lose that engagement, you are never going to forgive yourself, and Forrest knew that. He wasn't giving any chances for Spiker, just gently tap firing him away, able to slice through the sights and enable the plant to go down. Adrian nearly had it on the flank, but the decision from 5 Fears to clear him out and to not let that be a potential thorn in their side was massive. You could see it was very important from Snake that he didn't over-aggress there without the facility and without the sort of assistance from Fens. Snake then moving on to get the kill on the hatch, and they just knew where everybody was. Breaking the deadlock on that basement site. 5 Fears now 1 round away from points.
And again, this might not mean a lot for the overall standings. 5 Fears are, you know, still very much on the outs, if not entirely out, but even then, a full 6 points on the week. Well, you know, not 6 points actually, it's OT, but still 5 points even on the week if they can win their game tomorrow. Still do a lot better, trying to salvage their reputation. Remember, these were the champions of kickoff who made a pretty deep run at SLC. And now looking just to try and get as close to the rest of the pack as you possibly can. Not only keep yourself, but keep the league as competitive on the surface as it could possibly be. And still, taking down Wildcard this late in the game is always an impressive feat on and of its own right. They looking to spot some of these Valkyrie camos, pushing in quite quickly. Oh, just bounces the gun around Snake's head. The Valkyrie will escape back down marble stairs. Nobody quite there on the cutoff. Wildcard gathering more information, but not a whole lot to be found just yet. Spiker maybe looking to push into open area on the blitzes just as quickly as he did last time, but instead of a hatch drop, have to be in through the single window. Adrian again late on the cut. Can't really quite find Snake through the soft wall. They may be looking to shift fortunes a little bit. No, instead it's Baby Shark that goes down, trying to find the next. Snake just damaged him to half HP before he sent out the doors. Fens 18-6. You almost favor him for this kind of shot. But just around the corner, with Rival as well, both opting to play it safe. A minute 15 wasted, you have a 4v3. The best decision is to fall back.
Perfect play there from 5 Fears. Like you say, you've got 2 kills. You've wasted nearly half the round. Get yourselves back to site. With the way this game's gone, you can't count anything out. Bay's shooting on one side. Fens is shooting on the other. They're both still alive here. Just get yourselves safe. You can reposition and fight another day right now. There's still a heck of a lot for this wildcard team to do, and they are heavily dwindling on their resources. Kansan does still have his Ace Selma charges, but you've got 2 nades to try and make this work, and 2 stuns. You've not even got any smoke to try and obscure vision. On the flip side, you're going to be going up against 3 toxic canisters. Those are going to come into play later in the round, and we're getting quite close to it. 50 or so seconds left on the clock now, and JJ is only just starting thinking about placing those out there. Forrest, he played Garage beautifully last time as an attacker, and he's likely going to do the same here as Aruni on that angle. Super long range DMR shots. He's going to be able to cut off a lot of this push into side.
could be the player that cuts it as he pushes into sight. They putting the diffuser down. Smoke cancer lands perfectly. There we go. Forrest with the shots we needed. Now with the diffuser dropped at such critical time, Adrian's got to fall off the vertical angle and somehow play a bit more active of a role. How could he possibly do it? Fens is ready for this push. Not going to break 20 kills, no likelihood, because it seems like the game is about to end right here. Adrian finds Forrest in garage. Fens trying to get the next. Only so little shots in that gun. Adrian's found 3. What? With one player deeper inside of the site. He covered Kansas on this diffuser. Adrian all the way from across the pond. Cut reloading, but still takes down JJ. Right at the end of the line, Adrian, with the game on his back, pushes it to 15.
I can't believe what we're seeing right now. I really can't. Adrian has been quiet as a mouse all game long and then picks the most important round to find 4 kills. On Striker of all operators. Not that Striker's bad, it's just not what you usually expect, right?
Bro thinks he's handy.
Crazy stuff. Five Fears thought that round was in the bag. Signed, sealed, and delivered. And Adrian had other ideas. I don't even know at this stage. I really don't even know. Just walk down main stairs. Like, the first kill onto Fens is fine. The second kill onto Rival, it's not great. Like, Rival should be a bit more hot on the where is your teammate just died from. JJ left in the 1 versus 2. Like, you can't really criticize him. He has to push. Adrian's got to cover. The plant has to go down because of the time. You have to take the engagement. You have to take that 1 versus 1.
We talked about big plays throughout this series and a lot of big performances. Fens 18-7, Forrest 13-9, even Bay 16-10, but Adrian to level things 10-10, a load-bearing 4K for Wildcard, who seemed like they didn't have a chance in hell that round. Adrian just bets it all on a walk down marble, gets 4 for it. Now gives Wildcard a chance to close things out on the defense. Of course, as things often tend to be, Ollie. Got a defensive side at half and now an attacker side at overtime. So that does mean Wildcard are safe and sound. So it'll be an all basement locker, or all basement defense for overtime as well. Wildcard opting to go back to this site. So we'll see a lot of the same paths tread by this attacking team. See how much the similarities are for the defense. But I can imagine 5 years spotting black eye cameras all the way on the second floor are not looking to skip any steps.
No, they're going to be forced into a full clear, aren't they? And Wildcard know exactly what they're doing. Time has been a factor here more than once for Five Fears on their attacks. They're spreading themselves fairly well across the whole length and breadth of Bank is going to make things a little bit more difficult. It is going to consume more time here. Five Fears have gotten a lot better as the series has gone on, but it will still be a factor. I am almost certain of it. Basement site, 3 rounds in a row just through the unusual nature of this game wrapping itself up. I'm all here for it. Good info here on the Yokai. Not only knows where the drone's going, calling the hatches soft, so they know that that's going to be a point of contention. Kansan can also come up and try and support a little bit. Doesn't feel as though Snake's got any idea that he could be there, but it's main stairs. Somebody's likely going to be there. The nade will facilitate his cross. And Nade maybe just trying, Snake, sorry, maybe just trying to take up this position. Oh, finds a freebie. Adrian caught in the pulse scanner. Straight into the Soliton to confirm no one's pushing off the back of it. That's the opener that Five Fears needed.
And especially now, Adrian can't completely call the push. Kansan might have to take a bit more active a role on his Yokais to gather this information. Wildcard bets so much on this lineup. Echo, Pulse, and Valkyrie. And it's wasted time. It's drawn a lot of attention. Losing Adrian like that, you wanted more out of him. You wanted more from the possibility of the utility, the primary. Now not having it. It's not going to be the death knell for Wildcard's defense. They still have so much, but Forrest, you can see him in 5 years moving with a bit of confidence. Diffuser swaps hands as Yokai still inside of the site, but Forrest with these EMPs trying to stop all the C4s, all the Yokais, whatever he can. As Fens pushing deeper, now on 19 kills, completely holding things up as 5 Fears, who struggled on the attack so much, win both in OT and take it all against Wildcard at the 15th round.
You know what? That game right there is reminding me what it feels like to back this team. It has been an awful season for them so far. It's been a stage to forget. And yet, when everything doesn't matter, there's no way that they make playoffs. They still manage to pull a performance like that out of the bag. Five Fears, an exciting team to watch. Let's see what our desk has to say about it after this.
A full-on overtime game, but it sees 5 years coming out victorious in overtime, and that means we get to chat with them as well. We have fans standing by for an interview. Good evening, fans. Congratulations on the very close game, but a good performance from you as well. Tell us how you're feeling.
We're feeling great. We knew this season's kind of over for us, but we're kind of trying to build on for next season, you know, get that confidence back. Because at some points of the season, we thought we weren't we didn't know how to win anymore. You know what I mean? And so this was a big win for us, just for the team.
Well, fans, obviously, congratulations. You were clearly the MVP of that game. I mean, 19-8. It was a hell of a performance from you, so congratulations for that. I kind of just want to pick your brain. I mean, obviously, this is your best career performance yet so far and throughout both your stages, but what motivates you to put up games like this, given the fact that this current stage really hasn't looked the prettiest for the team, but you still come in every single day, dropping these numbers and just expanding upon even your own career and play?
I mean, we play every game like it means everything. We just go game by game, and I do the same. I just put in the work, and that's it.
That's simple as that.
Fence, was there a little bit of extra in this one because it is that JJ versus Spiker?
For JJ, it was. JJ was pretty fired up coming into this game, but I mean, it's just another game for most of us.
Yeah. I'm always curious there because I know there's that beef that kind of goes back to 2021 or something. But I'm curious. JJ actually talked about you guys are not going to make any roster changes. Obviously, the stage hasn't went according to plan. You guys are not planning to make any roster changes. Are you going to hold JJ to that first off? And can you again touch on the atmosphere of the team? What exactly with that foundation are you guys trying to improve? What do you kind of know as your weaknesses?
So we're not making any roster changes as a team. We all we saw what we could do. I just felt like we kind of had a bad set of practice leading up to the stage, and that really messed us up coming into the stage. And so we were very behind, and so it's taken a while to catch up. And then we our mental, I would say it's a strong mental, as in we have a DZ system where we're very in it out of the game. We put in a lot of work out of the game. We're big on the team culture, and we try to lead a very professional environment. And that really hasn't changed at all. It's just been a lot harder when it comes to the self-confidence in every single person because of how poorly we've been playing.
Just one follow-up question. Obviously, again, just highlighting your guys' stage so far. How important is it for you guys to still finish strong, obviously trying to avoid relegation in the next stage?
So we're not really thinking relegation. We're thinking SI. And so we just want to build up confidence for next stage. That's been our main goal this entire week. It's we know this week does not matter to us at all, but this will help us in the future come stage 2, because if we have a good run in stage 2, come SI points, we're pretty close to already booking our ticket to SI.
That's true.
So that's kind of what we're working towards.
Yeah. Gotta aim high. I like it. I respect it. Thank you so much for your time, fans, and good luck in your final game tomorrow.
Thank you.
As we said, shoot for the stars. I mean, that was definitely what Fence was doing today as well. Clearly the MVP of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, going 19-8, he had a lot of heroics in this game. But I also want to give credit to players like Snake and Forrest as well. I mean, obviously we've highlighted Forrest in a negative sense throughout this stage, but it's good to see them still coming in here with the right attitude, wanting to improve. And honestly, I think there was a lot for us both to take from in this game that I was impressed to see from the side of 5 Fears. However, again, stage is done for them, unfortunately. They still have one more game, but I do appreciate, again, the attitude and direction that they are focusing on that future. And then, like he said, SI points, if they can have a really good, solid next stage, they look good.
Who are we? We're talking about relegations. We're trying to put it down.
Yeah.
He's like, we're looking for an SI. What are you talking about? Well, you guys clearly don't know nothing. But yeah, they actually impressed me. I was asking for them, please show me something. Yeah. JJ, Co, 5 Fears, please. And their defenses did look better. They played a lot of layers. That first round on defense, it was highlighted for me. The Aruni gates, the Vulcan canisters on the hatches. They were wasting a ton of time. They actually, Wildcard ran out of cans. They couldn't open up any of the walls, couldn't go for a plant. Somehow they lost that round. There was some rounds in there that 5 Fears was losing, like that very last defensive round in overtime. Fens kind of whiffed on that fight, and they shouldn't have lost that round either. But regardless, I did see improvements from them on the defensive side. There was a lot more kills that were hard to find rather than them kind of giving their lives away for free.
They forced a lot of wild cards, Han.
They did, absolutely.
They absolutely did, but a full-on overtime, though, unfortunately for 5 years, is not enough to make it into playoffs. We will still see them one more time tomorrow. For Wildcard, they are now currently sitting in 3rd. We will move on to our next game, where we actually get to see the top 2 in NA play against each other. As we said, top 2, the most recent major winners as well. This game surely is going to be of good quality, and especially with Wildcard taking the loss here, I think we can say that both Dark Zero and M80, they're just in a league of their own.
Yeah, they're definitely in a league of their own. I mean, just watching them and how they play as a whole, they're clearly in the league in the league of their own. I mean, M80, as we said, still currently undefeated. As for Dark Zero, as we said, they're the runner-up for SLC, and this should be the match that everyone wants to tune into today. This is for first, second. Both these teams are fighting for it. And again, when we talk about mentals, we talk about mentalities. Pride is everything for both these teams. We've heard it from Savage in his interviews. We've heard it from the players on the side of Dark Zero. Everything is on the line here, regardless if it is group stage. Both these teams want to be at the top once it's all settled.
I just hope it doesn't kind of end up like that SR.
I mean, yeah, I don't want it. I definitely want it to deliver. Don't start. You're gonna jinx it.
I am gonna jinx it. I am, but I do hope we do see a really close match, and I do think we will. Both these teams are performing at a extremely high level, and like you said, right now it kind of seems like we do have a top 2 in NA. Like, it's very clear. And I think the other prize is that first seed. Again, when we talk about kind of the gap between some of these teams at the top, getting that first seed and being able to play a 4th place team that's probably Wildcard or 100 Thieves at this point, depending how that match goes up, I think is going to be huge for playoffs.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that importance as well, of course, the first spot. But you said it's a close game. It really is a game of inches if we look at the stats from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly no fan favorite here. Even if you're a fan of DZ, even if you're a fan of M80, I mean, both these teams are hitting hard, and they're hitting right where they need to be, and even right underneath the other. I mean, when I'm looking at this matchup as a whole, there's not one distinction that I'm like, okay, this team is clearly leading by a huge margin, maybe on the side of entry, but even then, with the way that both these teams play, they have very similar play styles. They both can get aggressive when they need to. They both can play passive. They both can switch up on a dime. They play into the meta extremely well, whether that's on the attack or defense. Again, the numbers show clearly both these teams, it should be a good one.
Yeah, and like you just said, they have the 2 highest attacking and defensive win percentages, and towards the meta, they have probably the 2 best shield players in the region with Kino and with Savage. The IGLs are extremely good on both these teams with Savage and Folds.
There's no weak link.
There's literally no weak link. Like, these are the 2 teams I feel extremely confident no matter what, if we send them to the major, which I'm sure we will.
And even looking at these 2 rosters, it's just star-studded with the potential on these 2 teams. And when we talk about Dark Zero having 1 loss so far inside the stage, but even on the side of M80 as well, they're currently flawless. They have the potential to do that again, replicate the result they got on Stage 2 2025. We all know what happened after that when they went to the international event after Stage 2. They ended up winning that event as well. So this matchup is huge. Yes, the top 1 spot is on the line. Yes, the pride and honor of being the best team in NA is on the line as well, but you already alluded to it a little bit. There have been some roster changes to these teams. In fact, some teams will be playing against their old org in this situation.
That's exactly it. We are a pair of players, in fact, that have traded teams essentially during kickoff for the brand new year. We see Gunnar singing there. I got a little bit distracted, but Kino, for anyone who doesn't know like the lore, Kino used to be on that M80 roster, and there was a little bit of contract negotiations, didn't go his way. He ends up leaving and joining DZ, the former SSG core. And then Ashen, who was on that SSG core, well, they also lost their organization during kickoff. It was a little bit of uncertainty. He's seen the M80 opening, so he switched over to the M80 team. And if you look at the head-to-head, I mean, maybe it's not fair because we're talking about a single stage, but the most important stat is right there at the bottom. Kino's having a little bit better success since they ended up qualifying for SLC and actually winning the event. And not only, though, is it a tale of both these players kind of proving themselves on their new team, but it's also they are going against their former organizations, right? This is the first chance that Kino has to go against his former M80 players, and this is Ashen's first chance to go against his former players from the SSG roster, now on DZ.
Yeah, it's a situation for both these players to look at their old orgs and be like, you guys were wrong, I made the right decision. But something I even want to highlight further past that is you're going to be looking at these 2 players, and then especially a player like Savage and another player on the side of Newers. You're going to be looking at their shield players specifically on both ends, see how they're making headway, see how they're being able to take space and take control of a round, but then looking at players like Newers and Ashen who are going to be poking and prodding around the sites, having that ghost pressure, pressure around the map, finding that gap. That's what I'm looking at when I'm looking at these two really go head-to-head, is who's using those shields properly and who's effectively able to find those gaps and punish those teams.
If those are going to be the two important things for this matchup, I want to see what map we're going to. How much really of shield play is there going to be? How much gap finding is there on a map like Cafe?
Wow, this is a great map for Dark Zero. I mean, they were just on a 5-win streak. They did lose to Wildcard, however, in group stage, dropping that streak. This is an okay map for M80, but very strong for Dark Zero. And this is where I talked about that ghost pressure and shields really coming into play, especially into that early round where we will see shields be able to make that headway, and then players like Newers and Ashen who can go around, find gaps, and expose the teams.
Yeah, and speaking of those shields, if we reference back to that Dark Zero game the last time they played the map, Wildcard ended up, I believe, banning the double shields on Dark Zero, so we'll have to see if M80 kind of does something similar. The other cool stat that goes into this map is M80, this is the map that has been banned on them the most. We have not seen this current roster play Cafe. The old version of the roster before Savage, this was their best map. So is it being banned on them so much because of their previous roster, or is it being banned, maybe there's some intel from scrims we're not seeing, maybe this truly is their best map?
Well, our last prediction didn't really go the way we thought it was going to go, but I want a prediction for this game. Given it is the top two playing against each other, there is no sitting on the fence. I need to hear the team. Who wins it?
Honestly, I got to go with M80 just for the flawless streak. They've been shown that they can keep up with every team, and DZ's the next one, and I don't really see them falling short here. I do want a good game, though. I don't want a blowout by any means. I want it to go OT. This is a game I want to
Another 15-rounder?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I don't think we're going to get one, and I'm going to actually go on the other side of that fence. I'm going to go on Dark Zero. I've had a historic run of hate watch in this organization ever since I was no longer a part of them, and I was completely proved wrong. They went on to win SLC, and at this point, I am on board. This DZ, they got a good shot to win it again.
Ooh, I love to hear it, though. It is the top two of NAL for a reason. The quality of this matchup should be insane, and it kicks off on Cafe.
And I think everybody on the planet is excited to get into this one. The top two teams inside of the NA League going off against each other. Though I will say, Gabe, I'm sorry, you will not find many M80 predictors on this desk. Not that we think it's going to be a bad game, Ollie. I think we both think it's going to be a good one. But Dark Zero, they just feel a little bit ahead, don't they?
I love it when the hate watch comes full circle there for Mint, and he's actually watched this team now long enough that he gets it.
Watch.
Yeah, it really is. It's the entire opposite right now. Fully bought in. I'm sure he's got an old jersey that he could dust off and represent as well. Maybe we'll get him to wear that on one of the broadcasts. But yeah, DZ versus M80, the hottest game of the stage. And I guess it was always going to be a hot game toward the end of the stage, because we didn't really know who was going to be at the top for sure. When we started things off all those weeks ago, we had an inkling that Dark Zero would be there. We thought M80 might be in contention. But for our number 1 and number 2 place teams to be headed it off in the last week is massive indeed. And on Cafe, a map that, well, we don't get to see all too often, especially on the side of M80. As Mint put it, they haven't played this under Savage. So Savage, of course, coming in for Hot and Cold, replacing Hot and Cold on the IGL role. We haven't seen how they want to play Cafe as a full 5 with under Savage's leadership. On the flip side, DZ, this is a map that they have shown us a couple of times. They had some trouble with it a couple of weeks ago against Wildcard. Their loss for the stage came on this map. So, will that be a little bit of foreshadowing? Did M80 see something that they think they can replicate from the Wildcard side of things? Time will tell. Starting off on the defense, M80 will be taking us into that mid-floor. We've chosen to heavily target Kino on those shields. We know that he's capable of doing a hell of a lot of work. But unfortunately, in the first round, you can't ban them all. And there will still be the blitz available. He'll switch off it at the last minute in favor of the Book, given that the site choice is going to be that mid-floor. I imagine they want some top-floor control. They are going pretty heavy here. We have got a Book, we have got a Sledge, and we've got a Ram. Is there space for this much soft destruction in one lineup? I'm not too sure, Lynx.
Genuinely, I look at this and like, I think we're okay. I think maybe we could have pivoted to maybe a Dokkaebi, maybe something like that, because to your point, you're gonna get the boogie drones down to get the skeleton key down. What are you gonna sledge at that point? I mean, I do kind of love it. I'm a big fan of it. Also, I think to be fair, you know, you have the secondary pistol in play that is going to influence your choice a little bit, but it is just kind of a crazy operator lineup from Dark Zero in that regard. But of course, still other very good components worth talking about. Newers on that snake. Can sit outside these windows and find information with the Soliton scanner. And you're also on the striker, trying to bank a nade over the window, land right at the feet of... I actually don't know who that is entirely. It might be the Thorn. Either way, she's gone. It's the Thorn to get the first pick. Gunner finding Kino pretty early, taken down as he's moving across the long bar. So opening pick going the way of M80. They've had a great stage so far, by the way. I know we both predicted Dark Zero, but M80 is still the only team currently flawless. Only dropped 1 point inside of the NA League so far.
Oh no, DZ have lost their book. Anyway, Fultz is going to throw some boogie drones. Ashen, he'll find a kill over onto Newers. J9O still just on those white stairs, looking if he can try and find a pick because DZ desperately need one right now. NJR, patient as ever on the angle, but no one on the side of M80 need to give themselves up right now. DZ down 2 bodies. It is going to heavily hurt them here. They're looking for a mistake. They're looking for someone out of position, and they'll find Gav inside of the site. NJR going for a little bit of a hunt downstairs. He's got a teammate with him here. Fultz is going to be buddying up, trying to isolate this player at the bottom of Brown.
Oh, but Ashen finds it instead. Through the hatch from Dining, I believe. Doing the most to get that trade. Well, not even a trade. Easy don't get a kill in the process. Their attempted hunt down below. Just a trap set by this defense. Janino hopping down. Trying to catch the player on red stairs. Dies in the process. Savage gets him instead. M80 with a very strong first round, falling back and then winning every fight that's presented to them.
M80 just seemed like they were everywhere in that round. It was like there was 9 of them in the server because we had players upstairs. There was obviously players on the site on that first floor level. And then we still had players that were like having enough space to just hang around downstairs at the bottom of Brown. Incredible performance from them, really being able to spread themselves so thinly and give so little away. These are usually a very punishing team on the attack. But after those first 2 entries, went in M80's favor and we lost pretty much all the information that we were bringing. We poked a little bit of fun at the amount of hard breach that was brought there. It didn't really become much of a factor, did it? Because top floor control was never really taken meaningfully. If you've lost 2 bodies, you can't really commit a couple of people to start opening up the floor because you got 2 staircases to watch. You need someone to hold the vert that's now being made. You don't want a defender to retake underneath of it. So after losing those first 2 bodies, kind of the whole strategy really for DZ sort of went out of the window a little bit. M80 now going to move to the basement, to the first floor, should I say? Technically not a basement, down toward kitchen. And again, going to be spreading themselves quite thinly here, but they'll have the confidence to do so. Savage on that echo, going to be calling the shots from afar, and then the rest just speaks of a lot of flexibility, really, doesn't it?
I mean, not only flexibility there, but flexibility on both sides. I mean, you've got, of course, the vertical destruction utility clear in sight for Dark Zero. You've got the Echo who can drone off the site, and of course, the hard breach denial as well. Different options for both teams at the moment. Only thing that's not flexible is Kino bringing the shield on the fuse. Looking to try and still keep some element of that play intact as he tries to get the util clear off inside of the site. Will be at least some element of a full clear, though, from this attack, as is standard on a kitchen attack on Cafe. See the early plays right now. Like to see Janino, who's actually not even see Janino put there on the boogie drones. He's already done so. Checking a lot of the standard boxes at the moment for a kitchen attack. And as we reach this next minute, imagine still going to be a lot of utility exchange.
I do worry that DZ are moving quite slowly. We're approaching the halfway point now. Yeah, they've got some vert open. But look at this. NJR only now getting himself over toward that kitchen dining side. We can start to see the cluster charges come through, but everyone's going to be out of there. Gunner, he's got other ideas. Able to get the pick onto Kino. But look at the rotations that they're able to make with 0 consequence. There's no one holding toward the bottom Brown. There's no one in Wedding. There's no one Bakery. There's no one even bottom red right now for Dark Zero. So these defenders, they can just exit the site at their will. Holding toward Longbar. They've got Savage on the Yokai drones. It's going to be able to afford them so much in these later stages of the round. Newers likely going to have to go for a walk down red, but with Ashen in coat and Diffuser in Wedding, It's going to be a very difficult challenge for him to make, let alone whoever could be looking at him through the sight.
RU projectors starting to go out. Ooh, nice little line created, not only inside of the site, but trying to block off Gavini with these glasses. Can't quite see through. C4 sent up over top, downs JNNO in the process. It's almost worse than killing him, because now he's got to dedicate time to pick him back up as NGR goes for the cover. Gavini wins that fight as well. So Fultz dedicates some important time to getting JNNO on the cover. They've lost another element of those white stairs push. Can't even find the shot on the player playing inside a small bake. Yokai drawing attention inside his sight too. Dark Zero with so many obstacles to overcome with an increasingly low amount of time remaining. How do these C4s keep landing? How is utility so good for M80? Now the gunfights too as Gavini retakes up white. Viewers might find the trade, but M80 are playing so proactive and so clean on these defenses so far. Gunfights, positioning, utility, everything is hitting for the defense at the moment. Not a single thing out of place.
They just know everything at the minute. M80, they have so much information, and Dark Zero are really struggling to deal with them in some of these pockets. Think to Gavini's position inside of VIP there. It's not an unusual spot. Like, you need to be able to deal with a Warden inside of VIP. You can't move forward with the plant if that's still a factor. But because they're down a man, because they're downtime, they kind of have to try and ignore it and make something work. They never even got around to dealing with the fact that Savage was on Echo and still had both of his Yokai drones available for the final push in the round. A very just tactical timeout here, coming at an early point in the game. Some quite stern faces from that Dark Zero side. I know I myself was expecting another masterclass to be put on from them. The performances last week, that one against Shopify Rebellion, brilliant from Dark Zero. Certainly hasn't started off that way.
No, they've had performances like that so many times in the past couple months. I mean, even if you think against a team like FaZe Clan, how many masterclass performances we've seen from this team to get them that kind of reputation, and a Shopify Rebellion game last week. No, I think all of us not thinking we were going to get that level of performance against M80 today, but for M80 to outclass Dark Zero out the gate these past couple rounds, and I think that one even crazier than the first. I mean, literally, it's like they were contractually obligated to get kills with as many different things as possible. Gunfight, out-maneuvering, out-positioning, utility, even utility not even getting kills, or positioning not even getting kills, but just denying important spots away from DZ. M80 were doing the absolute most, and it was just round 2 on a kitchen defense. They didn't need to be doing all that, and they were. And so for Dark Zero to be stunned like that out the gate, I mean, tactical timeout quite logical. M80 looking perfect, and at this rate, it will not be a close map. Dark Zero coming out of that tack, need to put a stop to it.
Maybe Fabian's running a bingo, or like a bonus scheme. Maybe it's a bonus scheme.
I would see him on Playday 8 honestly doing something like that.
Like, right, you get like 2 points for a C4 kill, maybe like 5 points for an impact kill, because we rarely see any of those. Any sort of utility kill, we can probably attribute some points to that as well. It's like anything but a gunfight, you know? Gunfights are boring. That's, you know, that's so last year. We're going for style points right now. Ooh, big info here for Savage. He fancies this challenge, you know. He's got the shotgun, but Nuas does too. Takes him out. Gunner, immediate trade. Ooh, Ashen. He's joined onto the cause. Hang on. Kino's getting the plant down. Hello!
Ooh. Gunner drawn out of position, and now Fultz ready for him. Information being sent out to the defense and used to end up catching them in a trap. Diffuser almost getting the biggest kill of the round. Indeed, he does. Kino felled on the Diffuser. JNNO put low. How are M80 that quick with a reaction? Gunner to trade out Savage. Even Dark Zero moving quick. Fultz to get that trade is insane, and yet Diffuser getting that double kill has put JNNO in. I mean, a spot where what do you even do here? Got somebody who can peek you from white. You got to bait out the gunfights perfectly. Moving to plant the smoke. This is the offest of off spots. Gotta pray that smoke grenade doesn't fade in time. Gavini not ready for it. JNNO creeping out of the smoke, just evades the cross. Now sitting inside of Fireplace, or inside of Reading. The defenders look to march up and hit JNNO with a double swing. Surely he doesn't get through it. Pre-fire around the corner. JNNO not even moving an inch. sees one, but just on such low HP, Gavini lands the header and is good enough for it. A little bit of miscommunication right there as Barricade to stop the counter defuse momentarily, but M80 in the clutch this time. Still get another round.
I mean, there's only Jane I know that could make that look somewhat close, right? What was that plant spot? It was inspired. There's no way you're getting pre-fired there. Who plants in the door of dining? Nobody does that. But the bait was brilliant because M80 for a moment there, I think they wonder if the post plant's outside. If he's out there on the rappel, it would be a logical position for him to find, but he would have then, of course, had to cross the white stairs angle. So instead, he takes a real off position, an off plant spot, and then an even offer post plant spot inside of mining. Oh, close stuff and a very quick reaction from both teams. DZ, after the timeout, choosing to inject a hell of a lot of pace into the game, but M80 ready and waiting to stand up to it. I mean, that trade was lightning quick there. Savage obviously feeding that information across to the team. It was Diffuser. Able to pick himself up too. You've got Kino and Fultz before being traded out.
Let's fucking go. Was barricading.
I mean, Ollie, at this rate, it's not going to be close. I mean, Dark Zero played well that round. There were some really good individual decisions, some really smart plays and quick movements, and M80 still getting the best of them. I don't even know where Ashen is hitting these C4s. Like, I genuinely have no idea, and he's finding them so consistently. Just Gunnar getting quick on the trade. There's so many things you could talk about for both teams, and it's still M80 up 3-0 right now. Again, reminding us why, we might have been quick to back Dark Zero. There is only one team still currently flawless inside of the NA League, and it's the team with 3 rounds up against the major champs right now. It's middle floor defense again from M80. Gunnar spotted down below on the Soulless. Just Matrix dodging around those bullets shot through prep wall. He'll make his way over to the opposite side as Dark Zero likely going to spend a bit more time on this full clear, get to the roof, check a lot of these boxes off that we normally expect for a cafe attack.
I think this is where we need to see Dark Zero play into the bans a little bit more. They've been heavily hamstrung here. All 3 shields have been removed from them. They know that Kino is going to want to try and play shields. That's just a fact. Now, with that knowledge, leverage the information. We're starting to see it now a little bit. We've got the Deimos, we've got the Dokkaebi. Oh, unfortunate nade bank there. Kino not able to find the angle there. Sometimes upside down rappel can be a little bit awkward for those nade tosses to go in. It's going to go a little bit awry. Aruni will be targeted by the Deimos and the phone call now, so a heavy target onto Diffuser at the minute. With no mute in play, there is no sanctity for him. There's nowhere to go that's safe. He's just got to let that phone blow and tank the damage.
Aside from that damage, Dark Zero not gaining a whole lot from this initial play in through the top floor. They've cleared out these mirror windows. They have taken some control, but a lot of it ceded by M80 on this defense at the moment. Ashen ripping another C4. I'd hate to be the player who might fall to this on the opposite side. Ashen is aware that play repelled in on the 3rd floor rather than the 2nd. I think he is now. C4 will go back in his pocket. It's likely going to be a slow one, Ollie. DZ, hopefully, maybe we'll see the full extent of this vertical destruction this time.
Yeah, quite possibly. In kind of comical contrast, they've only brought the sledge this time, which is maybe the worst of all 3. But Jane, I know, will be swinging that hammer, and he will be able to start opening a little bit of that up. The more important thing here is that everyone on the side of DZ is alive, and they can watch all the flanks, they can watch the vert, and they can continue to hold these angles. Nuas could come to blows right now. Ashen still with a C4 in hand. He's going to switch to the gun as he sends it. Nuas knows exactly where he is right now. Kino able to take him down, jumps down the stairs and will remove Ashen.
Ooh, but Gunnar removes Kino next up. M80 watching every single angle at the moment. Diffuser barely even blinked in the corner right there. Complete faith in Gunnar to get that trade. Just hiding behind these reinforcements, knows the win condition. Dark Zero keeping it close. That has been the theme these past couple rounds. Competing in the kills and just much more competitive overall, but Diffuser so patient, it's rewarded as he almost lines up the next. And Gerald put to 1 HP, finished off by Diffuser with the pistol, and Gunnar around things out. M80 now at 4 in a row, as it is just not even close.
I don't know how Diffuser is putting so much work in that position, by the way. He's played that spot a couple of rounds now where we've seen defenses in and around that area, and he's playing it on a DMR. It's not even like a super high fire rate weapon or a shotgun that you would expect to be in that close range position. He's making it work with the DMR, even though it is less than ideal. Still getting the job done there. And M80 are streaking a significant lead right now. DZ burned their timeout after round 2 and have still been unable to find anything on these attacks. And I'll be honest, a lot of them don't even look too close. They're coming down to narrow man counts, but if you look positionally, M80 have got so many more places to play in. DZ haven't got sufficient control of this game at all at the minute.
I'm really glad you highlighted that, because right in the middle there, it seemed like it was going to get close, and then you really see the whole plan and the whole methodology for those M80 positions, and it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful to watch play out, and to watch a team that is currently playing on Cafe so competently, so excellently. I mean, just unbelievable stuff for M80 right now, and very well to keep their flawless streak going, as obviously at this rate, 6-0 half not out of the question. They have a tough game against Wildcard tomorrow, so two extremely difficult games, their main 2 competition in the top 3 right now. But if they're showing up tomorrow playing anything like this, might be one of the quicker games of the day, even though it's one of the most anticipated matchups of the weekend. Still time for Dark Zero to fight back. 2 rounds left in the half, and there's plenty of brains on the Dark Zero roster to figure out some of these issues, but at the same time, how much of it is Dark Zero issues and more just M80 playing lights out at the moment. Smoke grenade ready to go out. Ready to give Kino a little direction in through Bakery. One player playing there at the moment. Ashen again with these C4s. Never seen somebody play so aggressive with his secondary utility, at least not in a while. And NJR just getting the brunt of it right now, 0-5.
They're just getting away with so much as well. I think that's the key thing at the minute. M80 are getting away with everything. Kino's got some great information here. Might be able to make something work off the back of it, but you've kind of lost your way in. You've lost your hard breach. Okay, Bakery wall is soft. Kino able to find one. Forced out of position again. None of them look comfortable right now. Spent both of his smoke canisters, and there's a threat of a flank here from Gunnar. He can go for this for free. Just needs the confidence to make the move. There it is, the kill onto Kino. Again, a massive advantage here for M80.
And Fultz, seemingly in front of the window too. Maybe he was up above on the ceiling, I'm not entirely sure, but somehow Gunnar slips by Dark Zero despite active watch. Just an example of even timing going against DZ at the moment, despite all of their best efforts. They've got drones inside of the site, they've got almost direct angles on players, and just nothing can go right for Dark Zero at the moment. Just seems like one of those games.
It is one of those games, isn't it? It really is. Jane, I know, is going to find something here. It levels it up. 50 seconds. Diffuser in Fultz's hands. There's barely anything to make this go down, and Savage still has 2 Yokais. That was the win condition last time we saw this site, and DZ have done nothing about it here in round 5.
And nothing about it. Gunnar still present inside of Bakery as well. Savage on the long angle gets the pick, but Janino good for the trade. Do they still know about Gunnar? Or is Gavini just going to end the round on his own? Takes down both on one long angle. M80 up 5-0, and it looks like round 6 is well in hand.
I was going to say smiles all around, and then we got onto Savage and Ashen's face. I mean, like, come on, boys. You're smashing it right now. Give us a grin. We need a little bit of something here. It's just another day at the office for these boys. Not wanting to get ahead of themselves yet. There is 2 halves to a game of Siege, and we might just be about to see a very defender-sided first couple of games here in the NAL tonight. However, with the way the game and the way the rounds have been won so far by M80, you'd have to make a very difficult argument to give DZ an opportunity to get back in this one already, because NJR 0-5, Kino 2-5. Granted, not always known for kills, but has in his day put up a good performance on this DZ roster. J9O 3-5. Nobody is positive on the side of DZ, and that was maybe a worry coming into the week, because so far throughout this stage, what have we seen? Who has been the shining light on this DZ roster? In a lot of ways, it's been Fultz. He's had some really standout weeks. Fultz isn't someone that we always look to and think of getting a load of kills. It's great when he does, but there's no one that's filled that gap today, seeing as DZ are struggling and they need someone to stand up and really pull them out of this bad position that they've got himself in. On the flip side, for M80, you could pick any single player, and you're picking someone that's positive. Granted, Savage is only 3 and 2, but he's basically single-handedly won a round just off the back of Yokai's, and God knows what else in the other rounds off the back of information and calls. There's a massive gulf at the moment between these two, and I don't see it changing here in round 6.
Very well could, but the odds of it are not likely given the consistency M80 have had pre and post Dark Zero tactical timeout. Final sight for the half will be Reading Room and Fireplace. I've seen the second floor sites defended a few times. I've seen well, not every side defended, but it's been consistently M80 getting the best of it. Janet with the opening pick. Savage, nice little trade. He gets both with the shotgun. He gets the second kill from like 8,000 miles away. Diffuser with a DMR, much better suited for that engagement. At least wins his one inside. Newer's down as well. Can NGR get one? Yes, he will. A little consolation prize on the way out. M80 gotta be careful. NGR is still NJR. You could clutch this one, but no, not today. M80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds on Cafe defense, making the major champs look easy.
Well, we were anticipating a close matchup, but this is anything from what we're getting. M80 are stomping all over Dark Zero, and you two talked about the shield play, how important it was going to be. M80 read that so well with the Benz.
First off, DZ fan here, I'm gulping. Like,
you were hate watching
I was kind of hate watching. It's just that curse. But look, at the end of the day, like, there is this thing at the high level that we call rock, paper, scissors, siege theory, where like when the Juggernaut teams play against each other, sometimes there is blowouts. We saw that happen in that SR game, that it wasn't close at all. DZ 7-2 them, and in this game, obviously, it's kind of a runaway. But yeah, the bans, I do want to highlight, like, when you get rid of Montaigne, that's going to get rid of the full clears from DZ. They're not going to be able to walk Whitehall and protect themselves from C4s. You get rid of the Blackbeard, that's going to stop them from doing window takes. So what is up? It's the Blitz. And the Blitz is going to be for fast plays. And we've seen them read into it in this round, actually, right here, where we had that pulse, and they utilized the vision from that pulse to kind of read into the fast play from the Blitz. And I think it was just a beautiful game plan from M80. And I think we're seeing why this is the #1 targeted map ban on M80 right now.
I mean, we're also seeing why they're currently leading the NAL and being undefeated. I mean, they're so quick to respond to what's in front of them. And whether it's scrims, because we questioned seeing the Mozzie ban, which you could argue Mozzie's very strong on this map if you're able to use it. But then also just using the information so well to constantly understand where Dark Zero's trying to flow through the map. And even in that round 3 that we highlighted with the Blitz, they were so ready. They were so proactive. They understood there was a player bottom white, put the Solus, put the pulse on him, get that kill, then get the information for the rush. They all collapse on the site, give a little bit of breathing room to go for the plant, and then they just retake the round. I mean, it really is night and day for this M80 roster versus Dark Zero. Now, granted, it is now defender-sided for DZ. We did see them have success with wildcard, so don't want to count them out just yet, but I mean, it really is a rough game so far, where it really looks like M80 just has their foot on the back of their neck.
Yeah, and I do think this map kind of has been leaning on the defender-sided in NAL especially, and I think a big reason for that is teams have kind of figured out that let's stop holding on to the top floor for those middle sites, and even like let's stop holding on to top floor, let's stop dying up there, let's start layering, which I think was what that Mozzie ban was all about, and we've seen the Pulse ban. Here we're going to see the Mira, and when you're targeting Mira, you're going to be targeting those top holds. You're going to be almost forcing DZ's hand to layering a little bit as well, and Azami, another operator that allows you to hold on to the top floor. So we should see DZ kind of run C4 operators and layer back at just basically the same game plan from M80.
That's just what I was about to say. I mean, I want to see the exact same game, but I also want to see them be able to hit their utility, because that's also another point where M80 was doing extremely well, is they were making every piece of utility count. I mean, I don't know how many C4s connected and ended up being a kill. So for DZ, they really need to not only make their sites work and being able to fall back onto those layers, but they need to make the utility work just as much.
Well, we might be seeing something a little bit different, because I saw an Aruni and a Wamai before we're kind of stuck here, and whenever I see those two ops, that's going to tell you the opposite. That's going to tell me we want to hold our ground against these guys. That could just be they're feeling extremely confident right now, and yeah, there it is. I mean, we are going to see the Aruni, Wamai, there's even a Cade, so it's kind of a mix. We might see them hold their ground, but they do have some of that pulse that we did want to see. They do have 3 C4s here. like you said, they got to hit this utility.
And more importantly, shields are up for grabs for M80 as well. Not yet in this first round here, but they only need one more round to get this game on the board. It seems more of a question when instead of if will they get that final round. It's up to DZ to turn the tide.
And Ollie, if any team could come back 6 rounds in a row inside of the NA League, it would be Dark Zero by the same token, though.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to say 5 Fizz.
Well, they didn't win 6 rounds, Ollie. They did.
No, but they won 4, okay?
They won, and listen, they won 4 and they won the game. And so I'd want to be clear, I'm not saying that to demean 5 fears. I'm saying more as a statement of fact. They did not win 6 rounds in a row. It's not an evaluative statement, just saying what actually happened. But, the point I was going to make is that we do have, for example, 3 C4s on this defense. But it's kind of insane how many utility kills we're landing for M80 because I think Cafe is one of the maps we associate most with C4s and that kind of play. And I'm just not seeing it be effective quite like M80 made it look in that first half.
No, I think M80 had a very good handle of the game plan coming in today against Dark Zero. They certainly knew exactly how they wanted to defend against them. Now, let's see if they know how they want to try and attack against them as well. DZ, of course, they have that same wealth of utility. They're bringing 3 C4s in this round, so you would expect that in conjunction with the Pulse is going to be sufficient information for at least one of those to land. They have let through a Monty. Savage, of course, somewhat of a shield enjoyer himself, is going to be trying to use that to try and gather a little bit of space. Go and try and clear out this top floor. The top floor is, of course, being held very heavily right now, but Easy will know that there's going to be a shield that will bear down on them at some point. They just don't quite know where, and Savage has flipped things up. He's going to be targeting inside of mining at the moment.
Yeah, Gunnar just moving in quickly, getting kill on NJR as well. Looks like this is going to be a quick one, everybody. Newer is in chain, I know. Left stranded on the top floor at the moment. Uruni dropping down in the pillar as M80 have taken full control of the site. Of all the teams who might get 7-0'd inside of the NA League, you would not expect the SLC major champs, what many to believe that to be the best team in North America. You would not believe it would be them on the wrong side of a 7-0. But M80 maintained their flawless streak in absolutely stunning fashion.
M80 have thrown down a bit of a gauntlet there. Anything that DZ can do, they can do a little bit better. They will remain in that top spot again for today. A massive victory against Dark Zero. Almost a 6-point game in a lot of ways because both these two teams are going to be fighting for that top spot come tomorrow and the end of the stage before we get into playoffs. So for M80 to slam that down, slam a 7-0 down on Cafe is a massive statement indeed. We should have just let the desk continue because that's exactly where you're headed next.
Well, what we thought was going to be a game of inches turned into a distance of miles for M80 away from their competition. Absolutely incredible. And we get to speak to the victors. We have Ashton standing by to ask him a few questions. Ashton, a 7-0. Congratulations on that. Did you honestly expect to be met with such little resistance today?
I think we just had a really good day, you know? Like, it seems they weren't playing that well either. But, you know, we're confident right now, and we're still riding off that wave. So, you know, anything can happen whenever you're this confident, and it's showing, you know, 7-0. So,
Ashton, we kind of highlighted the fact that, and I want to ask you if you knew this is the first time you're actually going against your former team, the core of SSG. What was that decision like for you? Obviously joining M80, and was that kind of going through your mind today as kind of getting a little bit of a rematch, a little bit of a grudge match going on?
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it a little bit, you know. You know, obviously after SI, like, I got a pretty good opportunity, and I think no one on that team can really blame me. And I took it, and then, you know, now here we are. You know, they played well at Salt Lake, obviously, but, you know, it's a new stage now, so we're playing good. And then, you know, today, I think I thought about it a little bit more of the sense that, like, I kind of know some of the stuff that they do and, like, their triggers and stuff like that. So, you know, we kind of knew it was going to go to Cafe, and so I was just kind of thinking back about some of the stuff from the old team and stuff, and some of it still came to play, but other than that, it was just us playing our game, just playing our rotations and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys look phenomenal. Obviously, congratulations. Still, you guys are undefeated, looking very dominant. I want to talk about the bans. It looks like you guys completely wanted to get rid of the shields. You wanted to stop Kino and his tracks from being able to make any bit of headway. And then also, I want to talk about the defender ban, where why was the Mozzie ban?
Mozzie?
Yeah, Mozzie was a weird one. That had to be, surely that had to be scrims.
Yeah, it had to be.
All right, thank you.
It had to be.
What was the reason, if you're able to tell?
I mean, you know, all these teams, they kind of just like pest all the entries, and I think maybe in the scrim it was a little AIDS for them right before, or obviously in the scrim, but they wanted to kind of get more info to call their rushes and stuff, I think, so that's why they banned the Mozzie. For the attack, the shields, I mean, you know, they just play really well around it, and so if you eliminate that and kind of put Kino on a gun, then they don't move as fast or, you know, as fluid, I'd say, without him on a shield. So
yeah, I was also going to add that something that we highlighted. You guys were always quick to respond to what DZ was trying to replicate, you know, in previous games or their game versus Wildcard, but you guys always had a quick response, especially with the information, whether it was the Pulse or the Solus. I mean, again, was that also something from scrims, or just something that you realized was just something that they would do time and time again, even what you were talking about, the idiosyncrasies that, you know, each and every single individuals do on that team?
I think it's something that they just usually do, but, you know, obviously having info on it, running like Velk and Pulse, it makes it easier to identify. So we were able to make like the correct reads on what they were doing, and then obviously make our rotations and, you know, just set up for it. So we got a lot of the kills even before they were setting up. So I think that was also helping, having info on that. So. Yeah.
Ashton, before we let you go, just before you guys played, Wildcard actually lost in overtime against 5 Years. You play against them tomorrow. Anything you want to say about that game?
No, I mean, we're just going to keep going on a roll, and, you know, we're playing confident. We just want to keep it going into playoffs. I'm not sure like standings or stuff or anything, but, you know, we're just going to try and keep it going every game at a time, one game at a time.
Okay, so maybe expecting a little bit more trash talk. This is not necessarily the Ashton that I know, but maybe we'll get that tomorrow after your game against Wildcard. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys.
Humble, I respect it though, especially, I mean, hey, a 7-0, that is quite a statement to maintain that top 1 position.
I was going to say, it's kind of hard to shit talk when you are 7-0 to team. I mean, what more are you going to add to that? So, I mean, again, really great performance, Amity. I'm honestly a little upset. I kind of want to shit talk. We went through all this prep to set up this game, and then it didn't deliver in the sense of being a close game.
Game of the season, this, game of the season, that. We probably need to stop talking about that. Yeah, I'm also surprised that we didn't get any like, no trash talk out of him. Fabian's his coach now. He's out of the call-out system. Like, this is your time to shine, Ashley. Come on, get a little bit in
Anybody's teaching you it.
Yeah, but you gotta think about it. Like, Fabian is now a dad.
Oh, he's getting soft.
Ashen's getting older, so naturally, as you get older, you mature. You don't shit talk as much. I mean, we know how it goes.
But it was a good game plan that you highlighted out. We saw a lot of utility kills, Ashen with the C4s, and we saw a lot of frustration on the side of NJR's face. I was kind of looking at his webcam a little bit, maybe some desk slams here or there, because he was on the other end of those C4s. It was not looking fun for the Dark Zero boys. They were not really able to get into the building, and honestly, we might see some of those shield bans kind of creep up on on to them in playoffs.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
there's a
think so.
blueprint to be had there.
I do assume so, yeah. But this is obviously a great matchup for these two teams, right? You know, despite DZ losing, they are locked in for top 4. That is completely different for our next two teams playing here. We're going to talk about Shopify Rebellion going up against SSG because the consequences for this matchup are quite severe, especially for the side of SSG. If they lose this matchup here, that means no playoffs for them.
Yeah, no playoffs for them, but not even just for the players. I mean, historically, you have to look at SSG as a organization, and since Blast has joined the league, SSG hasn't missed out on an international event. They've attended every single one. Now, they haven't won every single one. They haven't placed very well at every single one, but they've always been an international representation for the North America side of things. And this is the first time that SSG has not found a roster that is creating success, able to push their banner into an international level. And this will be yet again another event that SSG could be missing out on, especially when you even look at it that for this event being EWC, SSG was there last year and placed top 4. So, I mean, as much as this is on the players for an organization standpoint, this is do or die as well.
I do think they kind of knew what they were getting into, though, when they lost that former team that was making all those events. They now picked up Dream and all these younger players, these console players like Aiden, Tax, and Raid. I do think they're more so building for the future, but obviously as an organization, you want to be making all of these events. And in kickoff, they were one game away from even being there, which is probably higher expectations than they even thought. So now it's like, can this team kind of get back to where
the downside.
they were?
Expectations were up here coming into this. And
now they have
they're down.
High expectations. So yeah, that's why we're talking about it.
So how comes these expectations aren't being met? Do you think it's like one big thing, or do you think it's multiple small things?
Oh, it's multiple small things. I mean, the only way I really find SSG being able to get back on their saddles, one, they have to have more polished attacks. Something that we saw when they were playing against Dark Zero, where they had that series in their hand. They were just hemorrhaging kills, that were hemorrhaging rounds, and hemorrhaging the series. Another one, something that we highlighted because we can listen to their comms, they need to be more clear and concise and be met with more urgency of facilitating a round, facilitating a take, putting players into position to have success. And then the last one, which is going to be the key for all of this, is going to come down to their leader in Dream. Even in their series versus Cloud9, I mean, we talked about it, it was looking good, but as good as it was looking, the attacks were chaotic. And it came down to Dream in that 4v1 to keep their dreams alive, to get the dreams alive, to keep the 3 points, to get the 3 points, to push them in a situation where they can be able to make playoffs. But again, it all rides on today. That Dream is going to have to be that voice. He's going to have to be that leader. He's going to have to get the ducks aligned in a row to realistically paint the picture of what's on the line here and what's at stake, and that everyone needs to prioritize what he is calling on their attacks.
Now, I love Dream. Obviously teamed with him on Unwanted, and at this point, we're kind of like best friends right now. But you don't want him to have to go 12-6 and win a 1v4 clutch, right? He's there because of the veteran leadership going way back, even with you back on OXG. He knows a lot about this game, and he's there to teach those younger players that I highlighted, like Aiden, Tax, and Raid.
Yep.
So we need him just to be the voice. But if he's able to go 12-6, I mean, sure, that helps a lot.
No one's going to complain.
No one's going to complain.
You just don't want.
But the pressure is surely on the shoulders of these players here, because you mentioned that streak for SSG that they would lose out on now with the organization. The same goes for Shopify Rebellion, right? Since they joined Siege in 2025, they've made it to every single event, but things really aren't looking as good right now. And if they lose here, they miss that chance on making it to top 6 again.
Yeah, I mean, you highlighted it. I'm not going to go on and on like the SSG one, since they've been in the scene a little bit longer. But yeah, Shopify Rebellion has not missed an event either ever since they picked up this roster. But they did get a really good roster. Unfortunately, the wheels have been coming off lately. We look at the Rebellion. They started out great. 3-game winning streak after being in the grand finals at SLC. It's exactly what we wanted to see. But lately, they're in a 4-game skid. And we take a look at their attacking win rate. 43%, 7th in the NAL. Defense, 55%, 6th in the NAL. So near the back end of the teams in the NAL, where we need to see them in more so that top 3, because they are that stacked roster. What is their problem? It's the entry game. We've been highlighting it. 41% on the attacking entry. 3 out of their 4 past games, they went 1-5 on the attacking entry. They are playing 4v5s constantly. And then the big one for me right there was that clutch percentage. 0%.
Zero.
They've been in 38 1vx opportunities, and with the star talent on this roster, Ambi, Spoit, Rexon, you telling me that they can't win a single one of them?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at previous stages, and I would have to go back and look at the statistics, but we highlighted numerous times how many clutches a lot of these players were able to pull out. So to be at the dead last of all of the NAL is insane to me, but especially when you think about the entry and the players that they have, especially the players that we were seeing during SLC, in Spoit, in Ambi, and just the dynamic and where we're at in Siege with these operators, with a Solid Snake, with a Dokkaebi, to be able to use these operators by yourself, not have to rely on information. This should be an environment where SR absolutely thrives in, and the fact that they aren't finding that, it really just goes to show the domestic matchups really do play a factor here, where they don't have that element of surprise. They don't have the unknown of the idiosyncrasies of what each individual does that a lot of these teams are reading into how they can really cripple the side of SR, and it's going to be important again for both of these teams, both SR and SSG, to get this win today.
Yeah, I mean, not all hope is lost. They still play Outlast tomorrow. They still have decent shots of making it into the top 6, but you mentioned the star quality on that roster. There's one player, though, as well, that has really made a legacy for himself.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at him right now, Troy Canadian. If there's one thing he's good for, it is this guy is absolutely inevitable. Troy has not missed an event since Berlin of 2022 with DZ. Back was I was on that roster, and truly, we just didn't want to go to that. It was extremely hot there. You know,
yeah, those practice rooms were hot.
Yeah, we made the conscious decision. I'm kidding, of course, but yeah, going back to 2022, like he is inevitable. He really is the Thanos for the team, and we're talking about, is he even going to make playoffs right now? And you highlighted it. What's their 2 games? They do have that easy road that we mentioned. They technically have SSG here. They have Outlast. So at least for them, it is completely in their hands whether they're going to be in the playoffs, which is exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, they have to break through that 4-game loss streak, though, they've got going on for themselves. The question is going to be, which map will they try to do that on? We're going to land on Fortress.
Fortress, well, for me, this is going to be SR's, in my opinion, best map. I think they have the best Fortress of all of NAL. I think they kind of proved that for me at SLC. Lax, you highlighted to me that their actual defensive win percentage is somewhere in like the high 80s, like 90?
Wow.
94%,
like
which is insane, and they played this map 5 times. They have yet to lose this map as a roster. Now, on the other side, though, SSG, they were, what, 5-1 on this?
Yeah, they're 5-1 in their defense percentage. Their attacks are relatively the same, but their defense is about like 70%. So obviously, big margin difference in terms of their defenses.
Big margin difference, and we also, SR was more tested, you could say, at playing it at a major where beating Twisted Minds, who is well, not now, I guess they've kind of fallen off from the EML, but they were a top 4 team at that event. But I mean, SSG, I mean, we're trying to go back to their side for a second here. I mean, they did get a huge win. They were able to swing things in their favor against 5 Fears, where their attacks were looking really good. So if there is a map, I mean, you might as well, while your playoff chances are in your hands, let's go to a map that's actually good for us.
We know the stakes are high. The risk of streaks is there to be broken. The pressure is on for both the Rebellion and SSG.
And unfortunately, I think the pressure, particularly on the Rebellion. It's been said a lot of time how stacked this roster is, how good this roster is. But we're not really going into today, Ollie, at least I'm certainly not, thinking of SR as some clear favorites or SSG as some clear underdogs. Given the trend of this stage, this is kind of an even matchup.
It feels it, doesn't it? And if you told me at the start of the stage that this would be this would feel like an even matchup when you get to it, I would say I'll believe it when I get there. And even now I'm here, I don't quite believe it, but it is. There isn't too much separating these 2 teams at the moment. We've been asking for a comeback for the Rebellion since play day 4, when they lost 7-5 against 100 Thieves. And that right there might be the fixture that comes back to haunt them. There is a very slim chance right now that the Rebellion make it through in top 4. However, it relies on 100 Thieves losing a game and them themselves winning both today and tomorrow. Now, as the desk have mentioned, they have, air quotes, an easier time of things, given that they're against SSG and against Outlast tomorrow. The Outlast game should be a full 3 points for SR, but we'll deal with that when we get there. The SSG game, however, whilst on paper a couple of weeks ago might have looked like a bit of a gimme, at this stage in proceedings, I honestly don't know which way it turns, because we've been asking for this resurgence, we've been asking for this comeback, and we're still yet to find it. I do wonder if it'll come tonight.
Well, and SSG have had some good moments in recent history. 7-4 against C9, only a 7-5 loss against DZ. This SSG squad has taken a bit of time to really get the pieces figured out, and not saying they have completely, but they certainly improved in a lot of their performances or on their stage over the past couple weeks, couple play days specifically. And now going against SR when we've got 3 teams all on 9, and we've got SSG on 8. Every point counts at the moment for these two teams in this matchup, and one breaking one way versus the other might be the difference maker between a top 4 finish versus a top 6 finish, a top 6 finish versus nothing at all. Every team in this matchup and every team in kind of this 4-way contention for the 5th, 6th place spots needs everything they can get their hands on, and for SR in particular, we're still in quite large and stark danger of falling into potentially a 7th place finish, which is just unthinkable for this roster, even beyond the 2nd place SLC finish. But I think there's still a lot of, and I think very well-deserved faith in this lineup, given the star power, given the experience, given the muscle behind this roster. They can manage a placement in top 6, given how close things are. It's a bit too early to tell.
5 seconds to insertion.
I'm very surprised that SSG have allowed the shield to go through. The snake and the glass ban. I mean, I suppose if you let the shield go through, you know the Canadian's going to play it and you can act accordingly. Maybe that's why we're seeing a fairly time denial and zone denial heavy lineup. Dream on the Tachanka, Aiden going to be rocking Goyo. There's some Razor Blooms in there as well for a little bit of trap presence. This is a great map for both these teams. They've really brought out one of their best because this game matters so much for both of them. Both teams an impressive streak on the map at the moment. There's an incredibly high preference for them both as well. But we were kind of expecting nothing less in essentially a must-win game for both sides if they want to secure playoffs, give themselves a slightly easier time of things tomorrow, and more importantly, have their destiny in their own hands. Great early exchange there. C4 just shot out Canadian, keeping himself safe. I don't think he'd have taken too much damage for it, but I believe it was Rex in there just backing him up. They are going to use some Rorados to try and zone off a couple of these areas of the map, and it will allow Canadian to move in. It's very close with Spoit at the moment. Spoit just watching that main stairs flank. Canadian can start to move through, but already you can hear those Shamika launchers.
Yeah, Dream beginning to burn out some of the time, try and knock away that shield. Giddy playing the close position on the museum single. Difficult position to play, can come under a lot of pressure very quickly. Giddy sending a C4 out, hugging up against the Monty shield. Defender can swing around that head hole right behind him. Spoit wrapping around from the back. Oh, Aiden and Arrival get the trade. Space Station set up for that protocol, winning it perfectly. I have no idea how Aiden dodges that engagement right there. In fact, the Defender gets in a position in time, not only to save his life, but to get the kill. Ambi and Surf now in a 2v4, separated by some of that Tachanka fire. Ambi sends out an E1D as diffuser control wrested into the hands of the defense. A little one shot on the Dream. Tries to find the next on the player. Sitting behind the elevated position on the table. 8 sent over. Ambi just trying to find it. Lands it with the 417. It's not winnable just yet. 40 seconds remaining. More work needs to be done. Ambi spots the head for just a second. But Rival's still around the corner. Can't land the shot just yet. Ambi taking his time, coordinating with Surf, spots another, but his luck runs out. With Surf on 1 HP, he sees him just cross deeper into the bathroom. But now Surf's got to work his way out of a crossfire. 1 bullet away from death. There's a player on the opposite side of the door, spots him, and Rival gets his target. Space Station Gaming on command, pick up the first defense.
Really unfortunate where the diffuser was dropped there. Obviously, Canadian going down inside a museum. Just getting a bit too ahead of himself, really. Getting caught out on the ADS as he was trying to really capitalize on Spoit, pincer him with him. And the final 2 players dropping tower side. The direct opposite side of the map as to where the diffuser was, and both kind of telegraphing the positions quite quickly because they had to. They had to, you know, fire some shots, get some kills, but SSG happy to just dig in there and really play that cross. It was a brave swing from Raid to take Ambi down. Thought that was maybe the moment where we could have seen it slip. Ambi, you can never count him out from hitting those sort of shots, but Raid just a fraction better in the moment. And a lot being asked there of Surf in the clutch. Another clutch that will be marked against the Rebellion, a stat that the desk were talking about in the pregame for this is the incredible amount of clutches the Rebellion have missed out on. They are yet to win a single clutch, which for a team of this caliber is slightly unusual. However, I'm not sure if it will happen here on Fortress. This is a defensive stronghold for both of these two teams. Space Station Gaming, they're rocking a 76% defensive win rate on this map. And you might think, oh, that's great. How many times have they played it? 1 or 2? No, they've played it 6 times. It's consistent across the board. SR, they've got their own impressive defensive stats of their own, and the attacks for both teams aren't too bad. They hover around the 50% mark, so we are expecting a close game here, but if SSG can hold as firm as they have done previously on this defense, it is going to make things very difficult for SR indeed. They can't be affording to really lose a body early on. They need to be getting not just one opening pick, but maybe 2 to really swing the tide.
Which again, the opening picks have been their own issue for Shopify Rebellion as well. This roster has so many great things on paper, but has just run into seemingly nothing but issues at various points in Stage 1 of the NA League this year. One issue they could run into early on could be Rival or Raid. Holding over in command. The sightless games. Ooh, shutting off the rotation. Leaving Rival on the opposite side. Spoit surely ready for this. Sends out a call. Instead tags the Fenrir. Ambi, 2 big kills. Just walking in. Gets both roamers in the back. Now calls in the Monty, calls in the Dokkaebi as Shopify Rebellion. We talk about their entry issues, but it doesn't get much better than that.
It's exactly what they needed. I called for 2 kills to happen, and that's what Ambi has delivered on a silver platter. The drone's now working ahead. Canadian can move with a lot of confidence as Ambi and Spoit fill the gap that he's made behind him. Doesn't need to go too far ahead here. There's going to be a wall that will need to be opened up. Rexon can get himself into position to do that, I'm sure. And as if on cue, Selma's thrown out. The site now going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Dream, big C4 required here, but it isn't going to find anything. Might stop a Selma from detonating. No, both of them still fully going off. Gitty finds one on the trade. Canadian now faced with kind of less than ideal breach, and with Rexon going down, it isn't going to get any better, but it might not come to that as Spoit takes Aiden.
Surf almost missing the timing, but Giddy doesn't commit to the swing, so Surf recovers the angle as the Monty hops in and takes sight. Dream falling out the exact right time, but spotted by Canadian as Giddy takes one in the back. He's able to find the shot, but SR just have the man advantage, have the positioning and awareness to keep this advantage intact. One behind him, one ahead of him. Oh, Dream almost getting the kill, but SMG-12, a little windy inside of Old Towers. It's a tie game by round 2.
3 kills for Ambi and a big 3 kills indeed. The 2 openers there really opening up that site and opening up that map, allowing Canadian the space on the Monty. That's the danger of leaving the Monty in play because of how much space they're able to take. Not for free, but how quickly they're able to take that space off the back of the fact that they get those 2 kills. The only other operator you could do it that quickly and safely with is maybe something like a Snake, where you've got your Soliton scanner and you know exactly if people are going to be there. But even then, there's the vulnerability of someone stood on a mute jammer. So that Monty really just providing a hell of a lot of value. Really nicely timed Dokkaebi call as well, coming in there as well. Surf was getting a lot of use out of those. And Ambi started on one side of the map and ended on the other. I can only imagine he went over the top or around the outside, something like that, to get himself in the final position. But brilliant response there from the Rebellion, picking up an all-important attacking round win. This map will be defined by 1 or 2 attacks. I am almost certain of it.
I mean, it's typically what happens on Fortress seemingly a lot of the time, and it went on the primary site as well. Very good omen, but we say that. Waiting Room Cafe isn't exactly some unwinnable site for the defense. All the sites generally played on this map seem to be quite good for the defense. And so, what the Rebellion can accomplish here will certainly be good, but at the same time, it would be a shock if SSG still win out this defense and the attacks are still left scrambling for whatever rounds they can get their hands on. Checking the default cameras early, SSG won't find much of anything, as SR will likely look to take some of the vertical control as is standard on this map. You don't need a whole lot, just to zero off some angles is the mainly important thing. But with the utility they have, the Ying, the Monty, the Sens, and the Thatcher as well, SR gunning for a plan, and you'll need some vertical angles to make that happen.
Ooh, Solace.
Target acquired.
on the target. Spoit. Target onto Raid, but Gitty's going to be the first player that he comes to blows with. I'm sure he knows about Gitty. We've got some drones in the vicinity. Gitty just going to be hiding inside a Hammam at the minute. Gets caught out on the drone. Should really be dead. Should be able to pinch him out there, but Spoit's just going to back away from the engagement and maybe give him the space to get out of there alive. We've got Ambi working through that top floor as well. Just giving himself a bit of an option for later on. I think Ambi will miss drone someone as well.
Tracker out.
Looked like the drone just sort of passed through. Yeah. Oh, it was Rexon. Okay. No need for alarm. You can misdrone your teammates all you like. What you can't do is misdrone your opponent, because that is devastating. You can see here beautifully all of the defenders are going to be on that first floor level now. No one is choosing to take the fight to the Rebellion at the moment.
I mean, nor do they need to right now. You could threaten a retake later on, but the Rebellion are going to take all their time setting up. You can hold the infirmary angles, you can hold inside of the site, hold the long angle over by Hammam. You have a lot of different options right now, and none of it really even necessitates taking these fights from the top floor. First kill goes Spoit's way. Rebellion again with an advantage. That's 3 rounds in a row. They've got a 5v4. I'm going to try and split the tie 50-50 on victories and push Waiting Room and Cafe in their column. Canadian, 45 seconds, just for the first time crosses the threshold of the bomb site. Look at this little off angle Dream trying to find. But again, taken by the Monty, reveals his position as SSG slowly falling one by one. Isolated, separate. C4 ripped by Dream, try to ward off the push, lands way far behind the Monty. Pre-fire on the corners, Ambi hitting prone. Evades every single shot. Aiden can't really find much beyond the wall. A good little trade by the Rebellion, as it seems the offsite will be good for them too. Primary and secondary doesn't really matter at the moment. Raid more stuck behind the shield than playing behind it. Should be the Rebellion. There we go. Finally securing the kill and securing their second round in a row.
Got me panicked a little bit there for Canadian going for the kill. They're in a 3 versus 1. I'm kind of surprised to see him go for kill there. I would have thought that Canadian would just get the plant down, retreat back into site, find a little pocket, and get covered by 2 players. And, you know, it's going to be very difficult then to really do anything about it and stop the plant going down. But our final kill came in like 2 seconds of red time. A little bit close, but still well in the Rebellion's control. The Monty finally will be removed here, along with the Goyo on the flip side. So whereas we've seen the Monty be very instrumental in a couple of those Rebellion rounds, they are going to have to find a new tool to do that with. Canadian is effective on other shields, but a large portion of his effectiveness really comes from that Monty, and we will very seldom see him play the Blitz or the Blackbeard with that same level of success, and it is of course in a very different way. I felt like Dream had a bit of a play there as well with the C4. Like, I feel he doesn't want to throw it at the shield because it's always very 50-50 as to whether you're even going to do any damage or if the shield's just going to be able to turn around. You can even hear Canadian there mentioning we're playing for kill there, boys. You know, they obviously feeling like they were making the right choice in the moment, but still dicey. 2 rounds to 1 then. Rebellion have streaked a narrow lead here. Something that has slipped by the bands, though, is an operator that Gitty is going to be playing now. We speak quite often, Lynx, at how powerful Mirror can be, especially on this top floor.
Yeah, really good at layering on sites like Command, for example, placing one mirror window more aggressively on the wall looking into games, then one more conservatively inside a bathroom that you just saw Aiden reinforcing right there. One of the maps that we heard Mint talk about layering on Cafe, layering Cube can be really quite good, though not as much with the C4s and the vertical play like we see on Cafe. But still just providing a lot of different kind of obstacles and thresholds the attack has to move past. Ambi trying to quickly find the player playing around tower stairs. It's Dream on the warden. But he's made his way back up. Ooh, Ambi got to be careful. Dream shoots the drone. Ambi very quick behind it. Gets him with a shotgun. Maybe just a little bit lower would have taken down the Deimos in the process, but Ambi just a bit too quick. Bully catches Dream off guard. That is now the Rebellion's 4th opening pick in a row.
We asked for opening picks from the Rebellion, and they are delivering so far on a map that a lot of teams are finding a little bit of difficulty attacking onto. Consistently going in with an advantage right now. You can see just how suffocating that is for Space Station. A lot of players now having to watch 2 angles, up their own work rate, and maybe just get caught doing a little bit too much. Still going to be this very tower-sided push You've got Ambi on tower stairs and 2 players choked up inside of bottom tower. Candela's go out just to clear the non-existent player inside of Museum, and Canadian going to follow that back up. It's going to be Aiden with the response.
And Raid with a Gurjmat out, but Surf with some bullets in as well. A little double kill onto Giddy, as Space Station might hop up behind and get some nice important kills, but the Rebellion have maintained the lead since the beginning, continue to do so. Dropping the first round, but now about to win 3 in a row. Canadian not going for the kill. Rebellion deciding to put the diffuser down. Aiden, first opportunity goes wide. Second doesn't even really present itself. He's been chipped down as we've entered the post. With 2 Candelas remaining, by the way, Canadian won't even get the opportunity to use either. We wanted opening picks, we wanted convincing victories, and we wanted a game that might be decided on the attack. Rebellion giving us what we want in all 3 categories.
This is the Rebellion that we've been after seeing now for what feels like an age. Playday 4 was the start of the demise for this Rebellion roster so far in Stage 1, and they really have waited until the 11th hour to start performing again and to give us something to get excited about. Tactical timeout, I imagine, is going to be for SSG, as they should be seeing a lot more success than this on their defenses. As mentioned, incredibly high win percentage on the defense for both of these 2 teams. Space Station sits at just under 76% in the 6 games that they've played. Albeit, you could question the competition that they've played up against on this roster. They played 5 Fears, Cloud9. They have played Wildcard. That was a loss. Can only imagine that they lost the majority of those rounds on the attack. Otherwise, that percentage would be nowhere near as impressive. It's still somewhere we're expecting them to do well, though. And last week felt like a bit of a turning point for this SSG roster. That game versus Cloud9, we finally saw them get their act together and start to play with a hell of a lot more synchronization than we've yet to see from them here tonight. It feels, again, like we're seeing a slight regression, but equally, there's been an uptick in the way that SR are playing.
Let's go.
A lot of the questions that we've posed of this roster started to be answered already here, and we're only into the 5th round.
Yeah, looking quite good so far on a lot of those metrics, and especially coming out of the tactical timeout, they're able to continue winning rounds on the attacking side. Can't believe I'm saying this, but might be almost as quick a game as the Dark Zero M80 game we just saw. Of course, quite literally could not be quicker than that, but I mean, the Rebellion able to pull out even 3 rounds in the attack, but let alone 4, potentially 5. It's going to be difficult for SSG to come out of that on the opposite side. Again, it's kind of the difficulty of being in SSG's position. We go and we're like, we're skeptical of SR. SSG have a chance. SR gives us a few good rounds and we're like, you know, it's... What can you really do to come back from that? And of course, we'll see what both teams can do, whether SG can come back after the attack, whether SR can continue this momentum.
Swapping max!
As what started off this streak for SR was an attack on dorms and games. It's where we find ourselves in round 5.
I think the warning sign for me was that SR was still able to very easily get a round win, and it was arguably a better round overall objectively because they got the diffuser down as well without the Monty. It's not something that they've used it whilst it's been available, sure, and they've gotten a couple of rounds off the back of it, but they've done equally as well without that Monty, and that's been the big alarm bell for me here, is that they've not needed that to take the space in a way that we've seen them need it previously. Really starting to use these ROU projectors quite frequently as well. Spoit going to be rocking sends, having a fantastic game at the moment. Just kind of flown under the radar a little bit. I feel like Ambi has seen a lot of the praise, but Spoit's only 2 kills behind and has died 2 times less than Ambi at 5-1 right now. They're really putting in a lot of work today. Those light screens, not always used as the trigger, often used as a little bit of early setup and allowing people to get into position, but again we see Dream first to fall.
And again, we see Spoit on one of these opening duels. It's been Ambi and Spoit for every single opening kill so far, literally trading back and forth. That was great setup by Canadian on the Firebolt, though. All of SR's positioning is just working quite well right now. Taking their time with this, too. Surf now getting inside of the building with this Blackbeard. Him taking the mantle of the shield instead of Canadian, who's ready for Raid on this flank. Needs to win this fight, but I think he's aiming too high. Yes, he is. Raid will creep up. The Rebellion's still ready for this flank watch, but his rival swings out. The round might be falling apart in front of them. Surf quickly has to ADS, get active in the round, just only get 1 kill, and be sent out by Giddy. unceremoniously dispatched by the M14. Spoit been outside of the building for a long time. That position was great up until, unfortunately, because of circumstances outside of his control, it's now become a bit of a liability. Hopping in the window, reveals the information of the player around the corner. Him and Ambi looking to set up this pinch. Oh, and Raid gets spoiled in the process. Ambi might trade it out. Now to 1v2. We need to see SR's first clutch of the whole stage right here to keep the streak alive. Tags up Rival on the way out. With Giddy on low HP. 15 seconds remaining. Almost a full clip for Ambi to get the job done. But a lack of information, an increasing lack of time. It's going to be difficult for anybody to figure this out, in particular Ambient in this moment. Finally finds one. Can just put the diffuser down, but anticipating Giddy to swing. Decides to not commit, wait for the kill, and that was the wrong call. SR streak broken as SSG get another on the board.
I just had to open my mouth now. I just had to talk about how they got a round down without the Monty, were able to take a load of space, and then what do we see in round 5? They struggle without that space-taking capability. Really close there. And, I mean, it doesn't matter which side of the fence you sit on, you're kind of rooting for Ambi to clutch that. Okay, maybe if you're not a die-hard SSG fan, but if you're a neutral, you've got to be rooting for Ambi to clutch up like that and really just throw us back to some of the performances that he was giving us inside of Salt Lake. It's kind of where it all fell apart there. Big refrag from Raid, leveling things back out into that 4 versus 4, and it just forced SR to really act quite quickly. Time was doing a lot of the hard work for him.
I bet they were in a good spot for it.
And he'll be kicking himself for that one. He knows those clutches better than most. Just so happens that they have been eluding not only him, but the rest of SR this whole stage long.
10 seconds left.
Space Station now with a chance at an equal half here.
Attackers must locate.
Potentially a
and
good
defuse
chance
the
as
bomb.
well. Based on what we saw from the waiting room round last time, it's not like it was dominant for the Rebellion, but it was definitely one of the slowest going rounds we've seen for the Rebellion. Could just be a function of maybe needing to check off a bit more boxes than they might otherwise with the addition of the verticality, but still some opportunity for SSG to squeeze a little bit more time out of the clock, and that might be why they're bringing back the castle into play. Waste a bit more time, maybe switching out the Mozzie, or switching out the Solus for the Mozzie this go around to burn a little bit of the information as well. Just anything to get 20 more seconds away if the round might be as slow as things were last time. Could be quite good. Rexon and Ambi both making their ways to the top floor already. And given that there's very minimal presence here, one player on the opposite side of the map, it'll be a pretty similar start to how things were in the previous attack of Waiting Room and Cafe.
I think the info is massive because you see how the Rebellion, and every team, let's be honest, struggles without it. It just so happens that the Rebellion rely quite heavily on Canadian to gather a lot of that info. Opening pick finally goes the other way as Aiden. It's a good bit of early success onto Ambi. Ambi has been electric in that opening engagement so far. In round 6, he will fall. It was a bit too much of an ask. We finally see SSG with a bit of a advantage here. They don't really need to do too much with it. They can just further dig in. It's going to make things even more difficult. I think Ambi was actually one of the players that went down with a drone in hand as well, so it just further limits the information right now that's available. Canadian can gather that info on the Blitz, but it's not as easy, it's not as safe as the Monty, and the Blitz usually used much more for quick plays than anything else, so he will choose now to hop into this drone. If the drone counter is to be believed, it is the last one remaining. Ambi will have a couple of flanks that he can flick, but with everyone so dug in on the side of SSG, they're not going to be flanking at this stage. They just need to sit in the site and hold their angles.
You recognize that with Raid not really going for the flank, not really testing it, especially once the air jabs went down. SSG know the win condition at this point. If they just hold their spots, keep this advantage, they'll tie the half, finish things off 3-3. Rival peeking, taken down by Spoit, but another quick trade by Space Station. They know the game plan. They've got their protocol set. They just need to trade down this advantage. Even if it's one player left standing, that will be enough by the end. Canadian put to 1 HP. Rexon as well. SSG holding on as they strategically cede some ground to the Rebellion. Let them move in. Just don't give up control. Don't give up the ability to retake. Canadians slowly moving forward. Uncharacteristic for the Blitz. Is Aiden on the way out. Gets a big kill as the Rebellion suddenly take the lead away. It's now just getting into 1v2. It'd have to be a clutch. Something that the Rebellion has so struggled with throughout this whole stage. There's number one. Might not be a 1v2 or 1v3, but Rexen, man on man, gets a lead for the Rebellion right at the end.
Head in his hands. Gitty knows just how winnable that was. He's got the UMP. It's not the best gun for those close range engagements, but surely lying down and just taking the gunfight would have been better there. Rexen, a sigh of relief. You can see just what that meant to SR.
Wow, what a clutch in that final round.
Yeah.
And a 4-2 score as well. That's pretty good for the Rebellion on attack, and it could have even been better than that.
Oh, it absolutely could have. I mean, round 5 in particular, they had everything set up. The execute was looking to be well. We were listening to the comp. They had everything in their position to win this round. This was the linchpin for the side of the Rebellion of not being able to win this round, was Troy not committing to getting that flank and alleviate that flank pressure and letting the player come up, which then ultimately left Ambi in a situation of trying to clutch it out. But through and through, I mean, SR has had a really good game plan. I really like their bans. They got rid of their, I mean, we were talking about the smoke, we were talking about the Azami, so they can go for those fast executes. Now, for the side of Space Station, I mean, there are some things that are tangible that we can hold on to, but then on other things, again, it really looks like they get a little lost in translation of how they need to play the defensive half, how they need to play off each other, essentially. But again, I mean, it's rough. It's rough.
It's rough, and we just watched Rebellion's ever first clutch. That one hurts if you're rooting for SSG, and of course I would never do that, of course. And now we're talking about Rebellion going on to defense, which is their better half, where they're that 90% defensive win rate. Again, this is their 5-0. They've never lost this map. And Space Station, you called it out in the player cams. After that, they looked a little bit defeated.
Yeah,
Giddy
that's a hard
with
one.
His hands in his face, and everyone else kind of just like calm and not really quiet, or kind of quiet. I'm a little bit worried for SSG, but yeah, just really quick to touch on those bans. I mean, with that smoke ban, SR played this map perfectly, and it goes to show why they're 5-0 on this map, because they're able to go for these isolation strategies. They're able to go for these direct takes. Even at the end of these rounds, what is an operator that'd be really nice to have on defense? It's that smoke. It's that Goyo, right? So just an absolute masterclass kind of coming out of from SR here.
Yeah, I'm curious what these bans are going to be. I think we're going to see similar. They're going to get rid of the util. They're going to get rid of the information. They're going to get rid of a shield. So yeah, they're getting rid of the glass. I really like that one. Cage shows that they're clearly going to play for a defense. They're gonna try to immediate rush site, open up the walls. Yeah. So. Okay, solid snake. Simple.
Two operators that I actually wish that Space Station would have played a little bit more, because I was looking back at their defenses. They didn't run any Cade. They ran Bandit a couple times. I wish they would have tried some more bunkers. I wish they would have at least tried a round or two with the Cade, with the Tuber out, and with Mira. I think they only ran Mira once, too. So I do like SR's bans. The fact that they got rid of the Azami and the smoke, it allowed them to do the direct takes, but I feel like SSG didn't quite capitalize on the operators that they did have available.
Yeah, I'm also worried about the Clash being up. I mean, for a possible 2 rounds after this, because as we've seen, SR really knows how to use that Clash effectively. So I guess we'll see if that comes to fruition.
And that defensive win rate as well. I mean, rounds like round 6 will always be woulda, coulda, shoulda for a team like Space Station, especially here, because if they lose, playoffs is no longer possible for them. What can they do in the second half?
We'll see what they can get done. As Ann mentioned towards the end there, playoffs on the line for Space Station Gaming, more so than literally any other team in the league right now. It's a 3-way tie at 9 points between Cloud9, the Rebellion, and 4Fun, and Space Station Gaming just a little bit behind at 8. Every team needs every point, and those 4 that I just mentioned, but SSG in particular, in dire need of as much as they can. Going down 4-2 at the half on these defenses, Ollie, it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
It really is. Mint's already mentioned it. 92% win rate on the defense for the Rebellion here. It's massive. Like, that's unfathomable how many times they come away with the win on defensive rounds here, especially considering they've played it 5 times total. So we are expecting great things from the Rebellion, and from the player cams, you kind of get the impression that SSG know that going into it, right? They knew just how big around round 6 was and how much of a hill they now have to climb here. It's like the realization that that first phase is over and they were only good for 2. Raid, gonna be starting things off strong here though. Ambi, struggling on that opening engagement yet again, and well, Aiden gonna go down and find Spoit as well, so things might be a little doom and gloom, but a bit of a question mark in Aiden, maybe trying to win the mental game as well. It's a massive advantage here for round 7. This should be one that SSG can convert from here.
You'd think they'd be able to, especially with how they were able to make that work. I believe they just creep up the staircase, catch Ambi bandit tricking pretty far extended, with nobody around the corner for a trade. Spoit tries to be that player late, but with already so much of the attack in a position to reset and look towards that angle, I mean, one tap from Aiden is kind of ridiculous. But still, getting that kill is not by any stretch of the imagination. So SG with a really well-played early round, spotting a weakness in the Rebellion setup. Bit of a gap they took full advantage of. Now, well over a minute and a half to go by the time they got that advantage to try and convert this. Ray now moving over to the opposite side, moving up tower stairs. Space Station Gaming look to encircle the site with a little over 1 minute to go.
Don't be called there. It's going to give the information that Rival needs at least. Raid finds Rexon, and it's all down to Canadian. Picks up the second as well, and the third, but it's just too much to ask. Oh, we were nearly about to see the second clutch for SR there, but Canadian, too many opponents. If he'd have got all 4 there, I think I'd have quit. I would have probably walked out.
I don't even know, what do you do at that point if Canadian like 1v5s you?
Well, I mean, I think if anybody 1v5s you like that, it is pretty bad, right?
That's true, actually. That's a good point. 1v5 is just kind of one, it's like, okay, guys, like, what were you doing? Like, what are we doing here? And like a 1v5 where they get all the kills, not 1v5 where they get one guy and then win it off time. Though, I mean, even then, that's probably still pretty bad. Anyway, SG basically start that round off, spotting a really nice gap in the Rebellion's defense. They take advantage of it. And after that, it's just a matter of conversion. I really like this play here that we saw from, was it Raid on the Dokkaebi? Then they just hop in the museum window. You can see a bit of a spread out attack, taking a lot of different fights. And when you have a 5v3, they're all within arm's reach of each other. They can get the trades if they go awry, and it's a 5v2 or a 5v1 if they don't. So Space Station Gaming starting off that round really well.
10 seconds to go.
Continuing to do really well as round 7 went on. Now only 1 round behind Shopify Rebellion.
I think SSG need to continue to show this flexibility, right? Bringing a really nice lineup in round 7 and equally nice lineup here inside of round 8. Kind of surprised to not see the Clash be brought here by Canadian. Clash can be great at dealing with some of these earlier pushes and just sort of kind of putting people off from pushing that angle because you've got so much to then deal with. Start bringing very specific tools to deal with the Clash as well. Whereas SG at the moment, they can just continue to rock this Monty and Dokkaebi. Raid getting good value out of the calls there in round 7 as well. I expect to see the same here. It was the call that really assisted and sort of opened everything up. Dream's going to be starting things off. He's going to think about a walk up those lobby stairs. Aiden charged with a little bit of utility destruction. Plenty of things to be going for. Bandit batteries, Vulcan packs, even the odd razor bloom or bit of barbed wire, you name it. Flores is going to be good for it. Surf, he's going to take some early damage there. I believe that would have been a phone call there. You can see the little red mark, just chooses to tank instead, not really in too much immediate danger, and can instead just start to retreat back.
Raid again going for this lurk. It's spotted by Spoit, but damage not exchanged either way. It's instead Aiden with both 2 kills this time. He saw himself outdone by Raid on the opening kill in round 7. He's like, hold on, I've got it in the next. Now you got the smoke taken down inside of the site. Rexon trying to level things up with a retake from the opposite side. Raid with this close angle, gonna keep Spoit on the opposite. They spot Ambi creeping up Old Tower stairs. He's made his way up. The Rebellion are keeping things as close as they can. Ambi hears one creeping down the staircase, but on the Monty, once that call goes out, Rival's good for the swing. Rexon the only player with kills this round for Shopify Rebellion, I believe. Here's one around the corner. TCSG should flatten this guy if he gets the angle. If being the operative word there. Dream putting the diffuser down. Attacker's ready for the cover, Aiden close on the corner, but looking the wrong way. It's allowed Dream to get the diffuser down so he can back up, give the call. Knows one is bottom old tower, and he sees the Monty in front of him. Running out of impact grenades. He'll have to commit to this defuse at some point. Dream pushing closer. Unshields. Where is Rival in this equation? How passive is he playing? Sees him around the corner, but with the shotgun. Aiden knows there's only one play he needs to make. Lands the shots, and SSG all tied up only after 2.
I think that was just about the perfect way to play that there. Let Dream get the plant down and just relax. Take a very passive angle on the doorway. Let Wrexham play his baiting games, do whatever he might, and for Rival, just dig deep, play on the doorway, and wait for the opportune moment. Dream can feed you all the information that you need to do that. A couple of really great rounds here from SSG. And they're not really, they're not really reinventing the wheel. They're just doing the basics and they're doing them really well. Aiden getting some nice success on the entry. It always helps when you get a couple of kills. But the nice little two pieces that we're seeing, whether it be Dream, whether it be, Dream and Rival in this position, Dream and Aiden, whoever it might be, the Monty is facilitating just so much for them at the minute. And the Dokubi's causing a lot of problems as well. So come the end of this round, there's going to be a bit of a decision for the Rebellion on what they choose to get rid of here. I think they probably lean on the side of the Monty because that's been a pretty consistent factor up until this point. It's not going to be played here because SSG are going for the old, well, if we don't play it in round 9, maybe they won't ban it in round 10, but it's gonna be taken care of, and it should be targeted because it's been a massive reason why SSG have been able to level up this game. We were expecting the Rebellion to come out and just to cleanly win 3 rounds on the defense here, and that is not what's happened at all. This is now a tied game once again.
Ying also being quite effective for SSG as well. Brought multiple times. The Dokubi is 2 even good for these quick plays, but this is really what SSG have been doing so well throughout this attacking half. They just spot these little gaps in the defense's setup, and then the moment the round begins, they make a beeline to fill them. It's been up main stairs twice and now into Infirmary. Not an unimportant position. How often do we see big defense versus offense fights happening in the late round from this exact spot? He's taken it, gets the initial shots onto Ambi, but this time it is not Raid or Aiden with the opening pick. Instead, the Ying goes down early, tries to make that same play happen 3 rounds in a row, and Ambi, despite getting caught off guard, wins it in an important moment. Rival with the trade, instead taking Hammam on the opposite side. A bit alone from the rest of the attack right now and might be traded if Rexon isn't careful. One player creeping around the corner as well. Rival a bit stuck on this side of the map for the time being as, I was about to say, Spoit just spotting him on the opposite side. Rival a bit slower to the punch as the Rebellion take the advantage.
I think the SSG were trying to play a gap that maybe wasn't there. Still got a bit of this top floor to clear. Still with a bit of an intention to clear out some of this vert as we've now got Gitty throwing these boogie drones down upstairs. We've got hatches started to be opened by Dream. And a lot of the action has already sort of gone down inside of Infirmary. It's left SSG in a bit of a dicey position. They need to try and grab a kill for free here. They just need a defender rotating or a defender caught out of position, but I don't think the SR are going to give that to them. They can just consolidate now. We've still got 3 toxic canisters to play behind. There's only a minute left on the clock. Gitty's still upstairs. He has to transition down at some point. It's going to be a hatch drop. You better believe someone's there waiting to catch.
In action.
Ready to take them down the moment that opportunity arises. Aiden trying to lock off the Infirmary swing, but more often than not, we see the player sitting inside Infirmary hold this position for the rest of the round. So I don't think Surf is going to feel all that bad about being forced to sit inside. Spoit, on either a long angle or a short angle of some kind, finds 1 kill for the Rebellion. Giddy struggling to move down to this first floor. Leaves Dream in an isolated spot as well. So the Rebellion have struggled on these defenses so far, but the offside seemingly going their way. Dream with his first, though. Dream with his second kill downed as well. Him and Giddy consolidating on the bottom of main. 2v4 becomes 2v2 with only 10 seconds to go. They don't have a lot of time, but Surf, his back spaced right to the doorway, just gets around the corner at the right time. Shotgun in hand as well. Dream, a big moment that could have gone his way, but Surf, with the perfect timing, keeps himself alive to get both kills for SR's first.
Dream's going to watch that back and be absolutely gutted. 1 second, and he hits Surf in the back there. And if he pre-fires, there's a chance that they both just line up as a collat for him because they were in a perfect line for a very brief moment. Such a fine margin there. But then you could criticize SSG in a lot of ways because he was moving into that position with no time left and he still had all of Capital's utility ready and waiting to be sent. None of that utility seeing the light of day there. It's a bit of an oversight. Tactical timeout is going to happen now, I believe. SR tactical timeout. I was going to say SSG have definitely already used theirs. SR, despite winning the round and walking away with it, are going to choose now to try and figure out how they want to approach the next couple of rounds. It's a good idea because these are the two sites that they lost. Waiting Room, of course, coming as their third choice bomb site, and Command and Dorms both being won by SSG on the attack. Seth wanting to get ahead of these rounds before they happen and ensure that a full 3 points can be got here by the Rebellion. I can't put much more emphasis on the fact that it is a full 3 points that they do need. There is still a very slim chance that they make it in that top 4 spot. The more likely outcome is that they will end up in playoffs as a 5th/6th place team, which means that they will go into playoffs in that lower bracket and not have a lifeline. The benefit of that top 4 is, of course, that you go in the upper bracket and you have that lifeline. You have that 1 game's grace that you can lose and drop down into that lower bracket and continue your playoffs run. For SSG, it's very much the same story. They come in on a weaker position today, given that they have 8 points coming into the fixture as opposed to SR's 9, but they too need a full 3 points out of this if they want to make those playoffs.
A critical game for both teams, particularly so for SSG. So after the tactical timeout comes to an end, SR looking to improve their game to what we just saw in waiting room, as they have lost both primary sites. Very understandable tac timeout.
Attackers must locate
Just try to close this out at a 7-4, secure all 3 points, and make that journey into playoffs as easy and as comfortable as possible. Go back to Command, where we started things off, and we typically start things off on Fortress. Big shock. Canadian breaking the glass and bringing out the electric shield. Jumping onto the clash for likely the rest of this defensive half now that the ban phase has transpired.
Bit strange on that ban phase, isn't it? We get the Ying taken care of by the Rebellion. It's been a big part of Rivals play, and it's seen quite a lot of success. But we get the smoke banned out as a response from SSG. They're obviously trying to deter the Rebellion from playing these bunker-style setups. But it leaves open the clash. Canadian hasn't played the clash yet so far this game. He's now going to choose round 10 to bring it out, knowing that it's safe and can't be removed. It fronts up quite nicely against the Monty from Dream that has been working very well for SSG on a lot of these attacking clears. Raid going to be trying to find something vertically in the opening portion of the round. Aiden. Not sure what's stopping his drone from moving too much further. It's going to be Wrexham first on the track, but a death mark will fail. If you're going to be tracking the mute, they know where every jammer is. Brilliant C4 over the top from Wrexham. Speaking of the mute, it isn't going to stop the opening pick going in the favor of SSG, though. This is one of the problems with leaving that clash open. If you're hellbent on playing the Monty, Dream, you are losing that engagement every day of the week, my friend. And Canadian survives the cross back into sight as well.
And that's of crucial importance. Not only will this be a tool against the Monty that will survive into the late round alongside the Razor Blooms and the C4 from Surf. This also means that Space Station have lost a lot of time on acquiring some of the most basic bits of control that we see when attacking Command. Taking these tower stairs, being able to move up, dodging that C4 tossed by Rexen. It's a great read by the defense. The attack getting caught on a position that normally should fall a little bit earlier. ROU projectors out. Surf sends a C4 around the corner. Gets shot out of the air by Giddy. Two-man hold of these angles. Surf trying to keep himself safe as best he can behind the horse, but around with the SMG-12. Finds his mark, finds it with the shotgun too, and he needs it. The Rebellion dropping bodies rapidly as Surf gets that big double kill. And keeps the pressure on Space Station Gaming in a moment where the Rebellion needed it most. Shield versus shield and a gun versus gun. Only 20 seconds remaining. Puts Dream in a difficult spot. Aiden hoping that one of these players gives up their life. Dream spots him around the corner, trying to find the angle. There goes Aiden with the swing, and Aiden with the flick turns on him just like that, and coming out of the attack, it's SSG with a round.
No, 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 no. That's not how those rounds are meant to go. Dreams pleased himself with that one. He facilitated it. Lined Aiden up. Wasn't quite a layup. It was a very difficult maneuver that Aiden needed to pull off there. But Canadian, oh, dearie me. Not a great moment. Certainly not a finest hour. De-shielding on the clash at the critical moment. Allowing that separation. Putting all the pressure onto Surf. What's Surf meant to do? He's getting bashed at by a Monty.
Run that, man.
You could just start to hear someone say it's okay there. And it is. It's 5-5. It's only one round. But boy, what a round it was. Canadian has lost his clash privileges off the back of that. Surf's gone, you're not selling me again. I'll play the clash myself.
And Canadian on the Tachanka instead, basically just a roll swap between the two. You're gonna have Spoit on the Azami, you'll have Ambi playing somebody with a gun, so only limited set of options for the defense to trade between. Whoever wins this next one guarantees themselves a point, and with the success SSG have had on this attacking side, not saying it's likely, but you gotta be careful of the possibility that not only could they secure OT, this could theoretically be a 7-5 if they just make some marginal improvements. Just a couple tweaks and they might be able to push it over top. Giddy spotting somebody through that rotate hole. I believe that's a clash unshielded right now. Not entirely sure, but you can clearly see them ready for it. Yep, Surf on the opposite side, popping those Vulcan packs early. Plus, say Shirley falls back and reinforces this off. Maybe. By the way, Dokeby Call goes out, will damage Surf quite a bit. Raid fills the control as the defense leaves it. But I think just because of the Vulcan pack, there will not be enough time to catch these defenders.
And I think that's fine, really, isn't it? Because you've burnt 2 Vulcan packs inside of the first minute. It's not bad pace, really, from SSG if they want to push that side of the map later on, if they're going to pivot and move through it, which, let's be honest, looks like they're going to do now, as we've got 3 players all sort of lining up in this position. It's reasonable control. The reinforcement, again, just gives them a little bit of surety that they're just not going to get swung as soon as they walk in. So they can start to take that space and move through. Dream, this round, going to be on the blitz instead of the Monty. Maybe trying to bring a little bit more pace. Another reinforcement. Kind of locks Surf off, but he does have the corridor that he can try to move through. Aiden. He's already won that engagement once. He's thirsty for a second attempt. SSG have done quite a decent job of batting back the Rebellion on this extension. Rebellion now, though, they still have all the great tools for a bit of a bunker. They've got Canadian with the Shumika launchers. They've got Keeper barricades on Spoit. Yeah, they've placed the Vulcan packs far and wide, but they don't necessarily need them. Ooh, cheeky swing there. Gitty going to take a little bit of damage. Isn't able to put any back in return. As Aiden, too, trying to find out onto Rexon.
And Ambi and Rexon both find their targets. So now SSG, difficult spot with only 40 seconds to go. This clash is going to punish you. These Vulcans and Shumikas are going to burn you. Rexon with the TCSG might just get it done on his own. Finding the gunfights he needs to. Rival quickly swinging around, but SR good for the trades. Everybody in their places. Rexon on his mark. They get 1 point, a necessary one at that, and have an opportunity for the full 3.
Big round, big response there from SR, not letting small mistakes of previous rounds stack up into be bigger problems. Once again, put themselves in a good position in this game. I think we're probably at a point now where, as SSG, we maybe can't get away with playing the Monty or the Blitz or any shield for that matter, because you know that clash is going to be in play. You know that is going to combat you quite nicely, and SR are able to both extend and play bunker in the same round. The flexibility that they're bringing on the roster, just how much space they're able to hold. No clash in play this time, though. Kind of a surprise, given how well it has been doing for SR. Instead, while they defend downstairs, they are instead going to invest into a little bit more information. Rexon will be playing Valkyrie this time.
10 seconds left.
Ambi, a little bit of Fenrir action as well, just keeping some traps in play. Big round for the Rebellion. They need to win here. They want their playoff dreams to remain alive.
Big round to close out as well, just to seal off any doubts. It's been a very close half, but again, given that 1v1 Rexon got earlier, all you have to do is tie things. 3 defenses to 3 attacks, and you close things in regulation. Rexon really coming through for SR when they need it by getting this 1v1. It's allowed them this position. It's denied SSG map point in turn in an alternative reality. And even then, last round, a big 3K. Rexon might only be 8-9, but those kills have really been worthwhile for Shopify Rebellion. So as this early round plays out, you see some of the Selmas opening up holes. You see SSG gathering some more information. Keep an eye on Rexon with this C4. There might still be some impact to be had.
Gitty going to start his move through this top floor. Try and get open as much of this vert as possible. Space Station not looking to try and find a gap inside of Infirmary this time. Instead, going for the more typical top-down clear. And they're going to have to do it given the flexibility that SR have got at the moment. Do have Aiden to watch flanks, so provided that those air jabs are placed out, he's still got 2 in pocket. It's not going to be entirely safe up there just yet, but at least is going to start. Ambi, early target for the phone call. He's got the space to answer and doesn't really need to do anything else right now, so can continue just to hide downstairs. Some big information available for these 2 C4s. Rexon and Canadian both sporting a C4 at the minute. I'd be surprised if we don't see a kill with one of those.
Given the standard step by the M80 game, we have to have at least one with that kind of utility on the board. Surf dodging around the corners. The air jabs go off on the opposite side. You can see SR quite spread out on this defense, but all their positions well intact. Spoit can support on the long angles. Rexon and Ambi closer together. And SSG, I was about to say without a clear way towards any of them, but Ambi, the point most far out from the defense. Found by Rival with the AK-12. Now moving in for the kill. Flashbangs going through to aid this entry deeper and closer to sight. Space Station, while they find that one, Rexon and the rest crawling back deeper. Canadian ready for that swing. Gets the next as well. Surely not the third as Dream puts the lid on that. But the IGL for SR going big as well. Spoit now, another 1v1 for the Rebellion. They ended the first half to get it 4-2. Can Spoit get 1 kill worth 3? Sees him on the floor and lands the shot. When they needed it most, a 1v1 to get them a lead and a 1v1 to put them closer to playoffs. Shopify Rebellion don't make it easy, but they get the job done.
Don't make it easy is a massive understatement right now. They still come away with a full 3 points, but oh boy, was it close. SSG have given a great account of themselves tonight, but the story of their stage is that they have been falling short, and they fell short here tonight against SR. What a night to see big clutches out of both Spoit and Rexon when SR needed it the most.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste.
just in regulation. Shopify Rebellion take 3 points in a super important match in their race for playoffs. We have MB standing by to ask him a few questions after this game. Good afternoon, MB, and congrats on your win here. 2 big 1v1s to get you guys this win in regulation. How are you feeling?
We feel good. Needed a win, needed 3 points, and we got 3 points. So can't feel any better.
Yeah, I mean, can't feel any better. First off, Ambi, I want to apologize to you. Your coach messaged me, and ever since I was an analyst, you guys didn't get a win. So apologies for cursing you. But here we are. I want to ask you, what's kind of some of the things you've been working on in your 4-game skid? Are you're taking L's, but I'm assuming you guys are learning a lot.
Hey, losing is learning, and we took 4 L's, so hey, we got hella learns.
So, what are we learning?
Don't lose. And, I think we really learned that today, and we won 7-5, so I feel great.
No, I mean, definitely you needed those 3 points, big 3 points for you guys to help get you into playoffs. Obviously, fate still hasn't been decided yet for you. You guys have Outlast tomorrow. Obviously, that should be realistically the easiest game of this stage, but given kind of how it's been looking for you guys, I don't want to curse you, but what is the process going into tomorrow and then hopefully looking further into playoffs?
I mean, same process we had today. We know it's do or die. If we lose, we're not making playoffs. We all like our job. We all want to make playoffs. So hey, gotta win. So we're just locking in, and we're all confident we're gonna make playoffs. And once we're in playoffs, it's a slate resets. So we're chilling.
Is there anything that you're doing, obviously, with the 4-game stint of losing that you yourself is maybe changing in a day out? Maybe you're approaching practice a little differently. Maybe you're playing ranked a little different. Is there anything that you do individually to make sure that you're coming in as prepared as possible for these matchups?
I started drinking Monster.
Nice.
So that really gets me going. But the more siege related, I think our last 4 games I've been getting pooped on entry. So really just in scrims, locking in on being a better entry. So we have the opening kill and we not 4v5 every round because that's a big reason. So yeah, mainly that.
That's what I was trying to ask you, if what you were kind of working on. I don't know if you knew how bad you actually guys were on the entry. And I wanted to ask you, is Solid Snake, is that your favorite operator? Because it used to seem to get a lot done. I think you have over a 2 KD on that op.
I mean, it's the most broken op in the game, so might as well. And also we have the Shopify skin on it, so it's just hey. But I mean, it's definitely my favorite op, I guess, because it's just bro, it's the best. Wall hacks and the F2, it's just it is what it is, bro. It's a stupid operator. Might as well run it if it's you know what I mean?
Yeah. Walk around for free.
They were really trying to pull that out of you there with the questions about what you changed in these last 4 games to get the victory today. MB, before we let you go, anything you want to say to the fans? Maybe anything about that skin you mentioned that came out last week?
Buy the Shopify bundle, pretty please. And I hope we win tomorrow so we can make playoffs.
Awesome. MB, thank you so much for your time and good luck in the important game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Who can say no when you have MB on the stream saying, pretty pleased by our skin? But hey, the support they need to go into the playoffs, just don't lose. I mean, game plan worked out well today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the game plan you need. Just don't lose, and that's what got them over the edge here. They needed that very much needed 3 points here. So going into that Outlast game, I mean, we were just talking about this. When it comes down to those head-to-heads, if points are tied, just being able to recoup some rounds could definitely pay a big factor going into that match tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, and it's in their hands, and they did exactly what they were supposed to do. And a young player like Ambi, he doesn't really care about the ifs or what it's going to take. It's basically every game he's going to want to win, right? There's nothing else to that for Ambi.
Definitely. I mean, also, there's nothing worse for him talking about, the past 4 games, he hasn't been able to reach the same strides that we highlight him for. So it really is important for him and for SR for him to start finding comfort again and actually getting those entry kills going into their favor.
Yeah, and I'm glad he was kind of acknowledging that and he kind of understands that, right? Their entry game. Yeah, their entry game is poor, and it's not like an old problem for SR. I mean, this even goes back even last year whenever they were kind of in their slump. It usually comes down to their entry game, but they seemingly fixed it for SLC, so I feel like they'll seemingly fix it again. They were great in this game. We see
got some clutches.
Yeah, we get to see Spoit 3-1 on the entry. Ambi right there. He's always involved. 4-3 on the entry. This guy's always involved, whether he's getting the kill or not. And then, like you just said it there, they had 2 clutches, which is insane considering we just highlighted it today. Yeah. Wow, 0 of 38, and yet here they are winning those close, big rounds. It's exactly what they needed to happen against Space Station.
They heard that and they took it personally, I think, for this matchup here. But it's good points in their run for playoffs for Shopify Rebellion. We'll move on to our fourth game of the day. We got Outlast going up against 100 Thieves, and these two have never played against each other before. But given their position on the leaderboard, you know, we talk about Outlast a little bit here, but you expect
a little bit
100 Thieves to win. However, I think, you know, given how this evening has gone, we can't make any assumptions here. If we make any, it is that you can never expect a team that has nothing to play for to go down without a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even similar in the EML, Heretics, they got nothing to play for, and they've ended up making magic happen. And that can be the same thing for Outlast. You know, they've been the butt of the joke in the NAL throughout this stage, even through kickoff. This is an opportunity for them to have the fans fully back them, support them, where they can do the funniest thing and be able to be gatekeepers of not only 100 Thieves, but also SR. I mean, everything is in their court, essentially, here. They can knock these teams out of playoff contention by getting these wins and ending on a positive. Sure, they can't make playoffs. We all have understood that. But the fact of the matter is they can pull the Mutombo and absolutely deny everything for both these teams. And I just really want to see a good game. They don't have to play with anything on their shoulders. They can just have fun. So whenever we get into maps, I'm not going to even be focused on that. I'm just focused on these guys listening on their comms, having fun, and just making the most of what they can with these last two playdays.
That's a really good point. I mean, at this point, we already know they're the underdogs. Look, TrevMac is just yawning going into this game. Clearly, there's no pressure. He just woke up. He's hopping on. This is the time as a community. Instead of everyone just kind of looking negatively at Outlast, like let's maybe root for them here in this game. I mean, obviously, they're the big underdogs going against 100 Thieves, who have a chance to kind of lock this in.
Yeah, it's a big game for 100 Thieves, right? You know, they're in that group with all teams on 9 points, so getting a victory here would really set themselves apart in that group of the teams with 9 points. So, especially since they also play Space Station tomorrow, they have nothing to lose for either. Is there in this team maybe a big hero that they look for in this important fight?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's going to be Adam, and I'm going to be completely biased here, having worked with him myself. But Adam is insane. He is actually the kill leader in all of NAL right now. He sits alone at 76 kills. Now, obviously, some games got played, so maybe he's not sitting up there right now. But coming into the play day, he was the kill leader. And, I mean, he is just the backbone, the glue piece for this team. They're going to put him in a lot of turret spots, a lot of spots where he just has to kind of play his life and get kills. And, again, he is plus 24 right now. He's the only one on this team who's actually positive, and they're about to have a chance to lock into the top 4. So, I mean, really impressive for a team that is clearly still figuring out their identity, clearly casing the new player, the new rookie on the team who's that generational talent. He's not quite comfortable yet, and who would be in your first stage of Pro League? Spirits has also kind of been struggling a little bit on the shields, but yeah, they're figuring out their identity, and to have someone like Adam who is able to, again, be that glue piece, get his, make it a little bit easier on the rest of the team is, I mean, he deserves a shout out 100%.
Yeah, I mean, something that's always been impressive about Adam, even when he first joined the league back on that wildcard roster when it was Merc and a lot of the newer talent, I mean, he popped off in his first game. I believe he dropped like 19-3 on, I believe it was Border.
Probably Border.
I mean, Adam has always performed tremendously well, and it's not even just his performance that I look at from him being the player and where he's come from, but also the versatility that he brings to any team that he's on, even on the roster during SI that you guys were playing under Unwanted. I mean, he's able to flex in so many different roles and so many different positions and still be able to find that success. And that's something that you need on a team, especially when your backs are against the wall, especially when you need to be able to diversify your playstyle. When you have players like Adam that can change his tempo, change his pace, change his operators at a given notice to help facilitate rounds, it only makes it that much easier, and he's definitely a big reason why we need to hype him up here and give him his flowers.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. We actually used to put him on the second entry role for us, so here they have him more on that back line, which is probably really good for him because he is a little bit of a passive player, a mailbox as we would call him. He's really good in those 3v3s on attacks specifically. But yeah, he definitely brings the flexibility to the team. And there was even a point when back on DZ when we had Achieved on the roster, going back to those dark days, I guess you could almost say. Achieved, when he was leaving the team, he's like, you guys should look at Adam because this guy might even be cheating. He's either cheating or he's one of the best players. And clearly he's been performing. He's one of the best players.
Yeah, we talked about these teams a lot now. You have all the information you need to know. The one more thing we need to both know before this match kicks off is the map. That's going to be Lair.
Yeah, this is kind of it's. I don't want to say it's worrisome for 100 Thieves. They did win and lose this game, but there are VODs on them. And for Outlast, I mean, I think this is really a moment for them to look at the past 2 games that 100 Thieves had, because it's not like they were super convincing wins by any means, or losses rather, but they could really pick apart at 100 Thieves and try to alleviate some of the pressure that 100 Thieves can bring with some of the operators. So again, for Outlast, I just want to see them being able to work together. I want to see them lose, but still having fun in the sense of whatever round that does happen. And if they do end up winning, great. But again, ultimately, I just want to see them have fun and try to make the most, again, out of these last 2 play days.
Yeah, it's a good map for them to get to defensively, because I actually thought they did a lot of really good things on defense versus M80 in a game that they played previously. But they got to get there first, and it starts on attack. They have the Ying available to them. They're the worst team on attack. They got to be able to win like 2 or 3 rounds here on attack and give themselves some time on that defensive half.
Hey, I mean, as Outlast, you can have a lot of fun if you plan to gatekeep teams like 100 Thieves from making it to the top 4. But we're going to go find out how that goes on Lair.
Well, and basically, I think the outcome of this game is never a foregone conclusion. This is, I think, the perfect moment for Outlast to really disrupt the narrative that is setting in a lot of teams, or even people's heads, Ollie. A lot of people are thinking this will be a free 3 points going into the day. But if there's any storyline that gets me the most excited at Playdays 8 or 9, it is a team out of playoffs playing Spoiler.
It's the disruption factor, isn't it? And regardless of the day, regardless of the stage, you better believe that there are a couple of upsets ready to be thrown in at opportune moments. I do wonder if we have maybe already seen our upset for the evening, given that 5 Fears were good for the win over Wildcard. But that was less of an upset and more of just a really good game of Siege. Here, there is the potential for a general out-and-out, or a genuine, should I say, out-and-out upset. My worry for that is that I just think that 100 Thieves have kind of cemented themselves this stage. I think they've played incredible Siege when it has been required of them. And yeah, they might be going up against Outlast today, but they're still in a fantastic position. And there's nothing that they've shown us up until this point that leads us to believe that they're going to struggle against Outlast, especially if Outlast play the way that we've seen them play all stage long.
Yeah, and really when you look at 100 Thieves' record throughout the stage, and it's something that we kind of talked a lot at kind of the turn around the Playday 4 through 6 area, was like, hey, they don't have a lot of points, but you know, they got 2 off Wildcard, they got 1 off M80, and they got 3 off SR. A lot of really good results. I'm curious, when they got to the back half of the stage, how could they handle teams that, you know, for a roster with Hot and Cold at the helm, with Adam, Spirits, Gomez, and of course Kaysen making an entry onto the roster inside a Tier 1 play, what can they offer? And well, it's been a lot of really good things over the back half of the stage, getting up a lot of these points, being in 4th place, basically being right below the rest of the top 3 and securing their top 4 spot. Just looking to overcome this final hurdle, which people aren't really thinking a whole lot of, thinking that they should be able to handle this. By extension, Outlast just playing for the improvement, playing to send a message, try their best, even if these 3 points don't mean anything, playing just to take up space and keep a roll inside of the league. Their site will be R6 room, attacking the 2nd floor. See the Blackbeard already getting some angles over towards the Skybridge position. But especially with a clash on the board, Outlast will need to take their time with this, and especially if Nesto wants to get these vertical picks from below. They'll have to be patient to wait to see until somebody goes on cam.
2nd floor.
A little bit of Lair then. A decent map for 100 Thieves so far this stage. It's also been a map that Outlast seems to find themselves on more often than not as well. It's their 3rd preference. They have played it before against Dark Zero, but as we know, yet to find a win. An attacking Lair can be tricky at best, especially when you got Hot and Cold playing Ops kind of aggressively with a clash. A couple of bandit batteries, no real way of dealing with that or actually getting anything open. We've got Millie with a couple of hard breach charges. He's already used one of them. Lack of hard breach when attacking this top floor never really is the recipe for success. It's not what you think when you load into the game and you're like, right, attacking top floor or Lair, what are we not going to bring? Well, let's just bring a couple of sit openers. I'm sure we'll make it work. I don't usually how this goes.
You can also see intel a little bit lacking for Outlast. Veronica just face-checking the bottom of green stairs. Nobody's down there. Might be somebody in the wind on the defense, maybe. Nobody immediately in that area, as we can see. The main point of the defense is Spirits, and hot and cold on this clash. Adam with the first pick on the opposite side finds Nesta, who's been seeking a vertical engagement for basically the entire round up until this point. Spirits put low, so we'll take refuge behind one of the center display cases. Hot and cold also taking some shots, but again with this clash, not really a whole lot that he needs to do right now. 30 seconds remaining. A lot of utilities expended. Utility being sent out in turn. Adam with a big pick. Spirits waiting with the shotgun finds his mark. Logan looking for this pre-fire, and Adam still gets the kill on the way out. Backstab from Trev Mag gets a kill, but it's quite late in the grand scheme of things on 1 HP as well. 100 Thieves will take this first defense pretty well in hand.
Kind of to be expected with the lineup that we see Outlast trying to play in round 1, and I think the operative word there is trying. It isn't necessarily typical to see just a brute force attempt on that top floor. Especially when going into just so much utility. The clash alone is it's going to involve some fairly precise utilities to try and deal with that, and that's not something that we've really known Outlast for. I do understand where the desk is coming from. It would be nice to try and get behind this team a little bit in some ways, but when we see the attacks at a fundamental level just failing with making sure they're just bringing the right tools, it really does just feel like you're kind of banging your head against the wall. Like, if they've got a clash, you can't just go for a direct. You can't just try and get a wall open with a hard breach charge and walking through a single door. Like, you have to do a little bit more than that. You have to create huge cuts through the site and really stop players from being able to rotate, because hot and cold, for zero consequence, could just move throughout that top floor there. We'll be going into the mid floor for the second site choice here. There is a lot of really exciting attacks that Teams like to bring for this one. Top floor clears have kind of fallen out of fashion in a lot of ways, and we tend to often see teams just go and try and get a plant down under a huge amount of utility, typically smokes, ROU projectors. Glass is also a really good choice for that. We've got a little bit of that here. We've got the ROU projectors, and whereas we didn't have any hard breach in round 1, we've got double hard breach here in round 2. Well, yes, it's still important, but you can definitely get away with just tin openers here.
Still bringing tools that can be applicable. You can open those walls down below. You can also maybe apply some hard breach to any reinforcements on the second floor, as there is often presence upstairs. Nice little find from Nesta. I mean, Gomez might get that trade, but Kaysen definitely caught off guard and caught lacking, sitting on that mirror window on his camera. All things considered, though, if the 1-for-1 has to happen, which it didn't, but if it's going to happen, Mirror for Nomad's not a bad trade, assuming Nesta hadn't placed down all of his air jabs. Even then, there are worse things in the world. The one thing you might run into is that there's now one less defender in this top floor, only 2. Now Last if they won could try and bring to bear the full force of their remaining attackers, all 4, against these defenders. Information that one's on the opposite side of this single door. Gomez has been around the block a few times. He's going to swing around the corner. It's going to be for a brief second. He's likely not going to get caught off guard by this trick.
No, you're going to have to do a little bit better than that. Spirits is there, ready to assist him as well. Millie starting to think about taking that challenge. Aggressive swing there from Gomez, but will get caught out full white flash. No one on the side of Outlast there to take any advantage of it, though. Millie just tries to walk in. I thought Millie knew for sure that Gomez was playing there. He's going to find himself a second here. You can just feel it. Hot and cold with one. Veronix, an impactless kill, but it was all Gomez all day in round 2.
Yeah, making the full rotation to the opposite entrance on second floor. Gets it with the shotgun. Gets what, I think 4 kills on the round total. And Outlast tried to go for that full clear up top, but it's super spread out. You got one player on the single window, one player walking in through the single door, another one walking up through green, and then one pushing ups as well. And we see plenty of teams do spread out attacks like that, but there wasn't really all that much utility to disrupt the defense. You know, you think of, important tools, like, for example, Ying, but she's banned, of course. And the Sands might be a worthwhile example, but No Grim maybe to get some information to enable some of these swings. How much utility dump did we really see as well? We saw maybe some flashes, but no Capitao as well, maybe to throw in some firebolts, or even maybe just instead of like 4 players all pushing their own positions, maybe a 2-2 split, something to make it a bit easier. In the end, Outlast gave 1v1 after 1v1 to the 100 Thieves defense, and it just so happens that Gomez was the one player in a position to deal with every single one of them.
5 seconds left.
Well, what is the answer for round 3 then? Outlast feel like they may be lacking somewhat on the information, given that they are bringing a trifecta of information ops right now. But again, where's the hard breach? Yeah, you're attacking downstairs. And yes, you have the ram, so Logan can get in above and start to make something happen, but I just worry about the heavy investment onto one side of the triangle here. Maybe it's not quite a triangle, maybe there are more points to it than that, but I think you get my sentiment. Feels like they just double down on one thing and don't really have that flexibility in the lineup to do multiple. Big position already from Veronix. Already got himself into Missile Hall right now and haven't really spent anything to do it, but they are worried about that top floor. Logan, this isn't the position for you, my friend. We need you out of there. Upstairs they go, and they are going to start to clear a little bit of that vert. Veronix just seeing if he could find a quick lick there. There is going to be a presence upstairs to deal with. You know, it'd be really nice if we had some hard breach to maybe display spirits inside of Roofing.
Hey, none of that. They're gonna get the kill. Trust. I mean,
they might do, but it's nearly halfway through the round.
I didn't say they get the kill quick. I said they'd get the kill.
I can't believe you do spirits like that as well.
Nothing to worry about.
Hey, what do you mean?
Wait.
Spirits is capable.
I
backed spirits to find the. Yeah, but you said that it would get the kill. Like, surely that means spirits dies.
Well, yeah, but, you know, dying one time in one round of one game of Rainbow Six isn't, like, a gigantic existential statement about Spirits' skill as a player. If he kills this guy, that actually would be crazy. Can you imagine he swings for Onyx? No, unfortunately not.
Worst player in the world.
No, that's not fair. Logan next up on to Gomez. Both the roamers taken down. But to your point, Ollie, this has taken quite a long time.
It's taken an incredible amount of time. We've got 55 seconds on the clock. We're now starting to see the vert, but Atom is going to take Logan down. So only that one boogie drone of vert in the sight. And still Vulcan packs to go through.
Let's have a look.
All that time, the Vulcan packs can burn. We're still doing Rotero drones with 30 seconds remaining. I admire them getting a bit of utility, not trying to waste any time. Spend every second doing something important. They're just running out of them. They don't have a lot remaining. They got information on Adam. Flashbang goes deep. Millie's still struggling to find this engagement. I don't know if they know about the Azami on the opposite side. Yes, they do. Veronix drops and immediately makes eye contact with Hot and Cold. They've known about the Scoil for so long and they can get it. Millie and Veronix both with a kill as Outlast put up their first.
They get one over the line and the smiles all around. Except for Trevmac. Were the devs saying that Trevmac had just woken up? Was that like actual knowledge or just speculation? Looking a little bit sleepy over there on the top right. Still a good round there for Outlast. Successful on that tertiary bomb site. Clash and a Deimos to be removed here at the start of round 4. Does just go to show, even with short time, Outlast able to get it done, but not quite good enough. And it was the top 2 sites that really plagued them in that first quarter. Hence the tactical timeout here.
Yeah, and like we said, obviously, for Outlast, while there might not be a whole lot at stake on this matchup, taking every opportunity you can to learn what you can inside of the NA League and also to potentially disrupt 100 Thieves from making it into the playoffs is quite important. This is a team that has been quite serious about their improvement mindset, something the desk has talked about, wanting to see that improvements moving into stage 1, even though it's not manifested right now. Definitely take what you can, especially against a team like 100 Thieves who got a lot of experienced players who know how to play layer. Trying to figure out what they can do as basement's gone their way. In all likelihood, Master Office and R6 room will be the next site defended by 100 Thieves. And if we call what kind of went wrong here, you know, I mean, Ollie, I think one thing we've had, the lack of hard breaching so far might be a worthwhile place to start, but also just the time. An extremely slow round for Outlast that really didn't get started until well past the minute point.
Yeah, I mean, Outlast are kind of, in some ways, you want to call them lucky for getting that round because that's not how a round should be won. But that's coming from like a very sort of idealistic view of the game. You need to be capable of winning those rounds as a team, absolutely. However, when we don't see Outlast win rounds in the atypical fashion, it kind of leads us to sort of believe and think, yeah, maybe they just got a little bit lucky there, right? And, you know, they were able to flood in and pick up a couple of kills. They weren't leaving themselves any margin for error. If one of those gunfights goes bad, then there's a domino effect that is going to sort of ensue. And that's maybe why we sort of come down quite hard, even though they walk away with the round win. It was still these top floor sites that are and will continue to be the primary, you know, cause for concern, given that the first was, I think, flawless or nearly flawless. And the second, you know, Gomez just sort of running a mockery on that top floor as well. So big individuals that they're sort of unable to deal with is always going to be a problem. But it's been quite fluky so far on both sides. You know, we've seen 100 Thieves, been a 3K from Atom, a 4K from Gomez in the 2 rounds that they've won. So it hasn't been, you know, all-round team performance. It's just been big individual plays in the right place at the right time. But if you want an individual performance, what do? You put someone in ops on his army with mute jammers at his feet and then basically laugh, because there is very little that can be done to deal with that. Usually you have to go in below. And looking at the tools that Outlast have got in their pocket, there isn't too much going on a vertical sense.
No, not a lot. I mean, we're getting to the point where you might have to rely on some DMRs to, you know, shoot through those floors. Which, I mean, to be fair, entirely possible, but not much you can do. Now the Black has gone down. Your options for applying pressure to these defenders, at least quickly, is dwindling, but not unavailable. Possibility of the entry glass still very much alive, a perfectly viable strategy in 2026. Only waiting to see if one of these defenders decides to take an aggressive line around the corner. Doesn't seem like it'll happen so far. Rest of the attack relegated to doing Kiba destruction duty around the site. As similar to round 1, Outlast attacking Master in R6 and struggling to find a way in. Kaysen just swings around the corner right as Millie hops in. That's the easiest kill of Kaysen's career. Outlast find a key couple kills though. Rocket Stairs control taken by the offense, and now 100 Thieves have a little bit more work to do. Kaysen worried about the bathroom walk-up and the single window. Spots one. Decided to take the 1v1 with the next. Just spot the lion crossing the door. Can't quite land the shots, though. As Outlast taking a pause, just so close to each other. Stokeby call goes out. Now the line pushes through with the shotgun hot and cold, ready for both of them. Lines them up with the Supernova and 100 Thieves. All 3 kills to round out the 4th.
Brilliant pivot there from 100 Thieves, leaving themselves so much flexibility. There's a nice presence in ops at the start of the round, but they've not left anything lacking on that museum side of things. They've still got the capability of holding onto that window, playing the angles inside of security, challenging onto bathroom, hot and cold with a nice swing to round out the couple of rounds there. He was the win condition no matter what, because he's playing on the Echo, still had Yokai drones up, and then the diffuser from Outlast, just not enough care taken over it. It was left on what you would argue is maybe like the backstabby sort of player instead of the main push that was coming through that ops side. Hence Lion and Co having to then rotate around and try and make something work. 100 Thieves again seeing success on this top floor, and the timeout not sufficient to close out around there for Outlast. They do still have the option of this mid floor, which is where 100 Thieves will be going next. Maybe we can see a little bit of success here for Outlast, because up until now it's been 1 round in the basement, and that's kind of been it.
10 seconds
That's one thing that's worked for them so far, and Bunk's briefing was, again, showed kind of some of the deficits we've seen in Outlast play so far. Incredibly spread out, bit mistimed, allowing Gomez to go and get a big 4K. While R6 Room was really difficult at getting anything going, on Outlast there was a clear vision. It was just one that had some problems in implementation, and one that had some problems in conception as well. So if they want to go for this full clear, they'll definitely have some issues, especially as this approach from 100 Thieves doesn't exactly lend itself to the kind of structured play that would be a bit more easier to figure out. You know, you've got the hard breach denial, you've got the mirror windows, you've got the Kibas, all basically denying these positions and making a bit of a fortress on the 2nd floor. I also don't think that Kaysen will get caught on his default cam in the first minute of the round like he did last time. Things are going to be a bit harder for Outlast than they were already hard before.
Trev Mack calling the shots here from the bottom of Rocket. You can see he's being very vocal there on his player cam. Milli's been able to move through and take a bit of control that has been kind of given for free inside of Ops, but that's no bad thing. It's still space that you're going to need to try and occupy. Minute of the round gone and not too much progress aside from Millie getting himself into a spot there. Trev Mack going to try and be the pincer to this movement from Logan and Millie. Should be able to breach open the wall and start to go for this top floor clear. But it's just taking them quite a lot of time to do so. These 100 Thieves players, they can start to rotate and position themselves accordingly. Mirror window will be dealt with this time. With some pretty hefty reinforcements, the lines of sight at the moment on this top floor are slim to none. Crucial info on the drone. Trev may be going to go for a challenge.
Track is deployed.
I try to find it, but a much slower affair than the previous Bunk's briefing defense was. Spirit's confident on that Skybridge angle. Can't quite find the other through the breach as 100 Thieves maintain their advantage as Outlast commit to this clear. Just sitting behind these hard walls. Kaysen surviving to the late round. Good for 2 different kills by the end. Make that 3 kills by the end of it. Hyped up now that he's not shot in the back on the default camera. Kaysen with a nice little 3-piece to keep 100 Thieves in the lead.
Well, it seems to be 3 pieces and 4 pieces have been the order of the day so far from 100 Thieves, but they haven't relied on them necessarily to get the rounds won in general. It's often just one player finds a lot of the kills, but there's so much enabling work that is going on this roster right now. 4-1 they currently sit on the defensive side here of Labs. Might say, oh, well, you know, it's Labs, it's a fairly defender-sided map, you know. 100 Thieves, still good for a 50% win rate on it. We're not expecting them to be anything but great on their attacks here tonight as well.
Nice.
Feeling himself.
As he should. As he should. Kaysen maybe not having the stage he would have liked, but still generally doing quite well on the team, pretty much in line with everybody else in the stats. I think a lot of notoriety on Kaysen coming into the stage, and he's performed generally pretty well. It's also kind of hard for anybody to get kills when Adam is quite literally one of the best players in the league right now, so just a lot of work being done by the top half 100 Thieves, and overall a pretty consistent team effort to get them to this point, just a few points away from clinching playoffs. Maybe not necessarily top 4, but this whole roster, really the 5-man squad has put in the work, and Adam might be the one player putting in a bit more, but can't really say that anybody has completely dropped the ball on this team. From everybody to Spirits, Kaysen on up, everybody doing quite well for the roster to get them to this point. Now, just need to win round 6 to secure a 5-1 half and put them even closer to getting all 3.
That's going to be the goal here for 100 Thieves. A nice, clean game, a clean 3 points. Further cement themselves, just bridging that gap between the awkward sort of middle section of our leaderboard at the moment with, you know, Cloud9, 4Fun, Space Station, all rocking 9 points still. SR, of course, started the week on 9 points, but given that they got a clean win over SSG in regulation, it will be up now on 12. Briefly contending with 100 Thieves for that 4th place, but of course, with the performance 100 Thieves are putting in here, it is very likely that 100 Thieves will move to 15, which makes SR's hope of a top 4 even more far-fetched than it already is. Better work rate, I think, this time from Outlast. And they've actually brought the Heart Breach as well. They do have a few more options, but what is Kaysen doing on this top floor? I mean, I get that he's the Goyo and he's got a bit of flexibility, but Millie was not expecting that at all.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know if I would expect a Goyo headshotting with the TCSG like that all the way up top. Outlast, I think, realizing the site's a bit empty, though, looking to push in deep. Trev Mack gave a bit of a look to the opposite site. Gomez around the corner. Can Ivana find the Azami? Just spots her in the back, but it's Logan for the kill instead. Now turning his attention towards Showers. Trev Mack knows it's not safe to get this diffuser down. Adam, high-shooted player for 100 Thieves, just ducking around the corner, sending out a C4 as a parting gift. Won't get any damage. He's got to make the decision. burn about 30 to 40 HP, or keep your gun up. Decides to turn it off as Spirits lines up a shot onto Nesta, but it's the closest round Outlast have had in quite a long time. Logan on for another. It's Adam around the corner. Might be the recipient of a couple flashbangs if Logan decides to use his utility. Gotta be careful though. Gun up, the only player on Overwatch. Adam moving to take the opposite angle. No, it's Spirits instead. On even lower HP, swings around, gets the headshot as Logan on for an ace. But with Adam just around the corner, Logan has some time to bait this out, but not if Adam's holding the angle. Waiting for the cutoff, baits him into the play. Outlast only get one round for their troubles as 100 Thieves come away the almost uncontested victors. We've still got a few more rounds to go.
Oh, we do, and like you pictured, Atom as the hero for this team. He once again does that in the important 1v1 in the end there, but it's more than just that. And when we talk about the operators that 100 Thieves play, and the game plan that they bring out on this defense has been working well.
Yeah, first off, I was worried that this was going to be a little bit of a trap game for 100 Thieves, so I'm glad to see them get that 5-1 split because we know how good Outlast can be on their defenses, so I think that was really important for them. But yeah, to highlight their the operators that they are playing, I mean, they're running Azami, they're running Clash. They ran Azami 5 out of the 6 rounds. They ran Clash the round that they haven't. They clearly know the game plan against Outlast is you just don't want to give them executes. We do kind of hear their comms over on the Outlast side, and we can hear them their first 2 rounds. They're like, hey, let's do a little bit of push and pull. But 100 Thieves, they're an experienced team. They have Hot and Cold, one of the most experienced IGLs of all time. He's having the guys just play very bunkered up, and the only round that they did win was when they weren't bunkered up, right? So I think it's a very good game plan coming out of 100 Thieves, and again, getting that 5-1 split I think is going to be very important.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do want to highlight on the side for Outlast. Now, this might be a little bit of a stretch, might be a little of a reach for a highlight, but this was a very good round from them. They did a good job figuring out where the players were on the map for 100 Thieves, singling them out, how they can pinch them and then go for this late round execute, which ultimately they play extremely well. They go in for the site, they get the information of the players, they single them out, they find the player up top to alleviate the pressure, and then it's just they understand, okay, let's go for these executes, let's play these crossfires, and it was really well. And I do want to give them credit when we were listening to their comms. It really is pretty precise and clean from what they're going for. The bigger issue is just lack of information around the map, the lack of what ifs and what can happen if we don't have this control, what we don't have this information. So for me, if they can just fix some of those attacking issues and just gain a little bit of information, use the drones more efficiently, they really could have successful attacks.
Yeah, and we were hearing them even like, hey, we got to stack our drones more. We got to know, are they bringing that Clash? We got to start the round by having some of the right operators in our hands. But what I've also liked from that attack too is it takes some time to learn this as a newer team. And again, they don't have any vets on the team to kind of teach them. But if plan A doesn't work out, you got to be able to come up with a plan B. We saw their plan A on that round that they did win where they couldn't take warehouse side. They had to go and get some picks. They had to use targeting. Hey, who can we go find on the defense side that might be a weak link and we can give ourselves a man advantage? That usually takes a lot of time for younger IGLs to figure out. So it was really cool to see in that round. Yeah. And I was very curious about these bans. They're going to do the exact same bans, by the way, 100 Thieves, which is that Azami and that Tachanka ban. Azami, we already know how powerful, they already know how powerful it is. They ran it 5 out of 6 rounds. It's going to allow them to get operations room extremely quickly, which is the main room or the main point of contention. And then Tachanka ban and just going to be for those late round executes. And on this site specifically, Azami would be played on the green stairs. We're not going to see it, so I'm sure we're going to probably see a green ISO, most likely, out of these guys.
It's taken one day, and I see bans that I never see in EML, or a Muzzle ban, Tachanka ban. It's not common, but hey.
Not ball knowers.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Of course, for Outlast, as they said in their comments, we got this on the defense. They gotta show us, though, in the second half.
Real talk from Mint right there. Absolutely real talk. Tachanka ban in NA, that is 100% ball knowledge, especially on this map. Ali, how many times do you see Tachanka like bank a Shumika off 8 different walls to deny the default plant on this map? You gotta be, I mean, not in every game, but like, you gotta be weighing the Tachanka ban on Lair. You gotta be doing it.
Oh, without a doubt. And don't worry, like, it took me a while to get used to things over here as well. Yeah. You're doing great. Like,
when you get hit by a real region, it shocks the senses at first, but you get used to it over time.
Oh, I can't believe I've sold out.
What's the line in Dune? It's like, you live with prophecy for so long, the moment of revelation is a shock.
100 Thieves then, a very healthy lead here on Lair. 5-1-1 on their defenses. Can they make it 7-1 overall and show us some brilliant attacks to close out what will have been a great play day for him. Hot and cold. Going to be playing the Blitz this time, and they too will be going for this Skybridge side of things. A lot of similarities in the approaches right now. Big difference is that 100 Thieves have chosen to bring some hard breach for this. Now, granted, it's the Maverick. It isn't primary hard breach by any stretch. This Blitz play in conjunction with the Nomad is going to allow just a little bit of space to be taken, and Millie probably already thinking about using some of those Toxic Babe canisters, and if he's not, he should be doing, because there is a heavy stack up of players on this Skybridge side.
Basically, almost all of 100 Thieves attack, it feels like, on this side, but only 3 players at the moment. Taking the initial green control, taking a look down to the bottom floor. This side, I imagine they thought they'd be attacking on this first foray into their attack on layer, but it's the one they've been given. With the utility they have, really could very well be the first to fall. Ooh, Yokai spotted, trying to get a look outside. Unfortunate timing for Trev Mack on that util. Attack's taking a long time for 100 Thieves. We've yet to see anything fall. As even though it's just a wall and just a smoke canister, Millie holding on for quite a long time on the second floor position. Ooh. You see. What is the plan here, Ollie?
I mean, 100 Thieves have stalled out a little bit. It looks like now the plan's going to be to clear this top floor. They were eyeing up the site for so long, and I think Millie had thought he'd found himself a little bit of security, but no, 100 Thieves have clicked the go button in a big way right now. Nesta tucked into the corner of the site. Logan will find one back. Impact's now going out, but there are just bodies after bodies for him to swing onto. Trev, he'll eventually find one onto Spirits, but everyone's been batted back. There is still a Yokai in play, though.
Still a Yokai in play, but once it stuns, there isn't exactly enough time for this to win the round on its own. That's the second Yokai shot as well. So Hotgold can commit to this defuse plant. Adam wins an important kill up top to delay the vertical retake, but Trev, as he wins another one, Kaysen's still good for it. 6-1 right now. Big brain call from Hot and Cold. Spends so long setting up that play, and the moment he throws the smokes, transitions directly into the clear of the second floor. I love that call out of 100 Thieves.
I mean, if that was the bait and if that was the intention all along, it's massive. I mean, whichever way it is, if that was the intention all along, it's an incredible plan. If that was just a call in the moment, it's an incredible call. There's no way of criticizing that push from 100 Thieves, because they didn't really have too much. They've still got the Yokai drones in sight. It's not as if they've got the glass that they can really start to play behind and flood it with smokes. They haven't brought the Yings. They've not got that kind of arrow in their quiver either. They've also not got the sense. So you've not got those typical disruption ops. You've not even got the Monty, because it's been banned. Because oftentimes you'll see people try and just get a plant in behind the Monty directly on the door. So 100 Thieves really were left in like a really awkward middle ground where they kind of needed to go for a full clear, but they weren't really in position to do so. They just needed to bait any sort of reaction and then hit the opposite end. If it had been smoke shoes upstairs, I'm sure we'd have seen them flood the site in a bigger way. As it stood, it was smoke shoes downstairs, and then they just go, yeah, you know what? Now's the time. Everyone in position. Boom.
Also, it's the kind of thing that just requires full buy-in for the team, and it's the kind of thing that you can really only get when you have teams who either A, have been playing the game this long, or B, really just, I think, believe in quite a clear vision of the system. And I think there's both of those in a lot of different ways for 100 Thieves. I think everyone just able to buy into that call so quickly, whoever gave it, whether it was Hot and Cold or somebody else. It's a big reason that plan was able to work out. Early hard breach on a second floor will be successful, as the shots fired by the defense can't quite destroy the Soma charges on the opposite side. I think this one will also take a long time, Ollie, but probably in a bit of a different way than the last round took a long time. I think we'll see a lot more kind of active progress made by 100 Thieves. We got this initial ops mirror. We've got the intel gathered on it. Got some breaching to do as well. Won't be as action-packed, maybe, but still maybe a bit more food for the eyes.
Yeah, there's just a bit more of the typical util to get through here, isn't there? Why am I discs now being burned? The thing is, from 100 Thieves, they're not making any mistakes. That's so easy for them to just immediately flood the Ash round in. I mean, Spirits will go down, but 2 kills come on the reverse. It's such an easy piece of utility to clear, and they're dotting every T and crossing every... Oh, sorry, crossing every T and dotting every I, should I say, as they get a mixed round. 4 versus 3 now. Millie and Logan have both fallen. Their spirits just getting a little bit too far ahead of himself, trying to transition and make that run into ops. Could have just waited a little bit longer. As it stands, it's not left his team in too bad of a position. There's great information here from Hot and Cold. Should be only moments now that Nesta is allowed to play in that pause. You can see already Hot and Cold moving in to try and do something about it, but Nesta's got the read. Immediately there with the refrag though, Gomez and 100 Thieves can continue to trade down these numbers.
Yeah, Outlast have been playing well in the fights that they've taken. It's just that 100 Thieves have been so good getting these trades. I mean, I like that swing on the Spirits earlier. I like Nesta getting ahead of it right there. Just 100 Thieves are able to mitigate any damage done by these frags acquired by Outlast. It's a lot of fundamentals, a lot of basics work being done by 100 Thieves. Just basics being done well, though, and that's enough to win you games. Only 2 more kills separate 100 Thieves from not a necessary 3 points, but one that might very well secure their playoff dreams right here and right now. Max spotting a couple players, or at least one player by Top Rocket. Can't quite land the pre-fire. Kaysen gets them both. A little bit of a 90-degree flick there to finish things off. Not our most dominant game of the day, but only loses that title by 1. 100 Thieves with all 3 points at 7-1.
Could have been a bit of a rock in the road this for 100 Thieves. We were kind of fancying Outlast to play Gatekeeper, to play Spoiler, but no, 100 Thieves rise to the occasion as they have done all stage long, putting themselves now on 15 points and further cementing that 4th place spot.
A 7-1 is a clear statement from 100 Thieves. With this victory here, they qualified to playoffs, and we get to speak to the winners. We have Hot and Cold on the line. Hot and Cold, we get to congratulate you. You make it to playoffs. That must be a great feeling.
Yeah, it's obviously a great feeling. I mean, that's step number one or for, you know, our expectations of this stage, and just going to keep moving.
Cutie, how are you doing? Congrats today on the win. First off, what's going on with Spirits? He trolling you?
With what? What's he trolling with?
Only negative player against Outlast? Like, what's going on with this guy? Running in with Ying, he's not getting any help?
Don't start saying that. He's already in his own head over there. I'm kidding.
We heard the comms at the end saying like, you sound like you're upset.
Yeah, upset right now. Real question for you: Does it mean anything to you getting dropped off M80 now, going to 100 Thieves, a prestigious org, and not only are you guys in playoffs, but it's the first time that the 100 Thieves as an organization is now in playoffs, right? They picked up that other roster that didn't perform very well. You guys were able to get back to expectations. Does that mean anything to you?
I mean, not really, right? Because that is everyone's like number one goal is just making the playoffs first. But it really doesn't mean anything if you don't go anywhere after that. So our goal is to just keep taking it slow, keep taking it step by step, trying to get better. And hopefully the results will come from that. I think we are slowly doing that. You know, sometimes in scrims I would like for that to happen a lot quicker than it does. And maybe I get a little attitude. I know Kyle knows what I'm talking about. He's been there for it.
The matitude. Yeah, I'm well aware.
Yep, the matitude we'll call it. But yeah, the progress is there, you know. So I can't be mad. These are a great group of guys, and I think we're slowly coming into our own as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a moving goalpost, and congratulations nonetheless for being able to qualify for playoffs. I kind of want to talk about, you know, I talked to you back during SI. You said, you know, there was maybe a possibility of retirement, but you weren't fully sure what that was going to look like. Then obviously, you know, everything transpired the way that it did, but now you're in a position where you are with 100 Thieves. You're creating that success again with the boys. You're now in playoffs. I mean, has that given you a lot of just resurgency even for your own career long term?
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, my goal is to win an SI before I retire. So, you know, however long that takes, we'll see. But that is my goal. That is what I'm trying to get done. After that, who knows when I'll retire. I'm just kind of playing it by ear at the moment. But I think 100 Thieves, for me, was the most fulfilling team I could have chose. You know, I wanted something that is kind of my own project and something with a lot of room to grow. I mean, Kaysen especially, he's slowly just building more and more confidence, and I think once he gets to his top, you know, the top of his level, like, he'll be insane. He'll be one of those, you know, Ambi players.
Absolutely.
Cool. Well, you played against Outlast today, a team that doesn't really have anything to play for anymore. The same goes for SSG tomorrow. They're already out for playoffs as well. How's your mindset like going into these games when you play against a team that could be a devil's advocate in that case?
Honestly, not really thinking about the other team too much. My boy Mitch is over there. I love Mitch. I'm sad to see that he didn't make playoffs. I thought, you know, they were looking good in their last game, but yeah, I mean, more so, like I said, just trying to improve ourselves and not really focus on the enemy team. And then once we get to playoffs, then we could maybe, you know, start focusing on the enemy teams prep-wise a little more because, you know, we have all the season to look at that point. But yeah, I mean, we have our own issues we got to work out. I think our defenses are slowly building up in terms of win rate. I don't know if we're no longer the bottom two place
You're getting
teams
out of the
in
basement.
terms of, let's go. I'm no longer in the basement.
Stats got padded today for sure.
Yeah,
this was I think I said that. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
you
the
did.
stream
That's
caught
what I said.
Kaysen's best performance against Outlast?
All right. Well, Hot and Cold, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with your final game tomorrow.
Thank you.
I like the mindset there. Really focusing towards playoffs, of course. You know, qualifying to playoffs is great, but from there on, you got to make it work to punch your ticket to the international events.
Yeah, that's just being an experienced player. I mean, we both kind of know that as well. Like, really all the regular season is to kind of get tested a little bit, fix your stuff, make it into playoffs, and then learn from any of those losses, right? They already know what their weaknesses are. It was their defense. I'm sure that's kind of been a main focus for them. Spirits as well. I mean, it sounds like he might be thinking about some of what's kind of been going on with him, so we'll kind of see him back for playoffs, but that's what it's all about.
Yeah, Yeah, I think it's an important situation for 100 Thieves to find themselves in. Obviously, the last kickoff wasn't great for them, but then this entire stage has been a step in the right direction with each and every single match. Not to say that they haven't gone through their own hurdles, because they clearly haven't. Hot and Cold clearly touched up on. They have their own issues, and that's where it really is important for them to just focus on them, not focus on what's in front of them, because they have their issues. And once they fix those issues, then like you said, once they get into the playoffs, they have a lot more room to work with. It's a best-of-3 environment. You can really focus on the other team a little more instead of just focusing solely on yourself.
And then for Kaysen as well, really important for him to finally find that footing as well. I mean, you two were talking about it, right? He has that all-star potential, but he's slowly getting it to work now.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I'm glad that 100 Thieves has had the run that they have, because realistically, what we saw from Kaysen very early on was he wasn't able to hit those strides very early, where if those series ended, we'd be talking about Kaysen in a completely different front. But the fact of the matter is 100 Thieves has kept it competitive throughout, where he has been able to find his footing. He has been able to find that rhythm, and with each and every single game, which that's going to be the most important thing for any new player, is getting game day reps, and we are seeing the improvement each and every single day. And I think Matt is absolutely right. Once he hits that peak, he's going to be disgusting.
Yeah, I'm glad they have so much confidence in him. I think everyone already knows how good this player is going to be, how good Kaysen's going to be, but he just needs to find his footing. Exactly what Lax is saying. Like, Pro League is no joke. Like, he didn't even get to play in T2, right? I think he just went straight, as soon as he turned 18, he just played in T1 pretty much. So, yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit for the kid.
Yeah, that's impressive. I love to see that. Well, we'll move on to our final game of the day. We do have Cloud9 and 4Fun going up against each other. And over in the EML, we like to call these 6-pointer games, because whilst you take 3 points for yourself, you also take 3 away from the enemy. Now, why is that important? Both these teams on 9 points are in position 6 and 7 on the leaderboard here. So for the playoffs fight, I saw that from the corner of my eye. For the playoffs fight, this is going to be super important, and especially for a team like Cloud9, because they've come from a far way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a dawn of a new era for this Cloud9 roster. I mean, even when you think when Cloud9 first joined the league, I was part of that team, and that even then, that was rough. But then we started to find our stride. We started to create success. But after that time, Cloud9 organization in North America did not find any success. They had to shift all the way over to Asia to start finding success. And then when they came back, they weren't being able to find success. But now with this team, with this veteran leadership from the side of Pamba, it is a new era for this Cloud9 roster, and I am super happy that we're able to highlight these players, highlight this organization in a positive sense, because they absolutely deserve it.
Yeah, when was that again? What year?
2018, long time ago.
2018,
long time ago.
No, but you're absolutely. This has been one of my favorite teams. I get asked about these guys all the time, but they are definitely one of my favorite teams, up and coming teams. I think we all like to root for the underdog, and it's not even that. It's just how they play the game. Like defensively, they just look so impressive, and even on the way they play attack, which I'm sure we're going to highlight. But yes, they are one of the worst attacking teams at the moment. But with Pambazoo, they have all the options. They're trying to play the information meta. They're trying to play with shields. They're trying to play with utility. Like, they're trying to go about it the right way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you talk about Pamba, because we've highlighted him a lot already, but him being that veteran experience that this roster really needed, especially for these newer players like Uzi, like Monk, like Center. Even when you look at Kickoff in their last stage, they didn't look very good. Center was not having fun. But this stage specifically, with Pamba bringing on that veteran experience, it really helps shape and mold these players and gives them a real good path of where they can become the players in themselves. I mean, realistically, Pamba comes into this play day the 13th highest rated player. I believe Center is the 20th, and I believe Monk is the 23rd highest rated player so far in the NAL. But if you're looking at that defensive stat, where we've highlighted they've been so strong, and I believe Center's number 3 rated player in the NAL. I think Monk is number 9, and then I don't know where the others fit.
Pamba's like 6th.
Yeah, but when you look at how strong this team defensively is, I think it really contributes to the fact of what Pamba and that experience brings, that you really can mold off of that and play off of it and work with it. And we really are seeing it pay dividends for these players.
Yeah, you could see him literally teaching them fundamentals. Like, this is stuff that those other teams don't have, where we look down at who's actually bad at defense. Like, Pambazoo's coming in here and teaching them the fundamentals. They're really good at playing power spots. They're really good at playing trades. They're first in the league in trades, right? So they are valuing being able to set up those crossfires, which is so good for a young team.
Well, I find it curious, though, because you mentioned a few interesting stats, or impressive stats, rather, for the side of Cloud9. When we look at the opponents for today, 4Fun, they don't have any of that going for themselves. There isn't really one star player that pops up there.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem with 4Fun Esports, is I just don't see a star on this team. I'm looking across at other rosters. You highlighted C9 with Pambazoo and Center, currently both in the top 6 on defense. You look at 100 Thieves, we have Adam at +20. Look at SR, they have Andy and Spoit, right? All these other teams on the bubble around where they're at all have superstars, but no one here is positive on the side of For Fun Esports. And not only that, but they play extremely easy kind of to read into. You highlighted in a previous week that they don't like to play the shield operators, right? So they're going to be relying on utility. And the problem is when they're going for these utility plays, the great capital, they end up losing 2 bodies in the process. So every single time I see them going for these early picks, they just always seem to kind of, again, they just bleed. I don't know if they're lacking the information or what it is. You would like to see them bring out some more shield operators, again, which you highlighted before. This is another play. They're going for a Grimby. It's a great play. They're going to get the Deimos to actually walk up main stairs and go for a pick here. The problem is, as he's going to walk up those main stairs, they're going to lose a body in the process. Wolfsburg goes down books. Silo is able to get the trade, but he's going to get traded out, and then they don't have a secondary. The rest of the players, they just end up walking site. It's like Mike Dove just kind of walks in, Packer walks in, Bino walks in. There's no veteran leadership on the team, or I'm not seeing enough of it like we are with Pamzu or we are on some of these other teams. So, yeah, I'm just not seeing a star.
I mean, you could argue that Packer, we saw him during kickoff. He was one of their players that was popping off, and he does have that experience. Same with Bino. They should be able to be in situations where they can read these moments, read these operator selections, just even in their prep and seeing what teams are doing, and that's where they really fell short against their wildcard game. It kind of seemed like operator roulette, essentially. One round, they would have all the utility to go for a site. They had the Ying, they had the smokes, they had the sense to just block line of sights. They didn't utilize any of it. Then in another round, they have a Ying to go for an early execute. It was really their win condition. They had for it to take space, go for side execute. Ying dies, they don't use it. And then again, then the last round, they don't use shield, they don't take any bit of space. And to me, it's just an identity crisis for them on attack, where you could also argue that for Cloud9 as well.
Yeah, so both these teams struggle on the attack. That could be super important for this map, for this match as well, really. It could be the difference maker, and then we're going to a quite attacker-favorite map as well for these two.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you feel about this one because, you know, Cloud9, they did play Space Station and did inevitably lose 1-7, where for the side of For Fun, they did beat Space Station 7-4, but when you're Cloud9 losing 1-7, there's a lot more that you take from that game to be able to come back to it and fix it. For the side of For Fun winning 7-4, you don't really take a lot from that. You don't look back at it and be like, where did we go wrong? You look at how you got it through the hurdle, got the win. So honestly, if I got to be in favor of Cloud9 here.
Well, I'll tell you how I feel. I'll tell you how I feel. Well, For Fun, I mean, this is a map that you don't really have to use shields, besides Montaigne, which is really good for walking up the red stairs. But besides that, I mean, this is going to be a utility-based map, and that is kind of what For Fun has been leading into with the Capitals and with the Grims, and same thing for C9 as well. So I think we're going to see a lot of heavy execute plays. This is that attacker-sided map, so hopefully it helps one of these teams.
We've been talking all about these attacks. It's time for these teams to show us how good their attacks can be on this map. The final game of the day is ready to go.
And perhaps one of the most consequential games of the whole stage. The desk mentioned this is kind of a 6-point affair, Ollie, because obviously both these teams, somebody gets 3 points, they're currently tied at 9, they're closer to playoff selection. But tomorrow for C9 especially, they have to play Dark Zero, who we have seen can be quite beatable, as we saw today in that M80 game, but that's going to be a hard game. Meanwhile, For Fun, with 5 viewers tomorrow, a team that is out of playoff contention, but themselves can't be counted out. There's some opportunities that for these points right here to decide who makes it in and who doesn't.
It's far better like this, I think. I like it when we have a load of teams that go into the day, like one of the final play days, on the same number of points, because it's not decided. Yeah, you've got M80 in the top spot. That's great. But I want to know what's going down in the nitty-gritty mid part of the table. And that's where Cloud9 and For Fun find themselves. For Fun, of course, you know, a team that it would be fair to say that they've overperformed, especially when you look at where they sit in the standings right now. Like, there is a genuine world where they qualify for playoffs and SR actually don't. And this game is going to be another deciding factor in how all that mid-table is going to shake out. A reminder for everybody, there was Cloud9, SR, and For Fun all coming into the day on 9 points apiece. SR, of course, got their 3-point win earlier, putting them on 11. Putting them on 12. And then Cloud9 and For Fun play each other, but they're both on 9. Hence it meaning it's essentially a 6-point game, because not only are you getting 3 points, but your direct opponent isn't getting any. That is if this game goes the way of regulation. Of course, if it goes to an overtime, things get far more complicated, and tomorrow's games will have even further implication than they already do. But all we've got is what is in front of us for now, and that is Bank. It's Cloud9 and 4Fun. We are ending the day where we started here. Seems like a while ago since we were watching that Bank game. And maybe it's because it lasted so long, Lynx. Do you think we're going to get that here?
I would certainly hope so. I mean, that 5 Fierce game had no business being that entertaining, and thank God that it was. But if any game today should be a well, honestly, I could say that about a lot of the games now that I think about it. DZ and Mady, I'd been fine if that were a 15-rounder. I'd been fine with this for a 15-rounder. We'll see if it is that long. But if it is, it certainly deserves it. A game that, again, might decide who makes it into playoffs and who doesn't. It doesn't actually do so. It still is dependent on the results for tomorrow. But in hindsight, this game is already important. In hindsight, this game might become even more so. Round 1 to start between Cloud9 and 4Fun. Form on the attack, ladder on the defense. Will be a basement locker to start out. One thing the desk mentioned is playing into more utility style on Bank. It certainly seems Cloud9 heard that loud and clear with their lineup.
Oh yeah, pretty hefty. You want utility, you want to be bringing the Glaz, you want to be bringing the Capital. Plenty to be going at right now. Vulsper, just going to be hiding out inside of elevators at the moment. Well and truly in the early information gathering portion of the round, and already Uzi got himself a target. But he knows there's going to be a player in that elevator. You can see the drones just starting to move in now. It's definitely a drone going to have crossed Vulsper's path here. He has got the hatch open, so can drop off at a moment's notice. The longer he stays up here, the better. One drone shot. It's good enough for a lot of people to drop. Trying to bait out the drop sound, see if he can really milk this position for all it's worth, but eventually will retreat himself back down to the site.
And being able to stay there for about a minute and a half, destroy some drones in the process, Wolfsburg not really getting complained about that early round whatsoever, especially now that C9 are going to try to open up these hatches, begin focusing on Mike W soon. I think 4Fun are not really going to be caught off guard where these steps are going. I think a lot of their ideas are still intact, a lot of their worries are still present as well. Silo getting the first pick on the Monk through the hatch inside a server, providing some support for Mike W's position. That's a big utility taken down.
Yeah, you lost your Capital. We were talking about how important utility is going to be here. You've got nothing to fight the fire of Tachanka as an attacker either now, so it's going to be a little bit lackluster there. Bit of an exchange going down on these blue stairs, but Mike W's better. Is able to find at least the down onto center. Silo now joining him, trying to assist, just sending impacts up through that hatch. Hooked into the back of servers, but will be taken out.
Will be taken out as Eddie drops and gets 2 big kills. Talk about a player who's really increased in value in the past couple stages. Eddie, for a long time, on this C9 roster, on this spot inside of the league, and really coming into his own, putting up some good numbers inside of the league so far. Putting in a lot of effort this round as well. Double kill, as especially that would be important with Center and Uzi on low HP. Packer burns one of them. Pamazoo tanking a lot of health to get the rest into the site. At 50 HP though, a bit softened up. Him and Eddie will both go down as 4Fun hold on the first.
4Fun do a really good job there of just cementing themselves. Not giving away too much space. The opening pick, of course, being crucial in that regard. Big drop from Eddie as well. He kind of came out of nowhere a little bit. I wasn't expecting as much impact there, and I think that 4Fun certainly weren't either. The site was just a little bit too well fortified. Too much going on that basement. It will be pretty meaningful, Lynx, to judge a team on their attack of basement of Bank. We're expecting these to go the way of the defense, all for all that Bank can be a great map for attackers. We're expecting them to struggle down here.
We are. And this is typically the way things go, especially when you have a defensive lineup that's got Smoke, Tachanka, and Goyo in it. If you try to play execute-based siege, you're just gonna have a bad time when you're going into that lineup. It's just the name of the game, typically how it's going to go. So not a shocking result. This is where we're really going to see Cloud9 see what they can accomplish on the CEO attack, and also what 4Fun can accomplish on the CEO defense. They're going to be a lot closer together, which is beneficial, much easier to trade. Also in CEO, you have a lot less places to go, which means even one angle being opened up, like over on Kanto, can really restrict the flow of bodies and information on the defense.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more punishing. C9 already taking advantage of some of these longer angles that can be found from repels. Uzi likely going to get himself on there as well. Monk is charged with main lobby control here. Looks like Uzi's trying to bait out at the minute. Oh, or he was just waiting for Pamba to fix himself, because Pamba DC'd. I hadn't really noticed that on the repel. I thought Pamba was just sort of sat there holding an angle. I didn't realize that he was lagging out of the lobby. I thought they were trying to bait for a jump out there. I was like, yep, this, you know, it could work. We see people jump out of these windows all the time.
Sadly not. We'll be disconnect from Cloud9. Does this technically count as a post round 1 tech pause?
Yes.
The reason I was asking, because the ones we typically have seen and encountered are like happens, round 1 ends immediately in a tech pause, but round 2 started. So obviously, like, temporally it's post round 1 tech pause, but like, is it of the same kind that we were talking about when we began mentioning that phenomenon?
I would put it in the same category.
Why is that?
Because there's the same amount to talk about.
So for you, it's like, for you, the post round 1 tech, the more important thing is like, oh, because only after round 1 we don't have a lot to talk about. So that's the more important thing for you.
Well, I just want to get into the game.
Well, I'm not. I know that, but I'm talking about like for like the term. What makes something a round 1 tech pause is the lack of things to talk about.
Absolutely.
Got you. Okay, that makes sense. Continue. You want to get in the game. Tell me about your desire to get in the game. I wanted to close that first conversation before I moved on to the next one.
Thank you. I feel like it's nice and like procedural review. I think I might have just made that up. I don't know.
I mean, it's procedural. I'd agree with that.
Hopefully we can get Pamba back in nice and quick. I'm assuming it was Pamba, given he was the first player to drop out. But hopefully we can get everybody back in nice and quickly. It will be a replay of the same site, but nothing really happened, so I don't see too many problems with it just being called as a straight rehost. But I'm sure that the admins are dealing with it as we speak and getting the lobby all built back up. I feel like it's always a bit strange when we see a map that starts the day and a map that ends the day, like almost like bookend style fashion, because when we get maps back to back, we like to draw a lot of comparisons, and I think it's useful to see how different teams play, and you get a little bit more feel for sort of individual sort of flair and personality coming through on different teams. But with this Cloud9 roster, it really does just feel like the Pamba show. So in my mind, given that we've only seen them play it once, I'm just kind of trying to think back to previous rosters for Pamba, and it's primarily that DZ roster, and how that sort of played out and what sort of inspo we could have taken from the way that they liked to play bank at that time. But I don't know if we're just sort of clutching a little at that point, because the game's moved on so far.
Well, and I don't think we're necessarily like, I don't think it's clutching in that it is completely irrelevant for like the game that we're watching right now. I also wouldn't say it's completely relevant, but I do think it's an interesting point of comparison, right? Because it's like, I think the point is indicative of where Pambazoo is in his career and how things have changed, because you think back to that old roster, Pambazoo's playing Deimos, he's playing Ying on Dark Zero, like he is like being given a lot of utility and is the one opening up these rounds. It is like, okay, Pamba, you're going to try to get the opening pick. Pamba, you're going to try to take that initial control. You're going to be given a lot of really powerful utility that'll not only set the team up, but specifically set you up to get these kills. Like, the reason Ying got banned against him for so long was not because he was setting up his team with crazy Candelas, though he was doing that. He was using those Candelas to be really good at getting himself picks as well. It's why they never let him play that operator for so long. But in the league right now, he's not playing Ying. He's not playing Deimos. His most played ops are, well, Ying is number 3, but are like Capitao, Thatcher. It's more like he's playing ops more for the utility to set up players like Monk, like Center, who are doing so well in the league right now. So when you think about how Pambazoo was used on Dark Zero, it's not, you know, I think completely indicative of like how Bank has changed for these teams, but I think it's indicative that Pamba as a player has gone from being a player who's given a lot of utility to basically be the guy on that roster, to now taking a lot of that similar utility to set up the other players on his team. He's moved more to the back lines.
Yeah, and it's kind of good because he knows exactly what they need, right? Or he will at least know what he would have wanted in that similar position. So he's able to try and provide that. And translate that across into the style that he wants to bring to Cloud9. It's taken a fair amount of time to get this lobby rebuilt. I'm hoping it is just a straightforward rehost and we've just got a player with a bit of trouble getting in.
They're building it by hand, that's why.
Brick by brick, I get it.
Brick by brick.
That's the strategy I like to use.
Just like for rehosting lobbies or in other areas of your life?
No, I mean, it's just a hell of a map to build, isn't it? You may as well start brick by brick. You can't, you've got to start with the vault. There's a big excavation to be done. We have to remove a lot of earth. That's always expensive.
Which is also kind of funny because they didn't even finish the excavation over by Dirt Tunnel. It's still half complete. We're finishing the previous guy's job.
We ran out of budget. They wanted this fancy thing. It's like a CEO room or something for all like the big wigs at the top. A lot of the money went there.
Well, and also like they still gave us that quote and they're like, it's gonna be $3 million.
But
that's
listen,
that's if I can get my guys.
They wouldn't move on the marble staircase. They wanted a marble staircase.
They never move on the marble staircase. They always are like, we need the marble staircase. And we're all like, why? It looks beautiful, but it's going to cost you a hell of a lot more money when just like a normal material can do the job. And they're like, it's for the aesthetics. You want the marble. And it's like, God, I hate working with Hollywood types.
You know what else they skimped on?
What?
Bathrooms.
True.
There ain't a single one.
Wait, actually. Oh my God. I didn't realize this till now. There are no bathrooms on Bank.
No.
Oh my God, that's so weird.
This was where the bit was going. I thought you knew that.
Why would I know that?
Because it's a meme. It's the biggest map in Siege. It's quite literally got a cafeteria, and there is no bathrooms.
Is this like a meme that people, like a joke people have made before?
I think it's been mentioned. I think it's been said.
Okay, because I was like, I'm not on socials anymore, but I didn't know about this. Nobody informed me. But it is now just occurring to me that there are no bathrooms on Bank. My life isn't really any different than it was before, but I don't think I'm really happy about this discovery. I feel bad for the operators. Like, what do you got to do with the rounds going on?
How do you think the 5 Fierce guys felt earlier? They're maxed OT.
Max OT and Deimos can't stop off. That's a real bummer. You got to feel bad for him. Also, this is a bit of a non sequitur, but you know what is like, been thinking about this the whole stage. You know what is like a really hard name that I didn't expect?
What's that?
Monk. Monk goes really hard.
I like it.
It's also a Wire character called Monk, so I think that might be part of the reason. And because I love the Wire. But Monk is just like a really clean name that's just like, I don't know, just kind of hits. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know why, but I can't think of. Whenever I hear the word monk, I just think of someone that eats like 5 grains of rice a day. I don't even know if that's true or not, or if it was just like a myth that you got told as a kid, but you were like, oh yeah, the monks, like they only eat rice and they only eat like 3 grains a day or something.
I mean, like, given that monks are like a religious order, I wouldn't be shocked if there was some kind of like, some kind of fasting that was a ritual among any culture with kind of a monkish or like what's the word I'm looking for? Solitary. Any kind of like solitary religious order that it kind of is quite serious about their faith. I imagine they go through kind of periods of fasting. That wouldn't shock me.
Yeah, okay. So
it's a common facet of a lot of religions.
Yeah. Apparently there are no living this is a big word. Monastic traditions where monks routinely sustain themselves with only a few grains. It was just some rubbish that it's basically a lie that an adult has told me as a child, and I've grown up thinking it's real.
Is it wait, hold on. I think it's monastic.
Yeah. Not true, apparently. Not true. Although they will fast. So yeah. No, but it is a pretty hard name. And you always like imagine a guy in like brown robes for some reason with one of those double-ended sticks that they can just like beat guys with guns, you know? Like they just go like hand-to-hand combat regardless of the period.
In Japan, that's called a bow staff. I took karate as a kid. Actually, I think it's also just called a bow staff in a lot of different martial arts. So it might not just be a Japanese thing, but it's called a bow staff for what that's worth. I tried to use one as a kid, and my arms were too short.
You're out there thinking you look like Darth Maul, and in reality.
Oh, trust me, I did not think I looked like Darth Maul. I was under no illusions as to my skill with the bow staff. I used to have it. I actually don't know where it went.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Back in the game.
Let's go.
That's probably the most off topic we've been in a while, and I do apologize for it, but quite literally, we had seen one round and one round only of our final game of the night.
Why do you always apologize for going off topic during a lengthy tech pause?
I don't know if people enjoy it or not. I enjoy it. I find it quite fun.
Listen, well, I enjoy it too, but like, you know, this is not a choice. This is a survival mechanism, is what going off topic during a tech pause is. This is an evolved trait to survive. This is not a choice.
If we'd seen 5 rounds, or even more than one, we would have had more to go off. But we went to basement. We ain't going back to basement for a while. For fun, won it. We are now on the top floor. There has been a slight change in operators brought here. That much is to be said. Do you remember that Sentir was on the glass previously, and here he is going to be on that Blackbeard. Maybe going to try for a little bit of lobby control. Certainly some drones over there at the minute, but his positioning speaks more to square or a bit of a stock jump in. But the Panthers who are out there on the rappel, they are going to need a presence inside of lobby of some description. Uzi, back in the position where we lost everyone in. Seems like he may have been just baiting the run out. At least that's
baiting the run out so hard the game had to interfere.
He's like, look, no one's coming, bro.
Just like, no, just like, we're gonna do this again. You're gonna play for real this time.
Changing mag.
Similar, well, not exactly a similar situation. There are some EMPs to what we saw in the bank game earlier, but still could throw some nades over top if they wanted to. Eddie firing a hole in the top of the Canto wall. Really kind of an outdated reference when you think about it. But great drone onto the bandit. Bino will rotate out. Pretty standard movement up until this point. Maybe we'll see Bino take a fight, gets one of the players on the skylight or on the rappel, but Cloud9 just checking off a lot of the normal boxes.
Pretty good going from Cloud9. Again, it's a simple thing, but it's easy to get tricked up on. If it is a bandit, there is a chance they're going to trick. You do need to move them. So you are going to spend that capital utility to make sure that's done. Great nade to displace Silo, only briefly, but it should allow this janitor wall to get opened. Although Mike W, with the long angle there, still playing inside of checkers, will be able to sort that out. That's the ROU projector we needed a little bit earlier, but look at this aggressive angle from Mike W. He'll pay for it, though, as Pamba takes him out.
Yeah, that's a good find. Could have easily lost a player on the entry, and then the Rooney slips back into the site, but Cloud9 now with an advantage going into this execute, one that is, you know, mitigating the loss of center by just a little bit. You mentioned it might be the Pamba show. It certainly is in round 2, pushing in through the site. It's only Uzi to get a first kill right at the end. Pambazoo with the backstab, taken down by Packer, who's ready for it. At least wise to their tricks now. Oh my god, that guy is out in Narnia, but Uzi's inside. Made his way inside of the fortress and taken down the defense. Cloud9 get their first on the board.
You got to feel for Uzi in that position. He's in a must-win engagement. His teammate is miles away. That sinking feeling when all of a sudden, actually, it's a 1 versus 1, and it has very quickly slipped, despite Pamba moving in and getting a flashy 3 kills. For fun, held firm, but it wasn't firm enough. Even with that extra player outside, even if Packer had won that engagement, it would have still just reset into a 1 versus 1. And with the amount of time available, it was more than enough for it to be whittled down. Pamba just punishing people for free there. The ROU projector was fantastic. If it had been thrown like sooner and we'd never seen an Ace Selma shot and we hadn't seen Mike W sort of expose himself on that long angle, you could argue that the execute would have been even cleaner because everything would have just been working in sync, like no holes whatsoever. But as it stood, it just gave them a little bit of important information. They were like, yeah, we've got more than one Selma, we can afford that. Bang, ROU goes down. We also now know where Mike W is playing, and they can just deal with it step by step. Great response there from Cloud9, and the attacks that we are hoping to see here on Bank. Stunned into a site rotation then. 4Fun will take us down to open.
Yeah, continuing with the standard site split. Cloud9 incorporating some shield play into their lineup the past couple rounds. Center bringing the Blackbeard again. Look to take some of this top floor control away from 4Fun and push some of those defenders back. Been a bit of a slow game past 2 rounds from C9, really taking their time with this control, looking for any quick picks. But thankfully for them, no C4 is present for fun on this defense, means that this initial entry should generally be pretty safe if they play their cards right. As the first EE1D goes out, an RU projector will as well. Emboldening Packer a little bit to rotate up into square. Sees a Selma go out. We see a hop out from Packer. No, we see instead see him spotted by Monk outside, and that's the opening pick for Cloud9.
Packer taken down on that Thorn. Uzi trying to cut through this top floor as well. Some big information right now in the hands of Monk. Oh, gets caught with the nade in his hand. Brilliant timing from Vulsper on the swing. He wasn't to know it, but he might find some even better timing here as he catches Vulsper on the hop-in. Eventually, Center shuts him down, sending nades through the side, storming it with Blackbeard as he'll pick up a double of his own.
And one of these standout players for C9. Tim and Uzi remaining. Uzi good for the double inside a square. Now Bino, 1v2, sends a Shumika over top. Buys him time to take this 1v1 with the player inside a square. Spots his head for a second. The other teammate pushes through the flames. Uzi good for it on the long angle, making square his home. Cloud9 get 2 in a row off the back of Uzi.
I really was fancying Bino there for that clutch. I haven't got a horse in this race. Really don't mind who wins. So I really just want to see crazy play after crazy play. And you kind of think Bino had a chance there. Used the Shumika launches just to buy himself a little bit of time. Real tight engagement onto Uzi, but couldn't make it work. Tough stuff and close rounds. A lot of initiative being shown by either team at the moment. They're playing very explosive Siege. It isn't calculated. It isn't, you know, really slow and step by step. When they go, it's a burst of momentum, and bang, you've got people, you know, jumping in the side, hopping out, wherever it might be on both sides of the coin. It's making for an exciting watch so far. Cloud9, they are starting to get themselves ahead here. A win in both of those secondary sites. Top floor and open. Likely see us move down to the basement here. In Vulsper, just on his own, was hitting incredible timing. There's so much information for Bino as well with it, the lingering bulletproof camera there. It was going to be giving him loads of info as to when and where Center was going to be pushing from. But not quite enough. Downstairs to the basement we go then. The only site so far we've seen for fun successful at defending. They've got a slightly different lineup this time. Yeah, we've got the smoke, but we've also got a Solace and a Vigil thrown into the mix.
Yeah, really trying to get slippy against the attack right now. Mike W and Vulsper can deny intel in their own fun, unique ways, and also in all likelihood just play a lot looser than the attack might be ready for. I think generally teams get quite complacent, and understandably so, with that a bank defense on this side is just, you know, they're going to play around open area. Maybe they hold it a little bit harder than other teams would, but they're going to fall back at about the minute 30 point at the latest. We don't have to worry too much. A looser realm on lockers, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a reason why teams don't run it super often, but at a moment like this, it can catch teams off guard. So we'll see if C9 are ready for it, as Boogie Drone expends early to clear archives and tellers. Now, I'm not saying they're ready for a roam, but Cloud9 is certainly not taking anything for granted.
No, I think they know that they're going to have to go for a clear here, aren't they? They've got the information to do it, though. Like you say, they've got the Soliton scanner, so they're going to be able to find out these players on the top floor. Vulsper. Vigil's cloak might be good for drones, but you are no match for the Soliton scanner. You will be found. A little bit of audio there away as well, and Tente is going to be barreling down him soon, but it's down from like way downtown. It's out on Garage Repel there. Eddie catches him out. Vulsper hasn't really achieved his purpose there. Taken out inside of the first minute or so. It's not great going, really. It's not like there's tons for this For Fun roster to lean into in terms of denial. They've not even got a single C4. They're asking a lot of these smoke canisters that Packers bring in.
And also asking a lot from the time that For Fun can burn off the clock. And Vulsper might be down, but if Mike W falls pretty soon after, I mean, even with toxic canisters, Cloud9 should have time to rotate down, bait out that utility, and generally be okay. See if they make it there, as minute 40 seconds have transpired. Using this final Boogie Drone for stock, as you can see the attack prepping to drop down the hatch. Silo ready for it, drops down in turn, which is the exact right time. But look at this from Bino and Mike W. Cloud9 seem to have a good focus for the square position, but everything around that might have just slipped by their purview. Bino Trying to take this 1v1, spots the head, flicks onto him, winning some key gunfights where he failed before, and overall this defense looking so solid.
Here, hold it.
Monk
Right
now,
nearby.
1v3, the defense still holding on to control of this mid 4. Mike W on top marble, one player considering a run up into square, but no, Packer falling back down instead. The Solus will remain for the time being. Has information on the blitz, but Monk domes him through the smoke and just levels things up with 30 to go.
Not a good position, really, that Cloud9 find himself in now. Silo, freebie, taken out on the trade. Monk, 4 kills required on the round to make it happen. The smoke's not a factor here. Packer has to go for the swing. Monk trying to bait out that diffuser. But ultimately, Cloud9 leaving themselves just a little bit too much to do. I don't think they had any idea at the level to which the mid floor was being held there. When they took the top floor control and we see the ram, I'm thinking, oh, they're just going to clear down from the top. Great, they've got the read on the castle. They're going to clear the top floor, open up all the vert, and stop players from being inside of tellers and open. And that just didn't happen. They just dropped into open hatch.
Which is definitely my concern before the round. That kind of really extended firm hold is so uncommon that Cloud9 might just not think to check it. And that's what happened. It was just, and while that might seem like a mistake for C9, and we could argue whether or not it is, it's also just for fun, bringing out an uncommon strat, though one we have seen before, but bringing it out at the right time, betting that the attack will not be used to it, won't check for it. That's exactly what happened. It's a smart play by For Fun, get a round on the board. Also, basically fundamentally switch up their basement defense. It was a very strong sight hold before, now a very strong roam or extension that time. Showing a completely different look against C9 and getting victories in both attempts. It's just the other sites that have been the issue that we now need to see them improve upon. If we want this to be a tie half or even a lead for Fun, CO and open area have to go their way.
Yeah, the hard work isn't done. We can get a couple of rounds on the basement, that's fine. That is expected. It's these top floor sites where we've seen them falter. Looks like Cloud9 are going to be going for something similar again, although this time they haven't got the ace for those mirror windows. There's going to be a little bit of a problem dealing with that janitor wall from afar. You're going to be looking or getting something else in to try and do that job. No bandit this time as well on the flip side, so opening up that cancel wall would be a lot easier if you had any breaching to do it with, but there's all foregoing that as well, so Cloud9, I don't want to say they're reinventing the wheel, but maybe making it a little bit harder than they need to. A lot of players out here on the rappel right now. Starting to see the ROU sent in, but Eddie's got so much to watch there on main lobby to stop anyone from getting active and challenging those players out on the rappel.
Yeah, a lot of angles to keep a lid on. It's probably a good flank wash player, a good cutoff player like that holding rappel. I mean, it's well worth the constant mission. Every single ROU projector thrown out, and I think a lot of those got caught by magnets based on the way it sounded. I don't know how much overall, but that's a lot of utility expended early by Pamazoo, and oh, they all get triggered at the exact same time. It's a bit dicey, don't get me wrong, but it's at least something. Monk goes down first as Pamazoo looking to open things up down a janitor hallway. Volsper finds both. Eddie instead going into the flank. Quick flick onto Bino. Needs to win the next fight, but caught with the nade in his hand at close quarters. That's not the way to take that engagement. With the pistol in hand, Mike W gets the next. If Cloud9 wanted to make this on, I was about to say a quick play, but it's a minute 15 left in the round. If they wanted to make this on a fast-moving play, it did not work out. For Fun ready for that look from C9. The center stuck in front of a mirror window. One of the oldest, most losable 1vx's in the world. For Fun with that victory on a new site. Well, new site for their victories, at least. Take the lead away from C9.
Big round from For Fun there. They changed things up quite significantly, dropping the clash that didn't really work the first time that they defended up there and picking up the mirror. Obviously losing the bandit in the process as well in favor of that Wamai, recognizing that the ROU projectors were a big part of the playstyle from Cloud9, and if they could do anything to try and hamper that alongside the laser gates, it was going to make things a lot easier for them on holding that top floor. They were able to do just exactly that. The mirror wasn't even really too much of a factor when you see how these kills transpired. Yes, we have a kill that comes through with information off the back of the mirror, but it's Mike W that picked it up from checkers, so you don't necessarily need the mirror to get that. You're still going to know that there's the player inside of CEO as well. Good adaptation there from For Fun. That's what we want to see. We don't mind teams losing a bomb site once, but if they can win it the next time around, it shows that willingness to change things up and shows that willingness to adapt. And maybe the adaptation on the side of Cloud9 just got pushed a little bit too far, because they went for a very funky lineup where they didn't even open up that Kanto angle, and as such, we're allowing players to play on that long corridor on the top floor and just really cause quite a nuisance for themselves. Wolfsper himself, he got 2 kills there in a position where he wouldn't really have the confidence to play if that Kanto wall was open. So it's salvation time here for Cloud9. Let's see if they can get a 3-3 half out of this.
A 3-3 half wouldn't be all that bad, but again, this is a game that has quite a lot of stakes for the playoff race. So Cloud9 want to make it, of course, as distant as possible between them and For Fun. Same could be said for For Fun against C9. For us, those who want a good game, it's exactly the sign that we want. Round 6 on open area. Cloud9 were able to win it here before. Struggled on CEO as they look to get this entry. Hit a lot of the same notes that we've seen, though, ironically, on basement with throwing the boogie drones from outside the window. They'll do it now here on open area. Get a lot of early angles with these hard breaching and vertical destruction. Now, once we hit that point, we just need to see them move into the building.
I really like how flexible For Fun are being here. Like, they are just moving around the map with no regard. Holding nice little pockets, extending into these holds as well. In Mike W's position right now, top of marble stairs, not really playing off the back of a shield, but he's got a link player here in Wolfsper just outside of stock, can keep a long eye on those windows. Catch a player on the rappel, why not? Oh, can't land the shots, but feeds the info over to Packer anyway, and C4 does the rest from downstairs.
And does the rest on a Blackbeard specifically. Major loss for C9 to open up these engagements in the late round. Minute 40 seconds spent getting this vertical, getting this hard breach open, and not only do you go down a body, you go down the shield. This investment by C9 is not reaping any rewards. And while they have useful things in useful positions, it's going to be a lot more difficult moving forward. One player even in the depths of bank at the moment, moving around the basement. So Pamazoo, once he pushes in the side, is going to have to worry about a flank up blue, maybe worry about a flank up marble. Is that a guy we just saw? Not entirely sure. Eddie taking a lot of damage down below as the flashbangs go out. C9 looking to try and consolidate, fully converge on this Teller's Archives position, but as they're caught by beepers, caught by this utility, still no defender giving a fight, giving any kind of look towards this attack. They'll try to shut off the blue flank in case of any defender down below. But this defense is playing so passive, and he just tanks it. He walks through the fire, takes advantage of Cloud9's understandable complacence. Gets a big kill for For Fun. Completely solidifying them in the advantage as For Fun pick up a couple more kills inside of the site. And he might be on for 3, but he's got to get all 5 to deny For Fun a lead at the half. And with the defense playing so passive, it's only fitting Mike W gets the final kill. A huge flank to take C9 off guard and to take the lead away.
Good first half for Fun if we're looking at that defense though, but one thing for noticing is that it could have even been more dominant if you look at their early rounds specifically.
Yeah, I think it could have been a little cleaner. I mean, round 2, 3, and 4 were a big moment for me of just For Fun getting a little too aggressive. Round 2 here, there's no reason to swing the sense wall here. You don't have the information, you end up losing the body here. Then we transition into round 3. It's another situation of why are we fighting for top square when there's no reason for it. There's no player to go for a trade. You die to Skylight. Kind of leads me to beg the question of, do you understand what majority of teams do when they try to clear from the top floor? And then it goes into round 4 where, again, there's just the situational awareness, the understanding of where you're putting yourself and the line of sight. Like, losing these opening engagements, yes, it's not the end of the world, but it's not going to help you once you get into those late rounds where having that man advantage is always going to help. However, I do want to give them a lot of credit on the side of For Fun of being able to switch up their CEO defense. They brought it the mirror the second time around to get that information. It thwarted off Cloud9 to be able to go for that take. And then even in that last round inside the open area, they cut the map into an L. They had a player in blue. They had players inside open area. They had players inside elevator hall. They were cutting off all of Cloud9 to have to make a decision whether they wanted to focus the players on elevator side, whether they want to focus the players on site, having to worry about the players around blue. They had a really good game plan to revisit those sites and stop Cloud9.
No, it was really good adaptations, like you said, on that CEO round, even with the Wamai, and I believe they had the Aruni as well. well.
Yeah.
But they were protecting Janitor, and we even heard from the comms. I mean, they were going for a Capital Fire over, a very typical play to kind of burn out the Janitor position, and they were arguing back and forth because there was too much stuff for them. They needed to rotate people over to help to burn it out of there. But Cloud9, props to them. They brought the Sense 5 out of 6 rounds on attack, and I think they were using it to try to open up walls with Ace. They were trying to block off the sight lines from the defenders, and that's not exactly how it was working for them. They were getting the picks because For Fun was just swinging through the Sense wall, so that was kind of cool to see that operator get used a little bit more when you don't typically see it.
Yeah, cool. We'll go into the second half now, though. YouTube been talking about how this is an attacker favorite map, so that should put For Fun in the advantage here. Now, thinking about the bans that you maybe want to see from his team as well.
I mean, for me, I kind of want to see the Montaigne ban because I do think Montaigne's a really good map, but For Fun, they neglect the shields, as you have pointed out when we were kind of studying what their play style is, and instead we're going to see the Grim. I mean, that's, to me, is just telling me, yeah, that is the good game plan. For Fun have been using utility-based operators like Grim and Capitao, so maybe we see a Capitao ban here, or Ying, so that's going to hurt the basement execution. Obviously, getting rid of Cade is going to make it a lot easier for basement, so you don't have to bring Maverick, which is going to speed up your attacks, and then Clash is just an annoying operator that no one wants to deal with, basically.
Yeah, I think for the side for Cloud9, I think they won in the ban phase, removing the executing ops, removing the operators that are going to give that information, that crucial information, and just get rid of those executes. Yes, shields will be able to be used, but that's the question of, is For Fun going to actually utilize them, where we haven't seen them use them even efficiently.
Yeah, but this is going exactly as we thought. We highlighted both their attacks are not really the best, and yes, we're on attacker-sided map, but right now I think we're going to see a defensive-sided bank.
All right, well, let's reiterate the importance of this matchup. The stakes, playoffs are on the line for both these teams, being similar in positions on the leaderboard. We'll see what they can do in the second half.
And we'll see if it ends up being a defensive-sided bank. If we want this to be a close series, Ollie, it certainly will have to be. Cloud9 seem to have a good game plan reading into the way For Fun play these attacks. I can tell you, based off their lineup, they have a good way of reading into how to make lockers as unenjoyable as possible to attack.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough bomb site for the best of teams out there. They certainly trended the way of For Fun when they were on their defenses. They're now going to know it is going to be a tough nut to crack here as they switch over onto the attacking side. They too are going to be bringing the Ram for this basement attack, so anticipating some sort of vertical hold. Great value out of Mike W's shock drone there. Only gets one though. If he grabbed a second, it would have been well worth. As it stands, it's a reasonable trade. Getting rid of that in the first few seconds of the round certainly buys time later on. That is going to be the intention here for Fun. They are going to be going for that server side, which is, of course, the most common approach, unless you are 5 Fierce, in which case they will just throw a lobby drop into the mix occasionally. But that was over in our first game of the day. Pamba finds an opener onto Silo. The hunter becomes the hunted as Deimos taken out.
And just a little swing into square for the opening pick. Kemizu getting more active on a Lockers CCTV defense than we normally see, though not as active as For Fun on that second attempt. Going for that extension. Oh, Packer just getting caught by the Razor Blue. Tries to evade it. Unfortunate, to say the least. Should generally be fine, and that debuff should expire. Still playing on Marble Stairs. We can see what sound cues he can find. But everybody's fallen back, except, of course, the Smoke. Currently playing on Blue Stairs. I think every defender's fallen back. My eyes don't deceive me. I feel like we're missing one.
I think we got one on Blue. I think Center's... Oh, you were counting? Oh, well, maybe...
Oh, no, there's a guy... there's a guy by elevator. That's what it was.
Center in a great position right now. Barbed wire at his feet. Vulcan canister. Not loads that you can do to try and deal with that. I mean, it'll work. It'll deal with the barbed. No problem. Center is in a great position now to keep hold. He's even going to blow that ingredient as well. Of course, the hatch being open now means that he is cut off and likely out of the round, but Packer's position has been very quiet on this main stairs approach, but I think that Monk knows where he is. Center now just throwing out another Toxic Babe canister, going to go for an engagement, but Vulspa beats him to it.
Beats him to it. You can see Packer still waiting so patiently. Doesn't want to use the Soliton scanner as well, because then they might know that people are around the corner. Monk hitting the prone angle. Curious if Packer heard it. Oh, he did, but ADS is a bit too late. That's somebody running out of elevator, but Monk gets them both. Mike W not even behind the play. I've got no idea how the Thorn just made it there. Uzi with a long angle gets the next. It's now just Bino. 1v2. He's been in so many of these positions. How can he find his way out? Prone stand up, but Uzi gets him. Oh, Bino just with too much to do. There was a moment where it seemed like he had it, but Uzi instead gets the counter defuse in the 1vx.
Oh, Bino. We must be on the edge of a monumental Bino clutch because he's been so close on a couple of occasions tonight, but he has just fallen short. You can feel it brewing. It's the closest that either of these two teams have come to winning an attacking round downstairs. Diffuser down, low hit points, and not a lot of ammo. Hibana's AR, not the best gun for those long pre-fire engagements. Just caught out, just pipped to the post at the final mark. A little bit more distance there. Maybe he gets time to pull out the bearing. There's only 21 bullets to go at. You can't be affording those lengthy pre-fires. I tell you, without Monk's contribution and his 2 big kills, the round would have been a wrap.
You guys, listen up. They're playing. They're good.
That was such a close moment for Bino right there. Like you said, a lot of times tonight. I also feel like generally, I don't know why, this is one of those subjective memory bits that might be right or wrong. I feel like Bino generally has had some good clutch moments so far, not only this stage, but just generally. And so, could have done it. Both lined up for him, but moment slips by, as they often do. Not for him, but just in general. Nature of clutches and all. Only one round separating these two teams. Forefront looking to maintain their defensive lead as we go not to CEO, but to open area as our next defensive site. No shields in play for Fun. Trying to stick with something comparable to utility. Got the twitch, the IQ to spot some of these black eye cameras, which, hey, you mentioned contrasting to the bank we saw earlier in the day. Valkyrie playing quite a pivotal role in that one, at least it seemed to us, playing an important role. Info and all that.
Info is the name of the game. It's all about the information. Might be going to be hopping into his own little bit of information here. I had a horrible flashback then of like, oh no. Remember when Twitch used to be able to miss throws like that and the drone couldn't jump? That was a wild time.
I forgot the drone couldn't jump.
But of course, Twitch's drone has been able to jump for ages now. So he's going to be able to get in and start to remove some of that utility. It's an attribute that he's fairly good at. And it makes sense. He's great at finding space as a player. It would stand to reason that he'd be pretty good at finding space in drones as well. Speaking of drones and all things information, Pamba, some brilliant Valkyrie cameras right now. Not only able to call out where the drones are coming in from, but also keep an eye on what's going on toward ATMs. Packer will be on the rappel now, getting himself up onto the roof. Vulsper making the hop of death. Usually a C4 is waiting for you as you hop in to CEO. He's been able to evade it, and the C4 still in Sensei's hand. He's just waiting for the info to come out from Pamba right now.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Moment hasn't necessarily slipped by, but with a minute remaining, Mike W and Volsper are likely not going to be in C4-able ground for too much longer. As I was about to say, it seems like they might be hopping down and trying to take the fight to the players in Teller's Archive. That's what Silo's doing. He's found his way in, taking the first kill on Pambazoo, now looking for the next. That's what I was about to say. And again, Monk inside of main lobby. Had some support from center, might have fallen back. This player's kind of isolated main lobby. They can just hold this and keep a 4v3 on site. They've got to be aware of the possibility of a Monk flank. We're now pushing through ATMs. Does Monk get this kill? Yes, he does. Saddle now going in for the trade, but sprinting around the corner. This Snake putting himself in difficult positions. Volsper still gets it, though. Cloud9 off of the back of that pick from Monk, just keeping themselves in a bit of an advantageous position. 15 seconds remaining. Minimal primary, secondary utility to really make this convincing. A nice angle found by Packer, though. They get him around the corner. A big missed fight by Silo. Could have made this a 1v3, but no, now center to 1v2. It keeps changing hands so quickly. One with the C4. Can he get the next with the DMR? No, he just gets it on time. Takes refuge behind the reinforcement. That round is much closer than I would have been comfortable with. And Packer reasonably frustrated after that one.
Poor guy's pulling his hair out. sees the game, sees how close they are to these rounds. I would love to be a fly on the wall for this timeout.
I'm literally just imagining, like, Packer looked like on the precipice of a crash out there. I mean, well, I say that Packer is just a very emotive person, so I don't want to impute any intentions or vibes to him, because he's just like, he's, you know, I get it. I'm a high energy person myself. I will say this team is getting a bit frustrated for a game that's still 4-4.
I think the frustration comes in how close they are to actually getting these rounds won and done and dusted. Like, we've got, you know, these rounds, whilst they're coming down to 1 versus 1s, the last 2 rounds that we've seen on attack, 4-4 fun, have come down to 1 versus 1s. Cloud9 aren't winning this by any significant margin right now at all. It was a 4-2 split. 4 fun come out of the first half on the up and up, and now it's leveled back 4-4 because 2 1 versus 1s have been lost, which, let's be honest, didn't need to be 1 versus 1s. I think that's where the frustration comes from.
Why is he finishing me? Wow.
Cloud9 well and truly back in the race right now. That lackluster attack has sort of been wiped from the slate. They can move in here to round 9. Take us somewhere that we very seldom go. Is that the... They go to archives and tell us?
Indeed they have.
I mean, we just don't go here, Lynx.
No, we don't. Coming out of attack, trying to switch it up on for fun. Keep them off guard. And like you said, we do not go here. It's not... I wouldn't say it's like bar and stage levels of we don't go here. But we really don't go here. I can't... I mean... I know I've casted it in the past year. Like, I know I have. In a way that's, like, not as meaningful as, like, casting bar and stages, but...
Well, we've cast bar and stage as many times as we've cast here, down here, this year in NAL, or this stage in NAL.
That's true.
Both sides have been played once.
That's a fair point. So, not played super often. Will involve some of the same components that we see from an open area defense. I mean, you see usually maybe 1, maybe 2 defenders inside of Archives Tellers. You kind of just swap some of those a little bit. You've got some presence in Archives, a bit more than you would otherwise. Give a bit of focus over towards stock, but you still are generally going to hold some similar positions. Just maybe a bit more conservative of a roam to start, and that's exactly what happens. Monk drops down early. Just works his way back up to stock. Packer on Clash. Going to mention impact he might have, but he's been impacted by a few bullets and might be out the gate pretty soon. This is like Monk has just dropped the stock hatch again. Might make his rotation back for a 3rd time, but given all the pressure and his Kivas being destroyed, that seems unlikely. Mike W tries to make a quick play with a shotgun. He will regret it. Eddie with the first pick. So advantage not long lasting for C9 at the moment. Just a 1 player on the corner will drop down and turn. For fun, hear that and immediately take control of the position.
Yeah, they don't need much of an invitation, do they? Packer taking down less than half HP. Cali, not someone that you usually think of when you think of this site in particular. Not really someone that you think of when you think of Bank at all, to be fair. Not unless you're holding a real long angle on top floor, but those mirror windows need dealing with some way. It is going to be the chosen method here for fun. Losing Mike W early. Not ideal, but still equal in man count. Uzi down as well. His utility going to see far more value in the round, though. The castle barricades, they're already placed. IQ scanner, you're relying on that for later on, especially if there's a Soulless kicking around. Not that a plant is looking imminent here, and especially with 40 seconds left, it's looking increasingly more unlikely. More obvious outcome is that it's going to be a very close end to the round again, but a big retake up those main stairs. Eddie moves through. Surely he pays the price for this. He's caught out on the drone still, but no, it's sent from below. Speaking of plants, we didn't think he was going to get to this. Pino started, but he has to come off. Soulless can call all of this from above, and it's Pamba to clean up things.
Now 3 rounds in a row for C9. The offside pick paying off well. Smile on Pamazu's face, and understandable at that. See Packer again, frustrated, emotive at that loss, which again, understandable. The game's starting to slip away from for fun. A 4-2 half. A 2-round lead is now turned into a 1-round deficit. We've still got CEO to play for C9 if they really want to. They probably won't. Basement's now unlocked. Still something to consider that we haven't seen a primary site from C9 yet, and that is just a big issue that will be lurking over ForFun's head this entire time.
Yeah, the frustration really starting to creep in right now for ForFun. The real off-choice bomb site working out there, and you could see that wry smile on Pambazu's face as we flick through the player cams at the end of round. The decision to go there instead of top floor, well, let's be honest, ForFun would have been expecting. With neither of these two teams having a great amount of play on the map. Both teams just playing it one time since the start of the year. It's a lot more unpredictable as to what you're going to be going up against. So you throw an offsite in a reasonable hold, plenty of little mini games to solve and puzzles to figure out, especially when Mirror was still up, now banned at the start of round 10.
10 seconds to go.
The basement though, ForFun have been close down here. Came down to a 1 versus 1. And on a different day, Bino has enough ammunition to get those 2 engagements done and dusted. But at the moment, it's ForFun still trying to find success here on the attack. I mean, maybe that's a little bit too hard because we have seen them be successful on the attack. We've just not seen them win an attacking ground yet. But we need the full picture here if they want points. Reminder, both teams desperate for points in this fixture, and more importantly, desperate for a full 3. It needs to be won in regulation. And for ForFun, that opportunity is dwindling. If they want a full 3 points, they need a round win here in round 10.
No enemies detected nearby.
Absolutely critical at this point. Attacker looking to start things off on the right foot with a push into the lone office. Mike W saying to be set for him over on ATM. 2 attackers that are looking to take not necessarily quick control, but at least open up the option to move through main lobby should they choose to. We spotted one C9 defender, who's similar to Pambazu back in round 7, is playing a bit far afield, moving about archives and tellers right now, but I was about to say, seems to be falling back right above the square hatch. Nice little Valkyrie camera spotting a player prone on square right now. That's Deimos. Pambazu. Fortunate. Monk. Now, not setting up for the kill. Pambazu swings around the corner, gets Silo. Packer going big though. Him and Volsper, that push on the opposite side. We saw it set up earlier with the push in through lone office and ATM. Now player outside the single window as well. So rarely do we see a round 1 on the roam clear on basement, and yet ForFun, when they needed it most, have got every single kill on the offsite players.
C9 have thrown caution to the wind here. They didn't need to roam this heavily on this site. They could have just roamed a little bit, half roam, stay in the elevator, drop off at a later point, but no, they full committed, and they might pay the price here. Center and Uzi, they've got so much to hold on to right now. Center, 2 toxic canisters. It's not going to be enough when there's 55 seconds on the clock. Packer looking for this walk down main stair. He did a great job of occupying this space in round 6. He knows exactly where Uzi is now. More importantly, knows which direction he's looking. Center tucked into CC. Going to try and pace these canisters out, but he knows he's vulnerable.
And that's all but confirmed when he's put to almost lethal damage from Gold. Pushed further back, Mike W gets both of the kills. ForFun, we said they needed a round. After that big double from Mike W and a huge roam clear, they've tied the game up. And whoever wins this at least gets a point.
5-5 in a 6-point game. Oh boy. Like, let's be honest as well. I know that, you know, on the halftime show, Lax was saying it could have been an even more dominant sort of win one side or the other because of some of the mistakes that ForFun were making, you know, and some of the sort of positions that they were sort of challenging. I kind of said it on the cast at the time. I kind of liked that about them. I think it shows a lot of personality. I know it isn't always perfect Siege, but it makes for entertaining watching, even if it isn't like the meta thing to be doing. But it feels like Cloud9 have just done that there for us, right? They massive ego challenge on that top floor roam, and now they've put themselves in a position where they're using their tactical timeout because, and by the way, I imagine they go downstairs again because it's probably one of the best chances that they've got of getting a round win here and giving themselves a chance of a full 3 points. But it seems like a very strange call to make in the moment, but maybe it was just a step too far. There's been a couple of them this game so far. Offsites being played, tellers and archives, which we never see. Yeah, they got away with it that time, but they didn't get away with the heavy roam on the basement site. And it has left the door open here for 4Fun, who, by the way, this game could be done and dusted already because they've got a couple of rounds in their locker that came down to 1 versus 1s, and on a different day, who knows which way they go. Real close stuff now between our two 9-point teams.
As close as we could hope. 4Fun getting a win just when we needed it, just for it to get as exciting as possible. So now that Cloud9 have dropped one of the primary sites, they have a decision. Do we go back to basement? Do we try that again? Do we keep the rotation moving? They'll opt with the latter. Now into open area. Again, CEO kind of looming over this. They have not gone to it yet. I imagine win or lose, that might be where they go in round 12.
10 seconds
So
to
for
go.
open area, we have a full extension from C9. We saw the castle for tellers and archives, but now both that and the Azami for their defense in open area to give as much room to play with as possible.
Use a bomb.
In a lot of ways, I'm kind of surprised they've gone to open. I really am. Came down to the 1 versus 1. Granted, there was a lot that happened based on a hatch drop from Sensei on Blackbeard, where he was really able to start opening things up. But I think there was an opening pick as well. It was Silo that grabbed the opener onto Pambazoo. So again, a round that should have been converted, really. A lot of arrows pointing in the 4Fun direction for the last time this site was played. But C9 confident enough to run it back and get up here. Hoping again that it isn't going to come down to that dice roll of a 1v1. 4Fun going to start with that full top floor clear. Haven't got the ram this time, so they're not just going to be able to safely throw that in from the window and get a lot of the hard work done. It's instead going to be getting boots on the ground and getting that buck in. Silo, he's going to have some work to do with that skeleton key, but Pamba with an aggressive angle here. Oh, just misses out. I believe it's Packer out on the rappel. Just drop down a little bit lower before Pamba could get into position.
Whisper trying to move in. Getting the smoke canister to take this fight. And the player in stock. Him and Packer both trying to take firm control of this position. Great C4 by center. But Cloud9 slowly slipping into the deficit as Uzi down. Don't think he's in a position to be picked back up. Center certainly not. Dealt with by Mike W. 4Fun struggling this whole half. Take a moment to breathe, to try to figure things out. If they just take down Pambazoo, they can make it to map point. This won't decide who makes it into playoffs, but in likely a hot contest for 6th place, 4Fun just barely break ahead.
They get an opportunity now to close it out and to gain a full 3 points here out of the fixture. Cloud9, that was the round after their tactical timeout. I'm so surprised to see them go to open area. I would have bet heavily on them going downstairs and just bunkering up, giving 4Fun some problems on a bit of a half roam, and then looking to play a lot of utility inside of the site. Instead, they go for the open area, and 4Fun are happy to proceed, happy to clear that out. Mike W, a big individual, the big individual performance. Top floor we go. C9 are burned. They don't want to go downstairs at all.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh dear, Lynx. What do we have here? 4Fun, are they going to make it? Are they going to get a full 3 points?
If they get a full 3 points, I mean, that's going to look real difficult for C9. They got a game against Dark Zero tomorrow, which C9 have looked good throughout this whole stage, so I'm not saying they can't do it. That's going to be a tough game, whereas 4Fun against 5 Years tomorrow, who, while a good showing today, have just looked a lot more inconsistent, looked a lot more beatable than, you know, Dark Zero. So there's a very real chance 4Fun could get 6 points out of these matchups.
That's the problem for Cloud9, isn't it? Like, they're going up against and not only are they going up against DZ, they're going up against DZ that got battered today by M80. They are not going to be. They're not going to be nice people to play tomorrow. I don't want to see NJR tomorrow. He's going to be in a mood. I'm sure of it. He's going to be running through the server like it owes him rent. Not the fixture that you want to find yourself in on the final play day. 4Fun though, the job isn't done. 2 minutes 20. Can they close it out here and now?
Starting off with some of the normal plays on Bank, opening up some of these angles. Nice little drone, spotting the Azami playing outside of stock right now, though can easily fall back in behind one of these Kibas. Packer back on the Cali. We saw this for the Teller's Archives attack. We've not seen it for the CEO, but obviously the Lance is quite good for destroying any hard breach denial on the Kanto wall. Though, of course, we can see I think that's present are the Zoto canisters. Flashbangs going in. Summers will land on the opposite side. Monk just creeping in. Monk, oh no! Going on a bit of a side quest. Thinks he's got some kind of player, found some kind of gab, but oh, is he mistaken? Opening pick for Fun.
Big opening pick there. You've lost your stock player. You've lost your Azami. That's the link between Janitor gone as well now. Silo, he's even got a drone below, just making sure no one's there for a C4, and a flank drone now as well, set up at the bottom of square. It's going to give Bino the confidence now to hop himself in and start to get these square windows open. Vulsper can take a bit of a position up out on this stock, pre-fire a few shots in, see if he can find anything inside a meeting. Again, just further displacing these defenders. Very quickly, they're going to have nowhere to hide. Mike W still with 4 phone calls here for the final 50 seconds. Will lose his drone, but that isn't going to stop the phones from ringing. Long angles now being held from checkers as we start to see players repel in. It's going to be Silo. He can try and take a challenge onto this Janitor position, but with Vulsper already dealing with the link player inside of stock, this should be a gimme. They can pincer up quite nicely here.
You can see Packer going for this backstab as well. Does he check the elevator? Does he know Center still inside? No, he just makes it past! Center misses opportunity and gets pieced up by Packer. But Panba and Eddie lock on for a double kill. Packer with 3 though. He's been so frustrated, taking out his feelings, but Eddie takes him down. Just a 1v1 against Mike W. A shotgun's all that's necessary. A shotgun can't get it done! Man of the hour as Packer opens things up for Fun. 3 kills for all 3 points. That's not playoffs, but we're getting damn close.
I really thought that was going to go to overtime for a second. A shotgun at close range like that. Mike W having to hit a real skinny angle. And what a walk-up spiral stairs from Packer. Letting all his frustration out in the last round. A slew of kills for him. 3-piece on Cali's secondary there to close it out. And Fun walk away with a full 3 points. We're going to the desk.
Oh, thank you. That was a very close game there. In the end, it came down to a 1v1. Oh, so important. We've seen all kinds of emotion from Packer during this game. The frustration, but also the happiness there near the end. What an important match to take those 3 points away, though, in regards to the 6-pointer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about how close these teams were, neck and neck. Even in round count, I believe, what Fun was -4, where Cloud9 was net +0. So for them to be able to walk away with this win, but not just the win, up their round count, get the 3 points, I mean, they are putting themselves in a very comfortable position to lock themselves into playoffs coming into tomorrow. I mean, very, very important win for them. And honestly, really good game plan. Like I said, then their defenses, they did a very good job at controlling a lot of the rounds, being able to fix their mistakes when they go back to previous sites. So again, really like the adaptation from Fun. Was a big difference from what we were seeing in their previous matches.
It was the big difference, and for Cloud9, I generally like to glaze these guys, but I'm questioning why they made the adaptation to kind of hold their ground a little bit more, kind of take some fights. I feel like that was kind of what costed them in some of those defensive rounds. Maybe they expected Fun Esports to make some changes on their attacks and maybe lurk a little bit more. But what was working is when they were layering. That we've heard Fun Esports in their comms, they were extremely frustrated by Cloud9 and layering, and we've seen them play the middle floor sites, and they just kept holding their ground and losing out in those. Like I feel like they were giving Fun what they wanted there.
Absolutely.
Maybe a little bit of inexperience kind of showing.
I think the attacks are really important as well, right? We highlighted that going into this game. Like, it's quite rough for both these teams here, but the fact that Fun win more attacking rounds eventually helped them here today.
Yeah, I said it was important that they end that half in a 4-2 split, because they easily could have went a different direction, but had they not made those adaptations, that could have ended in a 2-4 half for them. They wouldn't have had a lot of wiggle room on their attacks, but that was what was so important, is they had wiggle room to work with. Once they realized that the mistakes were being made, we heard that timeout come from Fun, and that's when everything shifted. Then they switched their game plan. They made their adaptations. They understood their win conditions, and they ran away with it. And again, it's really good to see that really come through when it matters most.
Yeah, now for them, of course, tomorrow is going to be another big match. It really is on for that fight, but that means that all the way until tomorrow, our final game, it could be tense on who makes it as that final 6th team.
Yeah, and again, winning a game against Cloud9, when you take away 3 points from them, is going to give them a little bit of cushion. Yeah. But the game that they're looking for tomorrow is against JJ, and there is a little bit of beef that I'm sure we're going to talk about tomorrow between JJ and Packer and what it would mean for them to kind of get that win tomorrow and send themselves to playoffs. But yeah, the job is not done yet.
Yeah, we have the interview standing by as well, of course, now to speak to the winners after this game. Speaking to Bino, congratulations on the 3 points here. But it was a close game. How's your heart rate doing?
Yeah, not great. We've also had today, my AC's been out all day, and so is Nate's Wolfsburg, so it's currently 80 degrees.
No.
Yeah, it was pretty awful today, I can't lie. But
and I
got
know,
the job done, that's all that matters.
I was about to say, now you know how we feel here on the desk with the bright lights on us. It's always like 80 degrees in here. But nevertheless, congratulations. I mean, you guys really had to fight for this position here, and you guys still obviously aren't qualified for playoffs yet. Tomorrow we'll decide a lot of that. But I want to talk about the round 9 timeout. We heard Packer again. He really understood where things were going wrong. I know you even made a point. You couldn't even get calls out because everyone was talking. But it really sounds like with each timeout that you guys are taking, you're really identifying the problems and sticking to the plan and fixing the mistakes and making sure each round from there is exactly the direction you want to go. And I thought Packer did a tremendous job, and I'm just curious your thoughts when you guys are in these moments. You had a similar one with Outlast, and you had a similar one with this one today with Cloud9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as the players with experience, Packer and myself, we kind of have to like guide the rookies in order to like make the team kind of get the steps done and progress to the rounds. And like I think today we were just like a little too excited for the first couple of attacks. Like we were just pretty amped up. We had one, I probably should have clutched that one on the basement. I kind of whiffed on the second guy, but regardless, like our early attacks were just like all over the place because we were just not like thorough enough and decisive. So yeah, we just need to calm things down a little bit. Just let Packer and I call what we need to call, and then just go step by step. And then once we figured that out, we were able to work the rest of the attacks.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, it was really good attacks. Bina, I want to highlight that it means tomorrow's match is versus 5 Fears. I see a little bit of a smirk kind of coming in there. You guys get to go against JJ, and everyone in NAL is kind of calling these guys kind of like the scrim. I don't know what I can say and what I can't say on cast, but they're talking a lot of crap in scrims. Is there any extra motivation kind of going against those guys for a chance to kind of seal a playoff spot, considering what happened in kickoff?
I mean, not really. It's kind of like any other game for us. We just need to take it for what it is. We need to go execute our game plan tomorrow and just make sure we get 3 points so we can have an established position for the playoffs.
Man, everyone is just media trained in the NAL these days. Come on, man.
So polite.
Where's
I love
the
it.
beef?
Yeah.
Most competitive region. We need more beef, though. That's what
you need. Packer for the interview, then. Just get Packer after tomorrow. I'm sure you'll get your.
It's good mindset.
Oh, you're already giving us a view. You guys are going to win tomorrow.
Of course, yeah. No other option.
There you go.
Scoreline prediction?
Probably a 7-0.
Oh,
it is JJ. So.
Okay.
It is JJ.
There's a little bit of shit talk.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Okay,
there
cool.
it is.
Yep, we got it in the end. Thank goodness. Yeah, but thank you so much for your time, Bino, and good luck in that very important matchup tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
We'll have a look at the results from today. 5 best of ones, of course. Some of them really got close, though, near the end. I mean, it was since Playday 3 that you guys didn't have an overtime, so we started the day very well with an overtime, and then 2 7-5s as well to keep things close in the race for playoff.
Yeah, I mean, the really close game had to be M80 versus Dark Zero. I mean, that one really stuck out to me the most. Very heavy-hitting rounds from M80. And
glad all that
not a lot of, glad all the prep kind of went out the window for that matchup. But no, I mean, today definitely was not what I expected for some of the games. Even the last game, I thought Cloud9 just statistically looked better than For Fun and seemed that they would get their struggles under control, but we were wrong. For Fun walked out there with a big 3 points.
That was the big game. I mean, the biggest game, of course, Lax, was that 100 Thieves Outlast game. How could you forget about that with 100 Thieves securing their spot in playoffs? Totally not biased here, but for real, for me, 5 Fears showing that they have life. They're able to get a win over Wildcard and now setting up possibly one of the biggest beef matches of all time tomorrow, the JJ versus Packer. Will they stop them from making playoffs again?
Yeah, we talk about consequences here in these final 2 days, right? Because one loss could really come to bite you in the back there in the end. Because Cloud9, for example, they started this Playday in 5th position. They're now in 7th. That is out of playoffs contention with an important matchup they have tomorrow, of course, for themselves as well. But things can really shift. If you look at the middle of that pack, we got 15 points, 12 points, 12 points, 9 points. That's so close to each other.
Oh, absolutely. And again, Cloud9, their fate is still in their hands. I mean, even when you look at the round count, For Fun, they are tied with them. So realistically, if they can just get that win and just do it better into tomorrow's matchup, and depending what happens with 4 Fun and 4 or 5 Fears, there is still a real scenario where Cloud9 could clench that last spot. Obviously, there is so much on the line once we get to it, but again, there's a lot tomorrow.
Unfortunate they're on that 3-game losing streak too, right? They might be kicking themselves from some of those games that happened when it was just 5-7 all the time in the beginning of the season. They might be kicking themselves if they're looking to get a couple points.
I hate to be a party pooper for the Cloud9 enthusiasts because they're playing Dark Zero tomorrow, who are currently in second.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid that.
Oh, the hard road. I forgot.
The top 2 and you know, even top 1, top 2, 3, 4. It matters on who you play first in the playoffs, and then it matters who, should you lose that game, drop down to and eventually face off for another shot there. So even you know, top 4 is great, but still, you want to reach for the stars there afterwards as well. And then I'm looking at that matchup between M80 and Wildcard as well. Wildcard still has a chance of making it into top 2, but that is not an easy opponent if M80 has gone undefeated so far.
Yeah, I mean, I will say if there would be one team that could beat M80, I would say it would be Wildcard. Their prep is really good. Granted, the loss today definitely took me a little bit by surprise. However, it seems like whenever they do lose, they do bounce back pretty heavy. So again, if there was one team that I think could beat M80 and put up a bigger fight in comparison to the rest, I think Wildcard can be the ones to step up to that challenge.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have a really good shot, as we're just mentioning the standings. I mean, to beat Space Station, Wildcard goes on to, let's say Wildcard goes on to lose to M80. You get 3rd seed. What's your prize? You probably get to play Dark Zero. So I don't know how much of a prize that is. I mean, the top 3 teams are looking really stacked.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest one though, Rebellion playing Outlast. I mean, congrats to those guys for locking in playoffs. I'm just gonna speak completely frank. Well, yeah.
I mean, you got to. I tried to, you know, pull something out of the hat today and try to give them grace and try to give them the one round that they had. But I think it is safe to say that SR is definitely in a position to qualify for playoffs.
It's just a matter of, can Cloud9 beat Dark Zero and set up, you know, that 4 Fun versus JJ game? Like that's where the kind of the storyline is.
And this might be where we're sitting here 24 hours from now, having jinxed all of this and having completely different results, because let's be honest, it was a very eventful day here. We had the overtime, the close games, surprising losses as well for certain teams that are still in that fight for either top 4 or even the playoffs as well. So, but I had a fun day for my first day here in the NL with you guys. We'll be back again tomorrow for the final day of groups. That is 2 p.m. EDT for y'all over on the pond, for us 8 p.m. here in CEST time zone. Thank you so much for all of you watching. We'd like to see you again tomorrow for the all-determining final play day of NAL groups. For now, have a great rest of your night.